Good evening, everyone. Hope everybody is having a good night. Give me a second here, make sure the audio and everything is all good. Looks like the game audio is a little bit louder than me. I'm just going to turn my mic up slightly. And we'll bump the game audio down just a bit. Yeah? Right about there? That's probably good. The audio for this game is kind of all over the place, so there's going to be times where it's loud, it's quiet, etc. Just got to try to find a general balance. Let me catch up on chat here. Hey, Blue Satyr. Oh, thank God a competent horror game player is here. That's what I'm here for. Tato Forever says first, and is not anywhere close to first. Well, close to first, but definitely not first. BS, Tato. Uber Andy, I'm looking forward to this too. I love Silent Hill 3, and this is my first time playing it with the widescreen mod on the PC, and it's also running and rendering at a higher resolution than normal, so should look really nice. Although you can see some of the menus and like the intro video are still normal 4:3, but once we get in-game, all the in-game gameplay and cutscenes and stuff should be widescreen and better resolution and stuff. What's up, Drillionaire? Go to bed. Hey, Fat Cat. Robson Sanguine. Hey, Syed. Yep, story runs every night. It's been a long time since I've done that. What's up, Crimson? You did catch the beginning. Lebuste. How's it going? Bane Reeker, thank you for the host. And Fat Cat, thank you for the host, by the way. Lil Poopy didn't finish the Silent Hill 1 VOD. That's okay. I will still give, like, general information from Silent Hill 1 to hopefully try to make sense to people who don't know it. Because this game does not make a whole lot of sense without really knowing Silent Hill 1. So, I mean, I'll do my best to keep everything in context without rambling for too long and just completely explaining the plot of Silent Hill 1 over and over. Can I just say you've given me and my girlfriend so much enjoyable content? I'm glad to hear it, Ray. Thank you for being here. Perv? Is making people more happy equals attaboy. Attaboy. What's a POC? Informative Silent Hill 3. You know it. You know it. Now we see why this tops Silent Hill 1 on your list? Yeah. As said, there's a lot of really great stuff about this game. I will say one thing, I like the endings. Even the non-canonical endings, I like the endings of Silent Hill 1 more than the endings of this game. I feel like this game is really, really, really fucking good. Like Silent Hill 2 level good. Right up until the very end. At the very end, I kind of don't like the cop-out ending, but I still put this above Silent Hill 1 just because of some other reasons. Again, we'll get into it as we start playing. What's up, Extreme? Hey, Old Snake. What's up, Goombata? Discovering you from Enigma, become one of your favorite streamers. Glad to hear it. And glad you have found this little hidden away corner of Twitch to spend your time on. Like, we've got a great community of fans and friends and horror nerds and Twitch streamers and a lot of cool people just hanging out here that it's always a pleasure to jump online and do this. Turtle, thank you for the host. Hope you're doing alright. And hey, CJ. Silent Hill 3 was your first Silent Hill. That's a rough one to start with. I mean, it's a good game, but again, if you play this one without playing Silent Hill 1, a lot of it is lost on you. Let me take a look here, make sure my settings and stuff are still good. Yeah. Give me all the bullets. I don't think I want to mess with this, because this is going to mess with the mod. Same thing for that. So that should all still be good. What's up, Awakened? Alright. So we're going to go ahead and get started. I'm just going to be doing a regular new game playthrough of this. No extra new game content. I'm going to be getting the regular ending. I'm not going for UFO or Possessed. I'll do that another time. We're going to be playing on hard action, hard riddle. So, we're going to get to do all the hard riddles in the game, which are... This game has some of the hardest riddles in the Silent Hill series when you're playing on hard difficulty. They are very abstract and obtuse when it comes to the train of logic to solve them. Nope. It's a beautiful intro, but we saw it. We gotta get started. Hey, Crosadia. And Faith, thank you for the host. Alright. So, hard action, hard riddle, bullet adjust. Yeah, let's get started.
Where am I?
Looking very handsome tonight. Thank you, Crow. You're too kind. Speaking of looking handsome, look at this crisp, clean image with the widescreen resolution and the higher rendered graphics. I mean, even on its basic settings, or like, you know, PS2 and all version and everything, this is already such a beautiful game. But it looks nice. As I said, this is my first time doing a playthrough of this game using these mods and stuff for the PC, so we'll see how it goes, but it should look nice. It already looks nice. A rabbit doll. No? It's a costume. Is there someone in there? It looks like there is, but I don't feel like making sure. It's a giant rabbit costume. Why would this be here? And what's this? Something strange in a cagey box thing. A person? Not quite. I don't really want to stare at it for very long, whatever it is. You can see like that creeping texture on it. It's just like a large chunk of meat, flesh. And again, that's one of the things that I feel this game does even better than Silent Hill 2. I feel like the visuals, the textures, the animated textures of like creeping sort of surfaces, and the way it's all used, the lighting, the fog, everything in this game is so well done. Tell me the story now. That's the whole point of tonight. We got all night. You'll notice we're starting here at the Lakeside Amusement Park. We haven't been in the Lakeside Amusement Park since Silent Hill 1. Silent Hill 2, we went near it. We know that the Lakeview Hotel is somewhere nearby. But we haven't been to the amusement park since Silent Hill 1. And the layout and everything of the amusement park itself is different from Silent Hill 1. But there are some familiar things that I'll point out a little bit later. Hello, pupper. Goodbye. There's a rabbit stuffed animal here. Some normal souvenir type toys here. Huh. Never thought I'd say normal in a place like this. Plenty of Robbie merchandise. Lots of different styles, but I don't really want any of them. I'm getting out of this nasty place. If they had any tools, now that'd be a different story. So you'll notice something right away that is very unique about this game, I feel, compared to pretty much all the Silent Hill games. There is a lot of dialogue that Heather will give when examining things. A lot more than your typical Silent Hill protagonist, you know. Most of the time it's just like, this is not useful to me, or they might do like a quick kind of throwaway line of, you know, this is what I'm looking at. Whereas Heather, like, she comments on, you know, there's a whole bunch of things here, but she doesn't want them. She's on the lookout for tools. She's looking for things to get out of this place. So you get a lot more of her mindset, you get a lot more of her character when actually examining things, even things that are not critical to progression in the game. Row of shirts for sale, don't think they'd help me at all. Rabbit stuffed animal here, the mouth part is stained red. Almost like blood stains. Disgusting. Again, she lets you know when she's disgusted, or when how something makes her feel, or how she interprets things. And I mean, it's almost everything that you can look at in the game. There are boxes of cookies and chocolates on display. I love this kind of stuff, but I don't feel like eating it here and now. Don't remember monsters being around this early. It's because I'm playing on hard difficulty. There are significantly more monsters even during this segment. Yeah, you can see like 3 closers in this area. Those of you who are familiar with watching me do like speed runs and stuff, which are typically any % runs on the easy difficulty, know that there's like, running up to that room, there's only 2 enemies. There's 1 dog and 1 closer. Locked. You can see some more of those creeping textures in there. Final boss is going to be a pain? Nah. Unless the mod messes with the cheese strategy for the final boss, we should be fine. Even if it does, I'll try to stock supplies accordingly so that I can fight the boss the good old-fashioned way. All those unique sounds, just like Silent Hill 2, when you're running in that path directly down to the actual town, like where the graveyard is. You hear a bunch of unique noises that are only in that part of the game. It's the same thing here, where you get a lot of really creepy ambient tones and sounds that you don't hear anywhere else in the game, just during this. What do I use to stream? PC version with a widescreen and resolution mod. And just like Silent Hill 1, the game starts with a nightmare sequence and our protagonist, with the initials HM, waking up in a diner. Even the same little condiments and things are on the table. There are so many parallels between this and Silent Hill 1.
What a nightmare.
Dad, it's me. Yeah. Sorry I didn't call sooner. Yeah, I guess I was. Anyway, I'm coming home now. Oh, I didn't get that thing you asked me to. Okay. Okay, I will. I love you too, Dad.
Heather, I need to speak with you. My name is Douglas Cartland. I'm a detective.
A detective? Really? Well, nice talking to you.
Hold on. There's someone that wants to meet you. Just let me have an hour. No, half an hour of your time.
My daddy always told me not to talk to strangers.
This is very important. It's about your birth.
I'm not interested. Are you still following me? Do I have to scream?
Sorry. I'll wait here.
Hey, what's up, Irimi? 50-something years old. One second. Three Dog, what is up? The traffic that passes by the window in shadows don't make sense, do they? Sounds like cars passing by the window. See a big shadow pass at the same time. I mean, I feel like they make sense for the context of people right now are in the process of leaving the mall, and the mall itself is kind of emptying out, giving it its kind of abandoned feel. If you think about the layout of the mall, you can go back into that diner. It's a Happy Burger, that's right before you get to the lobby area when you're exiting the mall and you have that conversation with Douglas before the subway. So it is somewhere located on like the front part of the mall where presumably there would be a street and passing traffic, although you never get to see outside right there. The mark on this mirror, it looks so familiar somehow. Where do I know it from? Where did I once see it? And why does my head hurt so much when I try to remember it? The halo of the sun. So already, we've got our main character here, Heather. She was just named by Douglas, Douglas Cartland, the detective, who's trying to find her, and he's got something very important to tell her about her birth. And we already know that there is some strange circumstances surrounding her birth. Again, this is a direct sequel to Silent Hill 1. This takes place 17 years after the good, we'll say the good plus ending. It could be the good or good plus ending of Silent Hill 1. But this takes place 17 years later. Harry Mason was able to stop the birth of the god, and Alessa reincarnated herself into a newborn baby before her death, handing this newborn baby off to Harry Mason, which he escapes with. And Heather is that baby. She's now a 17-year-old teenage girl, and there was a problem when Alessa reincarnated. The god that was growing inside of her, part of that god reincarnates with her, so that element of the god that is still inside of that newborn baby, still inside of Heather, is now maturing to a point where it's going to start affecting things in her life much more drastically. And even more so as Heather experiences negative emotion. So anger, sadness, all of these kind of negative emotions, negative stimulus that Heather's going to be experiencing throughout the game is causing this god that's inside of her already to start growing, and it's going to start affecting things. And it's this god that's inside of her, as well as her own latent abilities, that are affecting reality around her this time. Because this time we're not actually in Silent Hill right now. There is no spiritual power surrounding the town. They're not in Silent Hill. They're in Portland, Maine. So, how does the nightmare happen? How does reality keep changing? What is affecting these things? That is the explanation. But eventually we do go to Silent Hill. Let's take a look at the inventory we start with. Heather's got a house key. It's the front door key. Daisy Villa apartment number 102 is carved into it. She's also got a pendant. Dad gave me this pendant on my birthday. It's one of my treasured belongings. Yoshio, thank you for the host. There's a jewel inside, like a little red tablet. When I asked Dad what it was, he said, "Just a lucky charm." But then he told me to take good care of it, and never take it off. So that little red tablet is a Glophatus, the same substance that was used to drive the demon out of Alessa in the finale of Silent Hill 1. Now, the fact that Harry has this has led some fans to theorize that potentially the good ending and not the good plus ending is the canonical ending. Simply because you can pick up the Aglophatus in the hospital, not use it on Sybil, and just kill Sybil when you encounter her, and then finish the game after saving Kaufman and get the good ending, and Harry escapes with the newborn baby and Aglophatus in his inventory. And considering Sybil never ever gets a mention in this game, it's absolutely plausible. She's also got a weapon, a knife. It's a switchblade for self-defense. Never used it, but just in case. And a little bit of foreshadowing dialogue here, as well as some insight into Heather's own kind of personality and fears. I don't like mirrors. It's almost like there's an unknown world right on the other side. And the person staring at me isn't really me, just an imitator. I know how stupid that sounds, but that's how I feel. But if I keep thinking about it, it just makes me feel sick. In a way, Heather has to face up to this when facing off against the memory of Alessa later on. The road is blocked with empty boxes and stuff. I can't get through. Pretty sure Masahiro Ito said Sybil was dead as well. I don't know if it was Ito, but I feel like I've read somebody had mentioned that to... Maybe it was Ito. It's usually Ito if it was like something he said on Twitter. Because Ito is always dropping knowledge bombs on Twitter. Although sometimes he can be a bit of a troll as well. Some creepy audio there. I don't know how well that's picking up. Hopefully you can hear it. But there's like murmuring in the background, as though there's kind of like people distantly talking, but it sounds really distorted. I've actually tried analyzing that audio before to see if I could make out what the actual words, like conversation or anything, is supposed to be, but it was always way too muffled and distorted to really make anything out. And you can see the mall is starting to already not quite look right. It's just supposed to be abandoned, and I mean, yeah, the floors are dirty, you know, whatever, busy day in the mall, and people track mud and dirt and stuff, but there's like cracks and stuff in the wall, kind of like reddish textures, almost already looking like blood or rust, kind of like just underneath the surface.
Stay back! Get the hell away from me! What the hell is this thing?
Even in the so-called normal world, there's nobody else around. Yep, even if there was nothing supernatural going on, we're still supposed to be in like essentially a mall after it's already closed and emptied out. I don't know if anyone's ever been inside of like a large building like a mall or something like that, kind of after closing hours and stuff like that, but it is kind of eerie and quiet when you're in such a large place with no one else around. Feel very isolated. And by the way, that sense of isolation, you bring up a good point, Three Dog. Silent Hill 3 is like a polar opposite to 2 in terms of pacing. 2 is very drawn out. It gives you a long time. It's a very slow burn, setting up the atmosphere and setting up everything. Silent Hill 3, you're thrown into it. You're in the nightmare. You're in the mall. You're in a nightmare, and it does not let up. It's a very oppressive atmosphere. It's much closer to the feel of Silent Hill 1. But even Silent Hill 1's pacing tended to break it up with the open town segments. When you're just kind of running around and exploring the town itself, you don't really get that opportunity in this game for a pretty long time. You're always in these kind of contained areas. You're running from room to room, hallway to hallway throughout the mall, throughout the building area, throughout the subway. You're kind of constantly getting this sense of isolation and almost a claustrophobic feel where the game is not letting up on you. There's enemies, there's, just constant sort of pressure to keep moving and to get out of these areas. And it never, ever gives you a chance to breathe, really. Parallax. Thank you so much for the host, dude. It's definitely not human. I've never heard of such an animal. No way is it a costume. It sounds crazy when you say it, but monster's the only word for it. But I don't think I'm crazy. So this monster, in this game, is known as a closer. And it's actually a very, very similar enemy design to a creature called the Mandarin that we saw in Silent Hill 2. The Mandarin was usually underneath chain link grates and would swing around hanging on to the bottoms of the grates by their arms, and they had these tentacles that would extend from their arms upwards to sort of grab out at James's feet as he'd run across above them. Whereas in this, the closers are a bit taller, a bit more elongated, slight redesign, and with their arms, the appendages, which, by the way, is part of the design that is most disturbing, something about that swollen, kind of cracked bag of flesh that it calls arms. And this time they have like a bone, like a large bone spike that extends out from their arm to attack you. Makes them a little bit more lumbering and definitely a really disturbing design. Speaking of Silent Hill 2, we've got a familiar face here. This is Angela Orozco. I don't think it's supposed to actually be the character of Angela in this context. It's just a reused model from Silent Hill 2. Playing the part of this victim of the closer. Just kind of a cool observation. I can tell from here that it's dead. Should I call the police? Not like they'd believe me if I said someone's been killed by a monster. Time up. I'm so late. You're not. It's uptime, by the way. This is the very beginning of the game. It's not that I hate close, but this isn't the time or place. All right. So we're in the Central Square Shopping Center. And again, this is not Silent Hill. This is Portland, Maine. We're still in Maine. And I'm not honestly sure. It's never really specified where in relation to the rest of Maine and like where Portland is from Silent Hill, but that's our current location. And that's a Silent Hill 2 poster. Another cool little Easter egg. You can see it's Angela's face on the poster, James in the bottom left, Laura in the bottom right. Even a faint silhouette of Eddie behind James, and a faint silhouette of Mary behind Laura. Here's our next enemy. The numb body. The numb bodies themselves are supposed to be reminiscent of sort of undeveloped fetuses. The kind of tadpole-like appearance of the main body is supposed to be somewhat reminiscent of sperm itself. A lot of the symbolism and a lot of the design and creature aspects and overall themes for this game revolve around impregnation, birth, rebirth. Even this symbol here that is our save point, the halo of the sun. The meaning of this essentially is reincarnation. It's supposed to represent reincarnation, with the 3 circles inside representing past, present, and future. Although we get a lot more information from some notes and stuff on the Halo of the Sun that I'll be reading later, although that's pretty close to the end of the game. It's like a magic circle I remember reading about in a book on black magic. Does it seem so familiar because I read about it in that book? No, that's not it. It's not from the book. It's from the altar. Altar? What am I thinking? So, little by little, it's not every single save point, but as you examine a lot of these save points, Heather is getting bits and pieces of her memory back. She's a reincarnation of Alessa, but she doesn't have a conscious recollection of Alessa's life. She has sort of subconscious instinct and some subconscious memories of her life as Alessa, and we see that seep through into her character. She has a fear of dogs, a fear of flame, all of these things that are elements of Alessa that have carried over into Heather herself. But we get to see this gradual progression of Heather kind of coming to terms with and realizing that she was Alessa and gaining back all of those memories from her time as Alessa, as well as her time as Cheryl. even though Cheryl wasn't like a reincarnation, she did have her own 7 years of life of existence, even though she was essentially just a half of Alessa's soul. She was still a pretty significant aspect of that. So she has her own feelings, thoughts, memories as well. Something's fallen between the table and the floor. I think it might be a key. If my arms were a little longer, I might be able to reach it. There's a huge pile of cardboard boxes on the table, full of books. It's way too much of a pain to move something that heavy. We are Helen's Bakery. So, a little bit of trivia here about Helen's Bakery. They have crispy toasted bread right to your very door. Everything is on sale. And Helen was Heather's original name. When they were very first writing out the script and conceptualizing the characters and everything for the game, they didn't have anybody cast for the characters yet, and they knew immediately that they wanted to have a similar name to Harry Mason. Again, the name of the protagonist itself, Heather Mason or Helen Mason, being another parallel between this game and Silent Hill 1. And initially they were going to go with Helen, and then they cast Heather Morris, who is the voice of Heather and the motion cap actor or actress for Heather. And when they cast Heather Morris, they decided, to ask her about her name and kind of how common is it, and how often it's used in the United States and everything, especially for someone like a 17-year-old girl. And they decided that it was a bit more fitting to the character to go with Heather instead of Helen. But just as a little nod to the character's original first name, they decided to have Helen's Bakery. It's bread. Turns out bakeries have bread. I told you these hard riddles were hard. But I'm not really hungry, so I guess I don't need to worry about it. Got a pair of tongs. So we can use that to grab the key. Helen is an old person's name. I mean, obviously the name Helen is still used today, but I definitely agree just from the standpoint of writing a teenage character. I feel like, given the time frame, Heather is a little more appropriate of a name than Helen. Helen does give off a more mature, I guess, vibe to it than Heather. Got the key taken with tongs. This was dropped in the storeroom. Use the tongs to get it. There's a tag on the key that says My Best Sellers. My Best Sellers. A bookstore key. There's so many. Sunshine Princess. I wonder if this is a little bit of a nod towards the Princess Heart outfit. Bluebell. Fuck yeah, I want some ice cream. Natalie Shoes. Excuse me, closers. I'm doing some shopping. Window shopping. There's my bestsellers with the Final Fantasy font for the store sign. Cafe Paradise Noon. Boutique Marguerite. Key of Beauty. And Helen's Bakery again. Get out of my way. I'm going to the bookstore. There are magazines on the shelf. Some of them look interesting, but it's really not the time for that. None of the books are very interesting, just the kind that I can buy anywhere. What do they sell at Sunshine Princess? I have no idea. There are magazines on the shelf. Yep, same thing. Bullets. None of the books are very interesting. Stuff I can buy anywhere. Locked. So, before I read that, there's a bunch of books here on the ground. Shakespeare anthologies. 5 of them in total. So this is our first real riddle of the game. And on hard difficulty, this is also arguably the most difficult riddle in the game. So we'll just try to go through it, and I'll try to break it down and explain it step by step. I could just run up to the code and plug it in and call Shakespeare dumb, but we'll go through it. That's usually what I like doing, just to explain kind of how abstract this particular puzzle is to solve. So we have 5 Shakespeare anthologies. It was on the floor of the bookstore, a Shakespeare book, just like it says. Shakespeare Anthology 1 is Romeo and Juliet. I'm not much for sentimental slop like Romeo and Juliet. So, everyone knows Romeo and Juliet, including Heather. It's good. Anthology 2. King Lear is in this one. I've never read that. I have to harp on this because Heather has not read this book. And there's another one of these that she mentions she has not read. Heather herself, our protagonist, does not have enough information offhand to solve this puzzle. Although somebody brought up a good point. The books are in her inventory. She could just open them up and read the information that she needs. It would obviously take a while, but she could do that. But at this moment, as she's looking at these things in her inventory, she does not have enough information to solve this riddle because she has not read all of these books. Anthology 3 is Macbeth. One line from Macbeth that I just can't forget. Life's but a walking shadow, a poor player, that struts and frets his hour upon the stage and then is heard no more. What about the riddle with the poems in the morgue? That one's difficult too, but we'll get there. One at a time. Anthology 4. It was on the floor. Hamlet is in this one. Again, she has not read this. She does not have enough info to actually solve this. And Anthology 5. Othello is in this one. Must have read it, but I forgot what happens. And then we have this. In here is a tragedy. Art thou player or audience? Be as it may, the end doth remain. All go on only toward death. The first words at thy left hand, a false lunacy, a madly dancing man, hearing unhearable words, drawn to a beloved's grave, and there mayhap true madness at last. As did this one, playing at death, find true death at last. Killing a nameless lover, she pierced a heart, rent by sorrow. Doth lie invite truth? Doth verity but wear the mask of falsehood? Ah, thou pitiful, thou miserable ones! Still amidst lies, though the end cometh not, wherefore yearn for death? Wilt thou attend to thy beloved? Truths and lies, life and death, a game of turning white to black and black to white. Is not a silence brimming with love more precious than flattery? A peaceful slumber preferred to a throne besmirched with blood? One vengeful man spilled blood for two. 2 youths shed tears for 3. 3 witches disappeared thusly, and only the 4 keys remain. Ah, but verily, in here is a tragedy. Art thou player or audience? There is nothing which cannot become a puppet of fate or an onlooker, peering into the cage. Obvious, right? I'm sure some of you have the answer already. Such an easy riddle. It's so easy, in fact. Don't mind me. I'm just going to open up some notes really quickly. Just to make sure I don't misexplain something or forget something, because as many times as I've gone through and solved this and explained it, it's easy to kind of lose track, because there's a lot to this. All right. So we have our 5 books. First part of the puzzle, we need to place these 5 books on that space in the shelf where we found them on the ground. And put them in the correct order. So the first verse that we read. In here is a tragedy. This is just setting up the riddle. This is the first book. The first words at thy left hand. So we're putting these in order from left to right. A false lunacy, a madly dancing man, hearing unhearable words, drawn to a beloved's grave, and there mayhap true madness at last. So this first one is a reference to Hamlet. In the story of Hamlet, the titular character fakes insanity, and the idea of a false lunacy, a madly dancing man, fits Hamlet. Hearing unhearable words is the idea of Hamlet speaking to his deceased father, the ghost. Drawn to a beloved's grave, and there mayhap true madness at last. which was Hamlet at Ophelia's funeral, and the ensuing fight between him and Laertes. The true madness at last. So this is our first book, Hamlet. That's King Lear, Macbeth, Hamlet. Boom. Second part, and I'm just going to go through them one by one so that we understand why the books are in this order. And thanks, K-Man. This is not my first time playing. I'm just taking the time to explain everything. This is an in-depth story playthrough, so I love when people are, like, giving me tips. Alright. Next part. As did this one, playing at death. Find true death at the last. Killing a nameless lover. She pierced a heart. Rent by sorrow. I feel like this is the one that most people will get, just because most people, I would say, out of all of Shakespeare, are familiar with Romeo and Juliet. Playing at death is obviously Juliet faking her own death using the sleeping potion, and then eventually at the end of the story died, piercing her own heart with a dagger, piercing a heart rent by sorrow. The reference of killing a nameless lover is a reference to Romeo's what's in a name, a rose by any other name line from Romeo and Juliet. So next book on the shelf is Romeo and Juliet, which should be book 1. Third verse. Doth lie invite truth? Doth verity but wear the mask of falsehood? Ah, thou pitiful, thou miserable ones. So this is the one that is the most ambiguous out of all of these. Let's say, for the sake of assumption, this could apply to many of the Shakespeare stories that we have, several of the anthologies that we have. It could apply to multiple books. So let's say for the time being we don't know what the solution is already, and we don't know exactly which one this goes to, and we'll get back to it through process of elimination. So we'll skip that spot and move on to the fourth book on the shelf, which still amidst lies, though the end cometh not, wherefore yearn for death. Wilt thou attend to thy beloved? Truths and lies, life and death, a game of turning white to black and black to white. So the first part of this, again, talking amidst lies, the end cometh not, wherefore yearn for death. Truths and lies, life and death. Again, truths and lies and life and death could essentially summarize most of Shakespeare's work. But the dead giveaway is the last line of this part of the poem. A game of turning white to black and black to white. Which is a reference to the board game Othello, which shares its name with the Shakespeare anthology. Lost Shinta with 1,000 bits. Thank you for all your in-depth playthroughs, and goes back to lurking. Thank you so much for the 1,000 bits. And thank you just for being here and hanging out and enjoying the playthroughs. Enjoy your lurk. Enjoy the stream. Alright, so Othello. So we're skipping the third spot. And we're going to place Othello. Lastly, is not a silence brimming with love more precious than flattery? A peaceful slumber preferred to a throne besmirched with blood. So this one is a reference to King Lear. It's in reference to Cordelia, who loves her father, King Lear, but doesn't outwardly talk about it. Instead, shows she shows her love through actions rather than precious flattery, the way it's described here. The idea of a throne besmirched with blood, referring to King Duncan's murder. Or excuse me, it's one of the possible things that it could be interpreted as for that room for error, but it is not a reference to Macbeth. Sorry, I was misreading my note. This is why I pulled my note up. And I still got confused. But this is in reference to King Lear. English lit majors finally feel useful with this puzzle. Like, I'm not even going to try to pretend. I did not solve this puzzle on my own the first time I played this game on hard. I had to look this up. And I'm somewhat familiar with Shakespeare, enough to know the basic idea behind each of the anthologies mentioned here, but not with enough detail to where I could figure out all the aspects of this. And not to mention, even if you do figure this out, this is only the first half of the riddle. But here, so we've got King Lear as the last book. Whoops, last book on the right. Wait. Did I look at the wrong one? No, that was it. Okay. So that leaves us with the third book, the third verse, being a reference to Macbeth. Again, this one was the most vague, just dealing with the theme of lies and truth, which could essentially apply to, almost any of the Shakespeare anthologies. But through process of elimination, and the other verses being much more of a dead giveaway of which anthology they match up with. This is the book order that we get. 4, 1, 3, 5, 2. Cody, thank you for the host. We're not hitting any levers. So, now we've got the book order. Now we still need to narrow this down to a 4-digit code to open the door. So that starts here. One vengeful man spilled blood for 2. 2 youths shed tears for 3. 3 witches disappeared thusly, and only the 4 keys remain. So, we need to break down which book is in reference, and then we have to do a little bit of math. So first, one vengeful man spilled blood for two. The vengeful man is a reference to Hamlet. And the idea behind spill blood for two means that the book will need to be multiplied by two. So on the shelf, Hamlet is book number 4. So we're going to multiply that by 2 for 8. So 8 is our first digit. Second, 2 youths shed tears for 3. The 2 youths being a reference to Romeo and Juliet, which was book number 1. Shed tears for 3. We follow the same rule from the first part, and multiply by 3. So 1 times 3 for 3. So now we have the first 2 digits, 8 and 3. The puzzle made sense until you said multiply. I mean, there's only so many mathematical ways you can approach this. Addition and multiplication would usually be the first things you would try, I think, logically, if you were trying to apply math to the volume numbers. But as said, it is still quite a stretch following this train of logic. Not only knowing enough about the Shakespeare stories to make sure that the books are in the correct order on the shelf, but then to also follow the math to get the final code. But yeah, anyway, multiplication, eventually through trial and error, you would get to the point of one vengeful man spill blood for 2 is Hamlet times 2. Book number 4 times 2 for 8. 2 youths shed tears for 3. Romeo and Juliet, book number 1 times 3 for 3. So our first 2 digits are 8 and 3. 3 witches disappeared thusly. The 3 witches are characters from the story Macbeth, which basically means the Macbeth book, that number is just completely removed from the final combination, and only the 4 keys remain. So this leaves us with 4 digits. And just to go look at the shelf, sad part when you know the numbers but don't want to spoil it. This isn't the first time I've done this, White Wolf. I know the numbers. I could have run right up and plugged the code in and moved on if that's what we were doing, but this is an in-depth story playthrough. Welcome, everybody. I am taking the time to explain every little aspect of this game. Story, trivia, development, puzzles, everything that I can. So we've got 8. Again, 4 times 2 for 8. 1 times 3 for 3. This would be Macbeth, which we just leave out. 3 witches disappear thusly. And only the 4 keys remain. So if we ignore this 3, in the middle, we have 8, 3, 5, and 2. It's nice to think that Team Silent assumes we are smart. Are you kidding me? Do you know what I would absolutely love to play a horror game that is willing to go this far to stump you on a puzzle. Because I can't think of another game where I got stumped on a puzzle the way I got stumped on these puzzles back in 2003. Everything has gotten so dumbed down in survival horror where puzzles are literally the 99% of puzzles in survival horror are find the thing and match the shape. Maybe it's match the color. Maybe it's match the number. But it's never like this. It's never... First, you gotta know Shakespeare to get the books on the shelf in the right order. You have to read all the descriptions of every book to know what books they are. You have to figure out what mathematical property to apply once you have the books in the proper order. Like, there's so many different layers to it. And as said, there's no hand-holding here. Anyway, 8, 3, 5, and 2 is what we wind up with at the end of this puzzle. Again, insanely complex puzzle, especially considering this is the first puzzle that you experience in the game. Nothing pleases me more than watching people play this game for their first time and putting it on hard difficulty. Like, well, whatever. I've played survival horror games. I'll put this on hard difficulty. And right here at the very beginning of the game, just stuck here for hours trying to solve this. I cannot wait to watch TGA Dave play this game for the first time. I cannot wait.
Hey, wait, what's going on? Where is everybody? Those weird monsters?
They have come to witness the beginning. The rebirth of paradise, despoiled by mankind.
What are you talking about?
Don't you know? Your power is needed.
How should I know?
I am Claudia.
So what?
Remember me, and your true self as well. Also, that which you must become. The one who will lead us to paradise with blood-stained hands.
Claudia, right? Did you do all this?
It was the hand of God.
I don't get it. What does she want me to remember?
So that's our introduction to Claudia Wolf. Claudia Wolf is the new leader of the cult. So I was talking a little bit about the progression of the cult during Silent Hill 1 and Silent Hill 2. In Silent Hill 1, the cult, we get a good idea of what their overall plan is based on what Dahlia is attempting to accomplish. But after the events of Silent Hill 1, Dahlia was killed. The cult at that point wouldn't have had a proper leader. And the cult itself was already sort of fractioning itself into different sects with different sets of belief. Some people were strictly believers in Saint Alessa, that Alessa will come back one day and bring about the birth of a god and all of that, essentially what Dahlia was doing. Some people split off into a separate sect and had their own sets of beliefs, where they believed in their own separate ideas for rituals to perform and what gods to try to resurrect, how to go about it. And essentially the overall end goal still winds up being cleanse the world with fire. But for the sake of covering our Silent Hill 1 parallels as well at this point, Now, the cult has reformed. Claudia is leading this sect that believes in Saint Alessa and her grand return, and she essentially is our parallel to Dahlia for the sake of this game. And there's a lot of similarities between the two. The way of speaking. They don't wear shoes. I don't know if that's just a cult priestess thing. But neither Dahlia nor Claudia wear shoes. And she's leading Heather on with little bits of information, little bits of misinformation, but just enough to kind of lead her along. And ultimately, she's being lied to by Claudia so that Claudia can fulfill her own needs. For Claudia, she's trying to drive Heather to the point of giving birth to the god. For the god to grow, Heather needs to experience negative emotion. And Claudia is doing everything that she can to cause Heather to experience this negative emotion. Whether it's fear, confusion, sadness, anger. True, Claudia didn't say anything to lead you yet. I'm getting a little ahead of myself, but just for the sake of making that parallel between her and Dahlia right now, I wanted to bring that up. And as said, she's giving little bits of information. Heather asks, did you do all this? Claudia says, it was the hand of God. Technically, it's the God inside of Heather that's doing this. Yo, Turtle. Turtle, thank you for the 20. $20. I was going to donate yesterday, but fell asleep thanks to Silent Hill 2 music. I totally understand. Thanks for the in-depth story playthrough. Always fun to watch. Thank you so much, Turtle. Really appreciate the support. A radio. What the hell is this doing falling down from the ceiling? Anyway, I guess that explains the static from just before. But all it's picking up is static. I wonder if it's broken. So notice we're in an elevator now. And when we walk out here, we essentially are walking into this same elevator, but it's a reflection. It's a nightmare elevator. Il Palazzo, thank you for the host.
Is this a dream? It's gotta be. Not even a kid could believe in this. But when am I going to back up?
Stay away from me, doggers. Doesn't look like there's anything useful on the shelf, except for those health drinks I already grabbed. I definitely want to stock up as many of these health items I can. I like that this gives you an ampule very early as well. The bed is stained dark red. Whose blood is this? Is there someone here apart from that woman? This again. Looking at it makes my head hurt, but at the same time, it's like so familiar. I know I've forgotten something really important, but I also have the feeling that I'd be better off not remembering it. What is the point of the radio? In the context of game mechanics, the radio is your alert that there are enemies in the area. In the context of story, the radio and why it functions that way is never actually really explained. In Silent Hill 1, you pick it up off of a dining room table. In this game, it's kind of funny. They just throw it at you. What was the creature in the elevator scene? Not Valtiel, the one that appears right as Heather enters the elevator. It's actually really hard to tell. Rodrigo, thank you for the 500 bits. Glad to be able to watch another awesome Silent Hill stream. Glad you can join me for another one. Thank you so much for the 500 bits, Rodrigo. Remember when they made the radio the cell phone in the movie? Remember when they made the radio a cell phone in Shattered Memories? Warning. When leaving the room, be sure to turn out the lights. It'll be obvious if they are not switched off. So this is to give you a hint to switch off the light switch and reveal to you the location of the flashlight, which is needed to progress. But you don't actually have to flip the switch to be able to get it. You can actually see it's just sitting there stuck between two boxes. Pyramid Head in the movie. Yeah. I mean, that's a pretty easy explanation. Fan pandering. Is someone actually in there? It's soaking with blood, but there's no one here. Did someone respond, or is it just me? Pyramid Head squee. I saw Pyramid Head and I clapped. It broke new ground. It's full of filthy, muddy water. Looks like something's stopping it up. Will you remove the blockage? This seems familiar. Yeah. Let's stick our hand in that toilet.
Ugh, forget it. This is way too gross. Who would even think of doing something so disgusting?
James Sunderland. He doesn't even roll up his sleeves. Bulletproof vest. So this can actually come in handy, especially on hard difficulty, for a few things. It's heavy under a jacket, but it should protect against a monster's attacks. The only problem is it's heavy and harder to move, so I'll run slower. So it's nice because you'll take less damage. And on hard difficulty, that can mean the difference between life and death for a lot of different fights. But you can see kind of how quickly Heather's run speed is normally versus when she has this on. So I mean, it's not too significant, but there's definitely a slowdown. You know what? Let's just keep it equipped. I'm not in a hurry. Not that much of a hurry. Got a hanger. Wire coat hanger I got at the boutique. These clothes are awfully dirty. They're stained with blood spatters. They weren't like this before. What could have happened? Abortion reference? It's very possible, considering the, again, overall themes of this game. A ladder hanging halfway down from the ceiling. Even if I stand on the table and stretch my hands out, I can't reach it. If only I had something to snag it. Why would something like this be here? This isn't a hospital. Harry Mason comments very, very similarly when examining a similar gurney during the intro of Silent Hill 1. I can't see anything. I can't hear anything. What was that, I wonder? I thought I heard someone say daddy. I thought I heard someone say lawsuit. So, I am playing the PC version, and there are a few audio clips that are missing from the PC version of this game due to a lawsuit against Konami by one of the voice actresses from Silent Hill 1, named Thessaly Lerner. Thessaly Lerner was the actress who played Lisa Garland in Silent Hill 1. Now, the contract that they had with Konami was basically to allow the use of their voices and everything they recorded. All they did for Silent Hill 1 is exclusively for Silent Hill 1 and Silent Hill 1's subsequent re-releases. So it was only for the PS1 or any other releases of Silent Hill 1. Konami broke that contract by including voice clips that were recorded for Silent Hill 1 in Silent Hill 3 without properly paying or contacting the voice actors and actresses to either get their permission or to re-sign a contract and be able to use those clips again. So Thessaly Lerner was well within her rights to go against Konami when she found out, basically when the PlayStation 2 version of this game came out, and Thessaly Lerner discovered that her voice was being used in this game outside of contract. So she went to sue Konami. Konami decided to settle out of court with her. According to an interview that Thessaly Lerner gave, she made, a couple $1,000 off of that lawsuit to basically not pursue the case. And none of the other voice actors or actresses ever brought up any legal issues. And just to avoid any further possible legal action, Konami removed all of the Silent Hill 1 voice clips that were used for this game for the PC version. So when you, on the PS2 version, when you examine that little TV monitor, you hear Cheryl's voice say daddy. Later on, you hear Lisa's voice in a flashback. You hear Harry's voice in a flashback. Those voice clips are all removed from the PC version. So, way to go, Konami. Just way too hard to pick up a phone and call your voice actors and go through the proper channels. Roast dog. Or barbecue dog. What is this? Barbecue dog? Who the hell would make something like this? Furthermore, who the hell would eat it? There's something in the dog's stomach. Got a cooked key. There's something else. There's nothing else to worry about here. Other than who the hell is sick enough to do something like this, that is. And even that, I'd really just rather not know. It's just a roasted dog anyway. I shouldn't let that creep me out. When you say removed the old audio clips with new ones, there's absolutely no audio. There's no audio. Like, you do not hear any voices. There are subtitles, and like the background music and ambient noise is still there during those scenes, but the voices are removed. Here's one of my favorite bits of dialogue when you're just examining things. Rows of wine bottles. I don't really feel like eating and drinking stuff from an alternate reality, okay? People eat dog in some countries, that is true, but not in Portland, Maine. Not in America in general, in the United States anyway. Some parts of South America. But not here. Definitely not in the context of this game. Roast dog is not something commonplace. Let's see if I can read this before I get attacked. It's locked. Red crescent round dent. Written here in the same color red. Piling up the 300th day and night from beyond the door. Ah, shit. Cries of pain can be heard. And the final destination has become real, though not a blessed beginning. Bye. can't cook and sell such food in some Korean restaurant. I mean, in the USA, not commonly, I guess. Maybe I'm just uncultured swine. But I've never eaten dog, nor have I ever seen anywhere in the United States, anywhere that I've gone, where dog is prepared or served. The glass is broken in the showcase and it's totally empty. That's too bad. There was a nice silver ring in here the last time I came. Bummer that it's gone, huh? I like that line just because it gives you, again, a little bit of insight on kind of Heather's mindset. Like, if this ring would have still been here, I would have stolen it. She would have taken it. She has some klepto tendencies. Got a walnut. Got a nub nut. This is a good-sized walnut from the jeweler's showcase. There's warm steam coming out of the pipe. There's nothing else interesting going on. Yeah, kleptomania is kind of a common thing. Although it's funny because that's normally just a given for most survival horror games. You're expected to go around collecting items, various items that could be used for, solving puzzles or whatever. And I like that they actually work it into the character's personality. That it's part of her personality that, she's a little bit of a thief. Doesn't explain anything for Harry's personality, why he would put a pink rubber ball in his pocket, running around a creepy school. There are glasses and plates on the counter, but there's really nothing important here. No, Heather is not a little angel, and that's, as said, that's one of the things that I'm glad they kind of go over in the game, is you get to know. I feel out of all of the Silent Hill characters, all of the protagonists especially, you get to know so much more about Heather. Like, you get so much insight into her personality and the way she reacts to things and, all these little details into her character. It really, really fleshes her out as a character much more than you really get to know with Harry or James. What's up, Black Flower? How's it going? Alex was the worst protagonist? Alex? You think so, Nicole? I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm not a fan of Homecoming, but I like Alex as a character more than I like Henry. Henry is, probably my least favorite because he might as well be a walking sentient block of soy, tofu. I don't know. He's just... There's nothing to his character. There's nothing there. Henry is just... He's there for the player to experience the game through somebody else's eyes. But the game is also not about him at all. It is totally about Walter. Don't know what kind of switch it is, but it's on. I'm not going any further. It's creepy and dangerous to boot. There's gotta be a way. I can't very well stab them one by one. Some insecticide would do the trick. Well, I do have this bleach. The sort of stuff you'd use to clean a toilet. I think I have the same kind at home. Bottle says, danger, do not mix. Mix with an acidic detergent and it'll produce poisonous chlorine gas. And the detergent mixed with chlorine bleach. So we've got a bucket, and we turned off the fan so that it won't disrupt the gas forming and filling the hallway. So, one of the things I like about this game is also a lot of the differences, the little changes and things that happen from difficulty to difficulty. So, on easy riddle difficulty, there's not even bugs in this hallway. There's no bleach. There's no detergent. There's nothing wrong with this hallway. You just run right through this part. On normal, you have to get the bleach. You have to get the detergent. You have to make the gas, turn off the fan. But if you try to go back into the hallway without turning the fan back on, Heather will stop you and be like, I don't really feel like dying. There's probably still poison gas in there and who knows what else. On hard mode, no hand-holding. You can go into the poison gas and die. As far as the game cares. Beef jerky. And some more bullets. Alright, one of those, two of those, 5 of those. We got some beef jerky, processed dried meat. Sometimes it's just enough to distract monsters. It's meant for dogs, so I think I'll pass. It's also pretty limited in its use. The jerky doesn't work on everything. It does work as a distraction. Monsters will go for it rather than go for you in a lot of situations, but it tends to only work on the dogs, the slurpers. I think the numb bodies? And I'm not even sure on that one. Definitely dogs, definitely slurpers. Does not work on closers, for example. Or pendulums. They don't care. These things, by the way, up in the air, are pendulums. Easily identifiable by their ear-piercing shrieks. Lana Bub, thank you for the host. There's a sort of vice here. Perfect for busting nuts. In a moment, though. What is this? Trash? No, it smells different somehow. Like blood or rotting meat. So this might be... I'm just going to back away slowly. This pattern looks like it could have been drawn in blood. I bet it's some sort of cursed symbol. No wonder my head hurts and I feel so awful when I look at it. That stain on the restraint is shaped like a human. I don't want to even think about what this platform was used for. Do you have a lot of issues with 4, but Henry isn't one of them? I mean, to be fair, Henry is the least of my complaints with Silent Hill 4. I just don't necessarily like him as a protagonist compared to the others throughout the series. But again, I don't feel like having a bland protagonist in Silent Hill 4's story in that context is necessarily a problem, because again, that story is not about Henry or the protagonist in any way. He's the guy who's unfortunate enough to have moved into the apartment after Joseph Schreiber. Outside of that, he's not involved. The game is about Walter. It's just, Henry is just there as a vessel for the player to experience the story. So there doesn't need to be a whole lot to him. Whereas the other characters, I feel, were much more deeply involved with their scenarios and needed more characterization to kind of explain their motivations better. But as said, in 4, he's boring, but again, that's the least of my complaints with 4. There are shackles here. They look pretty broken in. Gross. Now that's gross. Alright, let's bust that nut. Murphy's amazing acting. Charlie! No nut in the walnut shell, just a jewel. I got a moonstone. Now I can get a clefable. Oh, dog bite. Oh. Oh. Last time I did this, I'm not sure what I did. I don't remember. But I remember, like, I was able to kind of push that, that numbody out of the way. Oh, well. Nope. No, don't want it. So that door, where there was a crescent moon, is definitely where I'm going to take the moonstone. I don't know if I would have necessarily wanted Walter as, like, a playable protagonist. Although it would have been interesting to see some of the events, even if you're not necessarily playing as Walter, it would have been interesting to see some things sort of from Walter's perspective. But anyway, we'll get more into Silent Hill 4 tomorrow, when I do that in-depth story playthrough. Right now, I gotta go kill a symbolic penis worm going in and out of holes. Yeah, I'm finishing this in one sitting, Hawk. Let's give him the pipe. Or not. God, it takes so long to get back up. Mistime my block. I blocked a little too early. Seen enough hentai to know where this is going. Of course blocking blocks that huge bite attack. How's he gonna bite me if I'm holding up a metal pipe? I mean, come on. That just does not make sense. Yeah. Who's the penis now?
What? It's the shopping mall just like before. Am I back?
Gonna guess this is on hardest difficulty? No, it's not on hardest, but it is on hard. This game has 14 action difficulties. Beginner, easy, normal, hard, and extreme 1 through extreme 10. How am I doing on health? Not too bad. You do still take some damage when blocking, but it's significantly reduced, especially if you're using the bulletproof vest. I think he's making a sex joke. That's okay. It wouldn't be a Nub Zombie stream if I didn't, like, answer joking comments seriously once in a while. Extreme 10's like one-hit KO. I mean, the damage is a lot more significant, but I don't think anything necessarily one-shots you. I think even on Extreme 10, you need at least 2 attacks to die. Because it's a similar HP system to Silent Hill 2, where no matter how much an attack does, it'll put you at 0 HP and you will still be alive. And then when you get hit at 0 HP is when you die. Yo, Purple. Thank you for the 6 months of subscription support in a row. Best 6-month anniversary. Nub whacking that Willy with a steel pipe. Oh my. Don't get me banned. Don't tell the Twitch admins.
Heather,
It's you.
what just happened?
You must be one of them.
What did I do? And what do you mean by one of them?
You're in on this with that Claudia, aren't you?
Claudia? What about her? She asked me to find you, that's all.
So you are one of them.
Claudia did all that? Look, I was just hired to find you. I'm not on anybody's side. I don't know anything about this. Why don't you start by telling me what happened here? And that monster. What the hell was that?
I don't know any more than you do. All I know is that things are getting really screwy around here, and I got a weird feeling it's got something to do with me. Maybe you're just an innocent bystander, but I can't feel sorry for you because you dragged me into this. You know, if you hadn't found me...
What are you talking about? What's so special about you anyway?
If I knew that, I wouldn't be so confused, would I? But I know there's something. Something I've been running from and forgot for a long time. How did I remember that?
What's wrong?
Nothing.
Where are you going?
I'm taking the subway home.
What should I do?
Hell if I know.
I love that. Proper teenage girl response to a 50-year-old man asking, 50-something-year-old man asking, what should I do? How should I know? Alright, so before I get into, whoops, the subways, I am going to take a short break. 1 second. Let me catch up on chat here. Saw a question. Yeah, MTX. Forgot Silent Hill 3 had the extreme difficulties. How big is the difference in terms of gameplay? It mostly, like, once you get through each of the extreme difficulties, it essentially comes down to how much damage enemies do and how much health they have for you to, you know, that you have to deplete. So there are more enemies added up to a certain point, but after a certain extreme level, it's not like significant where there's a bunch new enemies or a lot more or anything like that. It's mostly just how difficult the enemies are, how aggressive and how fast they are. With a couple of bosses, it changes the way they attack and the types of attacks they use slightly. So there's some changes and things, but it's not quite as significant as you might think. Mostly health values. Anyway, I am going to take a short break, grab myself a drink, use the restroom, stretch my legs a bit, and then we will continue on through the through the subway. So I'll be back in a moment. All right. Subway time. Let me catch up on chat here. Yeah, night's going good so far, K-Man. Time to re-listen to Silent Hill 2 and 3 OSTs again, and 4 for Mary Elizabeth. 4 for Mary Elizabeth? That's a funny way to spell Joe Ramersa. Alright. Oh, can't forget. Best thing about the subways? Minmo. I love how, like, Heather's, like, creeping animation when she's wearing the bulletproof vest and strafing. Growing strong and healthy. Minmo. The best cat food. I still remember my first time playing this game. I was so hopelessly lost in the subway for such a long time. There's a newspaper left on top of the ticket machine. Fatal accident at Hazel Street. At about 11 p.m. on the 4th, a man waiting on the platform at the Hazel Street station fell onto the tracks and was decapitated by the arriving St. Renata college-bound train. The victim died instantly. While police have not yet determined whether the death was an accident or suicide, witnesses report that the victim did not look inebriated and seemed to jump off the platform deliberately. The victim's identity is still unknown. He was approximately 40 years old, 5 feet 10 inches tall, and was wearing a black jacket. This newspaper is 4 months old. What's it doing here now? There's a subway map here, but even without looking at this, I still know my way home. I just need to get on the Bergen Street train at platform 3. Bergen Street. A reference to Jacob's Ladder, where Jacob's subway stop to get home is on Bergen Street. This is another one of those moments where I just like to talk about how much detail there is in this game. Look at how many little unique props and textures. The little poster on the wall, the stereo, with like stacks of tapes above it. Like all these little things inside this room, you can't get in this room. Like it's locked on both sides. There's no way to get in there. They could have easily just fogged over the glass to where you just can't see in there and have a completely unrendered room inside or whatever. But like, no, look at all those little details. There's pictures and stuff hanging there on the shelf. Little tiny TV, a calendar, and there's little markings and stuff like that on the calendar. So much attention to detail for things that you're going to run past for 2 seconds, you know? But yeah, no way in there. Just a room with a bunch of unique little props and things. They do that later in the Otherworld office area. Yeah. Yeah. But even then, there is hidden shit. Yeah, exactly. It's not fogged over in the sense that it's completely obscured so that they don't have to put anything there. It's intentionally obscured so that you're left wondering what is in there. A row of phone booths, but they're all broken. Again, memories of my very first playthrough. Wandering around. I imagine a lot of you play survival horror games the same way I do when I play a survival horror game for the first time. I look at everything. Like, I meticulously will go through a room and I'll be like, what is this? What is this? What is this? What is this? And, like, look at absolutely everything. And I can remember doing that, running through this room, kind of clearing everything out, and then approaching the phones. And that sudden phone ring got me to jump. The chains holding the doors together are secured with a bolt and nut. The nut is screwed on tight. I can't turn it with my hands. On nuts. I love the wall bump animation. So she doesn't say anything about this save point. Unfortunately, not every save point gets dialogue for whatever reason. But at least a majority of them do. Fire doors are locked. They'd be tough to open, so forget it. If it's just for going in and out, I should use the small door at the end. Boom. I read this a long time ago. It's a nothing little occult magazine. Seemed like a bunch of crap to me. It's not so bad if you just read it for fun, though. The souls of those who died suddenly by suicide or accident don't realize they're dead. Sometimes they stay put and haunt that particular place. These spirits have lost their human senses and memories and can only keep replaying the pain and sadness of the moment they died. The pain can get so bad that they turn to humans for salvation, or they begrudge humans their lives. At such times, they can possess humans. Places known as famous suicide spots or high accident areas are often to blame. You should be careful when approaching such locations, especially on the day or at the time the death occurred. That is, if you don't want it to happen to you too. So, there's an extra little sequence that can happen here. And in order to trigger this, you have to read that newspaper that was back up where I first came into the subway, and then this little occult magazine, and then come down here. Rip. So you do have time to climb up there, but I like showing the death scene of getting hit by the train as well. It's another thing that this game has got quite a few of, is some unique death sequences. If you die in specific areas or by specific means. So I'll show off several of those as well. Yes, yes, you're a dog. Oh. Oh. The path is blocked with trash. I can't get through here. Got a nutcracker. Rusty and impossible to turn. This is for cracking open nuts. Oh crap, that's not where I need to be. Here we go. Some more stuff down here to look at. The path is blocked with trash, can't go through here. And there is... a pair of legs and a bunch of blood. Is someone sleeping here? All this red stuff around here is blood. This guy's not sleeping. Why am I not the least bit surprised? I think that nightmare's numbed my senses a little. CBT is allowed on Twitch now? The more you know. What is CBT? Ah, dog. Fun fact, his top half is in the real world, bottom half is in this dimension. Fun fact, there are no separate dimensions in Silent Hill. Not in the first 4 games, anyway. I guess technically in the first 3, Silent Hill 4 kind of does that, even though it's, I don't know, a bit of a gray area. Used a nutcracker. Cracked the nut. It's a gift wrap box. Could it be a birthday present? No, I guess not. Nobody I know would give me something this gross. Who calls a shotgun gross? But I'll take it anyway. It should come in handy against the monsters. It's also the first hint we get towards Heather's birthday. There's stepladder and wheelbarrows blocking the way. I can't get through. Here's the most frustrating door in the whole game, at least for me. This is just a fire door. It doesn't lead anywhere. It's just a fire door. It doesn't lead anywhere. It's an emergency exit. It's not locked. It's not jammed. The door is open. We're just not going to go through it because it doesn't go anywhere. Except for maybe outside. I mean, maybe. But we don't want to go outside. We want to go to Bergen Street and get on the subway and go home. That doesn't mean we can't go explore, Heather. I love how they do the lighting and the camera angle here to just be like, hey, why don't you come check out this door? The exits for fire only. Makes sense. So this scene right here is why I like showing the death scene of getting hit by the train first. Because they set it up in such a way that normally when you're exploring through the subway your first time, if you've never played the game before, at some point you're going to inevitably try dropping onto the tracks and running to another part of the station that way. And it will promptly send a train at you to kill you. So usually by this point of running around the subways, most new players have been hit by the train at least once and seen that sequence. So it's a little bit of a freak out to examine the door, avoid the dogs, know that the train is coming, and climb up onto the platform. And there's that moment where the scene starts and looks exactly the same as if you're about to get hit by the train. And then at the last second it cuts and shows Heather up on the platform. So it kind of fakes you out for a little bit. Like, did you get hit or did you make it up in time? Maybe Blaustein made a translation error on the fire door? It doesn't seem like a translation error. It just seems... It seems like the idea behind it was just... Heather has a designated place that she's going to go. She has a goal. And the emergency exit would not lead her that way. But it just seems bizarre to me that they wouldn't make up an excuse for why you don't go through there. Like, they could have easily just said it was jammed or blocked or whatever. But it doesn't seem like a translation error. What a story, K-Man. Although, to be fair, I've had light bulbs like break and pop while I'm like next to them or near them. It can be kind of freaky when you're not expecting it. That symbol's drawn on the floor. Hope I don't get cursed just by stepping on it. Again, there are some cool, unique death sequences at certain parts of this game that I just want to show off. That's another one. Not a lot of people know you can even go to the back of the train and you can jump off and die. Something else not a lot of people know. When you go into each new part of the train and try to go back, the cart you were just in is gone. Oh, that's not good. Get out of my way. But like, literally as you go through the train, it's vanishing behind you. Oh. Just let me through. Why is your hitbox so wide? Oh boy, S. Brown is back. Kicked in the dick. I think he might be schizophrenic. I think it's just a bored individual on the internet. Doors are shut tightly. Can't pull them apart either. This must be the first car. I can't see the next car through the frosted window. All I see is the track. Wait a minute. There's no place for the conductor. So how does it run? Or did the car before it already go on ahead? I didn't hear or feel it if it did. Anyway, it's obviously pointless to stay on this train any longer. So there was no front of the train, no conductor, and each car of the train was vanishing as you stepped away from it. Obviously, it was the Dragon Gang. I don't know if there's any actual significance or anything to it, but there's also graffiti in Silent Hill 2 that says Dragon in the apartments. That old pattern's painted in here among the graffiti. Looks like it was just put here, too. But by whom? And why does my head... So much nope. Nope, nope. Open the door. Oh. Got hit because I bumped the wall. Actually. Okay. Probably just start burning some of these handgun bullets. Oh, the dodge. Here we go. So this is where we're at, the underpass. We're kind of making our way to, like, the sewers underneath the subway. But it's still following the same Bergen Street line. So the idea is that hopefully it'll still lead to Heather's neighborhood. Got a mall. Helmets? Should I take them with me? Nah, never mind. It's pretty geeky looking. Does the underpass mentally represent anything? No. It is just an underpass. Again, I was talking a lot more about kind of the significance of places and details and environments of Silent Hill 2, because so much of Silent Hill 2 is being affected by the characters in the game and their subconscious. So we're seeing much more of the world being affected by James's subconscious, Angela's subconscious, Eddie's subconscious, and that's constantly affecting everything. There's a lot more symbolism to take from everything. But Silent Hill 2 was unique in that aspect. Silent Hill 1, Silent Hill 3, Silent Hill 4, there are psychological elements, and there is obviously symbolism in enemy design and bosses and things like that, but for like the places that we're in, these are real places that exist. Obviously, they're being affected by the god growing inside of Heather, which is why there's monsters manifested, and the places are sometimes perceived in more rundown states than they actually are. But it's not like Silent Hill 2 when you're in like the prison where the town has completely manifested this area representing the character's subconscious. This game is not like that. As said, Silent Hill 2 was unique in that aspect. But that uniqueness of Silent Hill 2 somehow, well, not somehow, I know how, but it became sort of the stigma for the overall series, that everything is symbolic and significant in every way. And that was the case in Silent Hill 2, but as said, for the other games, it's more... how can I put it? Like in Silent Hill 1, it's just a supernatural story, and you're literally finding everything out the same way as Harry. Harry doesn't know anything about the cult. He doesn't know anything about the rituals. So as he learns stuff, the player learns stuff. But nothing is, like, psychologically relevant to Harry. There are obviously lots of psychological elements to the game that reflect parts of Alessa's mind. But yeah, not the way that Silent Hill 2 does it. Yeah, exactly. Silent Hill 2, everyone is seeing things in different ways, perceiving things in different ways. In Silent Hill 1, everyone is experiencing the same nightmare. Kaufman is seeing the same things as Harry. They're seeing the same things as Sybil. In this game, we've already seen that Douglas is seeing the same nightmare as Heather after she leaves the mall. And Douglas is asking, like, what was all that? So these are people experiencing the same nightmare. They're not all experiencing their own unique, subconscious fears manifested around them that only they can see. As said, that idea and that aspect is fairly unique to Silent Hill 2. And then they copied that for everything after 4. And that's why it became the stigma of the series, is because they just tried to copy the formula of Silent Hill 2 over and over and over again. Once the series was in the hands of Western developers. Always like that there are baby versions of the monsters. That's a good point, and I'm glad you brought that up. So, we started off seeing the small numb bodies, and I explained that they're supposed to kind of represent these undeveloped or underdeveloped fetuses, much like the god fetus that is growing inside of Heather. And keep in mind that as the game is progressing and Heather's going through these environments, the god is steadily growing inside of her. So, in that aspect, as we progress, we also start to see different variations on the monsters. The numb bodies, representing those underdeveloped fetuses, are now growing in size the same way that the god is growing inside of Heather. Travis is like Silent Hill 2. This is the Silent Hill 2 formula that gets copied. Protagonist who, either through psychosis or amnesia, or traumatic stress or whatever, has forgotten some, or is blocking out some traumatic event in their life, and they are working out their own personal inner demons by the means of Silent Hill to discover what it is that they blocked out from their life. Travis Grady blocked out his crazy mother, his father's suicide, and he's working through all of that and all of his personal demons that stemmed from that as you go through Origins. Alex Shepard doesn't remember that he was in a mental hospital. His psychosis makes him believe that he was in a military hospital after being in the service, and he's working out his own inner demons, his guilt for killing his brother Josh. That is the formula that just gets copied over and over and over. Harry's not working out his personal demons in Silent Hill 1. He's discovering everything as you discover it. It's not about him. Heather, she's working out some personal issues as she goes through this, but there's also an overall encompassing supernatural storyline that's going on with the cult involvement and how the god is affecting things. And yeah, it's a part of the story, but it's not the main thing. Silent Hill 4 is Henry is the least involved in the story of Silent Hill 4. It's got nothing to do with him or his inner turmoil or anything like that. But then everything after 4, as said, it's just copying that formula. They wanted something to be as successful as Silent Hill 2, and they couldn't help but just try to copy that formula to try to recapture that success. And it never paid off because Silent Hill 2 did it well enough that it's difficult to kind of top that. And once Silent Hill 2 did it, fans kind of expect it, so things became predictable. But they were too scared to branch away from that and try anything genuinely unique. Anyway. This is some more dialogue that I like. Some more insight into Heather's character. Just something small that I like that none of the other protagonists really ever talk about or mention. This locker is filled with junk. So there's plenty of times in the other games where you find something and the character's just like, this is junk or this is useless to me. But Heather, she gives a little bit more to it. No, it's not junk. It looks like somebody's stuff. Like, she actually has the time to be like, no, this is useless to me, but it's not just junk. This is somebody's stuff, even if I never see them, even in the midst of all this crazy stuff going on. She kind of still has the mindset of, like, I don't know, respect for other people. Tom Hewlett, I mean, like, Tom, honestly, I've seen a lot of stuff that Tom has, like, posted recently since he's parted ways with Konami and everything, and he seems like a really genuine, nice guy, and, you know, he's a big fan of a lot of other games and series, and, you know, he is a Silent Hill fan. The problem is, he's kind of your general run-of-the-mill Silent Hill fan, like, enough to recognize certain aspects of the games, but not enough to really understand them at a level that's necessary if you're trying to expand on that story. Like, he definitely has shown that he's a fan and that he understands the games to a certain aspect, but not at the level you need to understand them to be able to make another game, let alone several games in the series. Put kerosene in the fuel tank. I'd forgotten there's tiers of fandom. There is. There absolutely is. Especially if you're talking about people who are going to be in charge for working on a series or continuing a series, and you're trying to get people who are fans, you know, to be involved in those projects. They can't be your general fan that doesn't understand this, what Pyramid Head is, or the significance of why the enemy designs are the way that they are, why the atmosphere is done the way that it is. If you just kind of don't have this grasp of a lot of the more finer points of the series, you shouldn't be making games to continue the series. Oh yeah, best cutscene in the game. Let's watch this cable get pulled across this pulley. Blame Konami? I mean, Tom is definitely not the only one to blame, and in a lot of cases, he was limited by things that Konami would have imposed onto him. Konami has a lot of the blame as well. It was up to Konami to decide the staff and the teams who were going to be working on the games. Konami was ultimately the final say in everything. But, as said, he isn't blameless either. But as said, at this point, it's all said and done. He's not a part of the series anymore. The series is not a part of the series anymore. Can't really complain too much about a couple of bad games in an overall dead series now. Because, hey, we still got these. You can still play the originals. You can enjoy the hell out of them. You gonna keep chasing me like this? Alright, Hawk, enjoy your lurk. . Yeah, I actually read that bomb guide. Tom was against putting Pyramid Head in Homecoming, but Tom also said he was the one who went in and made Homecoming confusing again. Which may have something to do with how nonsensical bits of that game's story became. So, like, yes, he was enough of a fan to, like, recognize one aspect, but not enough to, I guess, steer the game in enough of the correct direction. But again, I wasn't there. I don't know how much control he actually had, how much input anyone really had on each of the projects. I'm just going to look at this slurper hanging out down there in the poop water. Yeah, Death Stranding's got nothing to do with Silent Hill. Now that's a lot of garbage. Where the hell did it come from? I guess this is all the stuff that gets tossed out into the sewers. He did. He did want to put Laura in Homecoming. The character of Elle was originally supposed to be Laura as an adult. I'm just wasting my time looking around here. Better get going. Even so, it really stinks. It's going straight from my nose to my head. Hair dryer. Still usable. Nothing that looks useful in the cardboard box. There's a deodorant inside, but it would probably be a waste of energy. Heather does not wear deodorant, confirmed. A wheelchair? Why would a wheelchair be thrown out here? There's a wheelchair. It's officially Silent Hill. Just look at monsters like these and wonder if there's a more creative way to overcome them than bullets being the ultimate problem solver. You could run away. Or you could shoot them with lasers out of your eyes. You can hit them with a lightsaber. You can stab them with a katana. Whatever you think's more appropriate or creative. There's something written on the notebook. Here's the Silent Hill spin-off game that I want. I want a video game about the guys who left this note. The guys who were working in the sewers. There's a monster in the water. The bastards killed 2 of my buddies. I should never have doubted that old urban legend about alligators in the sewers. That was no myth. But no one believes me. They were drunk and slipped. We're not that damn stupid. Even calling it a monster isn't quite right. This is something else. All I know is, something's in there. I'm going in now to beat that thing's head in. If you find this note, consider it my will. Revenge is futile, or so you may think, reading this, but Jose and Jaime were my best buddies. Wish I knew how to do the deed. Guns won't work underwater. Even my famous knife work won't do much. If only I had a hand grenade. How badass these guys are. Famous knife work and hand grenades. Fighting monsters in the sewers. Danger. Keep out. This was probably pasted on that door there. I can see where it fell off. Again, I like the detail where you can actually see the change in the color of the door where the sign was. I think that's supposed to be Jamie. No, it's not. Jose and Jaime are very common Spanish origin names. Speaking from experience as a lifelong Texas citizen and knowing many Jose's and Jaime's throughout my life, it is absolutely Jose and Jaime. Yeah, I saved. Tentacle monster. Again, some cool death sequences throughout this game that I just love to show off. In fact, I'm going to show one more here. It's not like an actual death sequence, but it's funny. Oh, come on. Look at her just plank. Planking before it was cool. Planking was never cool. This is a regular New Game. Pipe Fairy's only on New Game Plus, so we're not showing that today. Sometime probably in September, I'm going to go through and do New Game Plus playthroughs, story playthroughs of each of the games to show off UFO endings and extra endings, things like that. But not this week. This week is just regular New Game playthroughs to talk about the main overall plot of each game. Gonzalez Mexican restaurant. You know, I think that restaurant is actually based on a real restaurant in the San Bruno, California area, if I'm not mistaken. One of these days, I'm going to get out to San Bruno and go explore and see if anything is still similar, any building fronts, streets, things like that, that I can find as references. I actually did that a couple years back. I went to Maine to see a lot of the other places that Silent Hill 1 and parts of this game were based on, such as the mall that's here is based on a large mall that's in Portland. I can't remember the name of the actual mall, but it's based on a big major mall that's in Portland, Maine. I also went to Cushing, Maine, and saw the Olson house, which is the actual house that the Gillespie house was based on. So that was cool. And then I spent some time in Freeport, Maine, where there is a lot of inspiration as well for like the layout of Silent Hill 1. There's like the Andy's bookstore. I actually saw Andy's Books and Stationery and a couple places like that. So I did that a couple years ago. It was a lot of fun kind of walking around and finding similar places and some of the things that were inspirations for areas around Silent Hill. But that would be the next place I'd love to go and check out, would be San Bruno. The main mall. I mean, that's probably it. The mall had gone... It had obviously been under a lot of changes since they probably took inspiration from it. But the like fountain area was very, very similar. The fountain area that you wind up in after you kill the Splitworm was a part of that mall. Again, it was obviously looked like it had all been like renovated and stuff, but you could see the similarities. Yeah, the school from Kindergarten Cop is that school in Astoria, Oregon. That would be really cool to like get to see and take a tour of as well. I'd love to get a picture out in front, like on the archway with the stairs and everything. Oh, that'd be amazing. One day. The wall color looks a little different here, and the material is different too. Might break if it's hit hard enough. Oops. I can see legs. I think I'll just leave it alone. There's nothing I can do right now. Normally I'd report it to the police or something, but I guess that's not possible. Even if it was, I've got bigger things to worry about right now. I skipped a little dialogue there on accident. It's because of the way this game works. Whenever there's text on the screen, any button will advance the text. So if you're still like holding up to move, sometimes text will just like flash on the screen and then be gone, and you're not able to bring it up again. But she mentions the legs behind the wall in that dialogue that I accidentally missed. And she mentions that it reminds her of the movie Black Cat, The Black Cat, which is based on, originally I believe it was an Edgar Allan Poe story, which is what this is a reference to. Although for a long time, even still, this has been mistakenly referred to as a mention of Solid Snake, because this is where you pick up the silencer. And obviously it's a reference to Solid Snake and his trademark yellow pants. The whole reason we have, I think that was Sam Barlow? Who wrote the guide for Silent Hill 3? Or, no. Dan Burlew. I think it was Dan Burlew who wrote the guide and made a mention in the official strategy guide saying, you know, that was a reference to Metal Gear Solid, which was not true at all, but it gets put in a guide and then, you know, everyone believes it. Cask of Amontillado. I think it's just called the Black Cat. But honestly, I'm not as well versed. Ugh, a filthy mattress. Drop it into that hole. This is the mattress I threw down before. Don't need that anymore. Nah, pick it up. Put it in your inventory. Walk around with it. What? That was a weird bump animation. I, like, managed to bump something there, but keep moving forward. It's a mannequin catalog. I guess this is the reception area for a mannequin company. Oh boy. Mannequins! Because mannequins in Silent Hill games are always a good time. Here's a mannequin with no head or legs. I know it's just an inanimate object, but I'm still a little nervous. Afraid, maybe. Here's a mannequin with no head or legs. The cardboard box is filled with arms and legs for mannequins. This is the only mannequin with a head. There's something weird about the headless ones. Like they can still see me or something. Ugh. Really? There's something weird about the headless ones, but not the one with a head. Nothing weird there. It's a mannequin body. I know it's not real, but it's still creepy. This box is filled with mannequin heads. I think I'll pass on this one. So there's a little bit of a random sound effect there. The scream that you hear during this part can actually be one of two screams. It will be Heather Morris's voice, which is the scream that you just heard. Or it will be another voice actress. I believe it's the voice actress who voices the nurses later on in Brookhaven. But it's randomized, which scream you'll hear. This is blood. Hey, Electric Pop. There we go. So we're in the office building, formerly known as Hilltop Center. The drawer is open just a smidge. Must be rusted or something. I can't pull it out any further. Poe really liked that idea of bodies or body parts in walls and floors. Yeah. Definitely a recurring theme in several of his stories. There are cleaning goods here. There's not much I can do with them. What are you talking about? This place is filthy. There's plenty you can do with cleaning supplies. It's not worth it. Gallery of Fine Arts. Let's go get cultured and shit. Its title is Repressor of Memories. What the hell kind of title is that? I don't get this picture at all. Little bit of a tongue-in-cheek joke there, considering Heather herself is suffering from repressed memories from her life, or lives, as Alessa and Cheryl. Hey, Orpheus. There's a price written here. Let's see. 5,000? 5 whole thousand? Dollars? Euros? Pounds? Simoleons? Yen? Man, what a world. Now this is a calm, relaxing picture. Mountain. Nice and simple. I think it's a quiet mountain. 5,000 bitcoins. A ceramic pot. Not really my style. It's too big to use as a vase. Painted plate here. Nothing special. Looks like there was a picture here before, only the caption's still around. Flame purifies all. Flame, eh? Well, I don't know what kind of picture used to be here, but I'm not too fond of fire. It's scary somehow. Again, little elements of Heather's personality, such as her fear of fire, stemming from her life as Alessa. Got the screwdriver, so we can go back and open up that drawer. Ninja sword here. Awesome. Katana's actually a decent weapon. It definitely works really well. I'm curious to see if I can cheese out the final boss with it. It's a very, very specific trick you can use, but I'm going to give it a shot when we get there. Whoosh percent? I wish. Sadly, swinging the sword in Silent Hill 3 does not move you forward. Otherwise, I would have already been doing whoosh percent runs of this. What time zone am I on? I am on Central Daylight Time. I usually try to start my streams... I'm a night owl, though, so I usually start my streams around 11 p.m. Central Daylight Time. I can understand it's impossible for some people to keep up, but I mean... regardless of what time I stream, it will always be a bad time for somebody. So, I mean, I just stream when it's convenient for me. Yep, Silent Hill 4 will be tomorrow night. Oh, come on. Leave me be. Been searching for something like this on YouTube for years. Well, there definitely are some story playthroughs and things like that on YouTube, and there's some other people on Twitch that do in-depth story playthroughs as well. Three Dog does that on his solo channel. Every once in a while, he does the Silent Hill games, and Three Dog is every bit as knowledgeable, if not more so, on a lot of these games than I am, and does really, really great analysis and commentary. And Eternal Enigma does story playthroughs and stuff like that as well. Maxi Lobes does some really good in-depth story playthroughs and stuff, so I feel like there's more of it on Twitch than there is on YouTube, but then again, I don't necessarily go out of my way looking for story playthroughs on YouTube, really. So maybe there are some out there that I'm just not really aware of. I have a YouTube, and I've got story playthroughs of 1, 2, 3, 4, and Shattered Memories on there. Orpheus, thank you for the host. Alright, so I picked up, got a jack, and got a rope. Alright. I'm just gonna give you like 20 minutes to give everybody a break from whatever it is you're posting over and over in chat. I'm sorry, I need a break from that nonsense. I mean, I was trying to be really patient. I had considered doing the same thing last night during the Silent Hill 2 playthrough, but I had faith that maybe this person was just trolling and would eventually start, you know, contributing something more to chat other than nonsense. But they literally sound like a bot that's speaking nonsense. Probably a foreigner or something. I don't know. I said it's hard to tell. There are plenty of foreigners who are regulars in the chat that I know for a fact. We've had people who are not native English speakers who use like auto translate and stuff like that to try to communicate, and it still makes more sense than everything S. Brown was saying. Anyway, moving on. Let's not focus on it. I talked earlier about a lawsuit between Thessaly Lerner and Konami that resulted in the Silent Hill 1 audio clips that are in this game being removed from the PC version, which is what I'm playing here. And this is another one of those missing audio clips. Normally, you would hear Harry Mason's voice during this, talking about the other world. It's being invaded by the other world. But again, because of that lawsuit, all of those voice clips were taken out of the PC version, so it'll be missing. I'll do it myself.
I knew it.
It's being invaded by the other world. By a world of someone's nightmarish delusions come to life.
Oh no, not again. Did she do this too?
I'm twisting the handle, but nothing's coming out. So, just like before, Heather seems to grip her stomach and double over in pain. And that pain, that feeling she's getting is that God inside of her growing, becoming ever more real. And as it does, it is affecting reality around Heather. Which is how we keep winding up in these nightmare segments. The demon fetus. Some handgun bullets. The mummy-like thing in the wheelchair is just a doll. Or is it? Something about it makes me uneasy. Why, I wonder? And why is there a wheelchair in this building? Or a doll, for that matter? There's a doll in the wheelchair. I have a bad feeling about it. I like that she has a bad feeling about it, and yet it's not it's not like something that becomes an enemy or is especially significant later on or anything. It's just to kind of set up that here's something creepy, and Heather doesn't like it. She doesn't even comment on this. And this itself, we see these people, things around fairly often. They actually also showed up in Silent Hill 1, mounted to walls. And I never actually knew, I never understood what specifically they are supposed to represent. They look similar in their body appearance to Valtiel, but they are not Valtiel. I don't think they're supposed to be similar deities either. It seems like if they were, there would be something a bit more significant about them. But again, it's hard to say. And it's one of those things that I feel is left to be something disturbing that you can sort of think about and speculate on. Cult members? Yeah, that's what I used to think as well, Eriku. If it was references to members of the cult who have been sacrificed or something else. Yeah, the fact that it's helping a child, or that it seems to be helping this child, Is it really, though? I mean, that's one way to interpret it. It definitely seems staged and set up that way to seem like it's helping and it's holding up that baby. Maybe the same way that Valtiel is essentially trying to help tend to Heather and the birth of the god. Shut your ass, Sigma. Yellow herb. I mean withering plant. I don't know what kind of plant this is, but it's withering away. Poor thing. Oh, there's something here. Find the Holy One. Kill her. That's me. Who could have taken this photo? Considering the background looks like that's still the mall, one would assume that this photo was taken by Douglas, who was hired to find Heather. He's a detective. Find the Holy One, kill her, question mark. So that brings up an interesting question. Who wrote that on the back of the photograph? Did Douglas? Douglas even does make an attempt later on. He points a gun at Heather and implies maybe killing her is the only way to end all of this, but he's only driven to that point after everything that they've already learned and experienced. Douglas is still fairly unaware of a lot of the greater picture that's going on at this point. So, could stand to reason that it was written by Claudia, who hired Douglas, or maybe even Vincent, who we're about to meet. It's a shame Ito rarely has anything to say about 3's designs on Twitter. Yeah, I agree. He has commented on some things. For example, we're about to come across the images of the smiling mouth and the bleeding ears. And at least Ito has commented on some things like that to try to give some insight as to kind of what they represent and mean. But yeah, Ito talks a lot more about Silent Hill 2, I notice, and revealing kind of tidbits of information about the designs and aspects of that game much more often than he does with 3. But I do like the occasional things that he has shared on Twitter about 3. I think my personal favorite is the origin of the Raijin, the God of Lightning, extra costume that you can get in this game for New Game Plus. And apparently that design stemmed from a concept art image where they were working out that design as and depicted Heather holding the katana while wearing that outfit, and that was inspired by the trailer for the first Kill Bill movie. So as I said, little bits of information every once in a while that Ito shares, and it's not necessarily something significant to the meaning of the game, but it's still interesting to know. All right.
Heather. That's what you're called now, isn't it?
And who are you?
The name's Vincent. Don't forget it, okay? I'm on your side.
So you say. But how do I know you're not with her?
Her? You mean Claudia? Please don't lump me together with her. She was totally brainwashed by that crazy old hag. Well, I guess crazy old hag is a bit harsh. She is your mother, after all.
My mother? What do you mean?
You don't remember? Ah, so Harry didn't tell you anything. I guess he hid the truth to keep you on his side. Eh? That figures. He's a pretty sneaky guy.
Don't talk about my dad like that!
Sorry. I apologize. Please, calm down.
How do you know my father anyway?
I know everything. I know about your past, too.
Then tell me what's going on.
You don't know even that?
That's why I'm asking. If you know everything, then tell me how I can put an end to this.
Not yet. Why not enjoy yourself a bit longer?
Enjoy? I feel like I'm going crazy. Doesn't this place get to you at all?
Oh, it gets to me all right. I find it most fascinating. Wait! I'm not finished talking!
I knew you were on her side.
How do you figure?
There's something wrong with you, too.
Yep. But yeah, Minity. It's pretty inconvenient. Konami could make so much money if they would just release the Steam, or the PC ports of 2, 3, and 4 via Steam, or Good Old Games or something, but yeah, they only ever got physical releases. Ito wasn't the lead art director for 2, was he? Tsuboyama was the lead art director. Ito did monster design and Otherworld design. There's nothing worthwhile on the desk. So this is another change due to hard riddle difficulty. I just picked up Oxidol, which I'm going to need to mix later with meat and fire in order to make a bigger fire. Normally, if you're on like normal or easy riddle difficulty, you get a book right here that gives you a clue of how to combine those things in order to make oxygen, and which you use to ignite and start a bigger fire. But on hard riddle, you don't get any hand-holding, no hint. Other than what's on the item descriptions. Oh, Jesus. All right. So people fairly often ask me, what is your favorite monster in Silent Hill? This is it. This is my favorite monster. I mean, it doesn't attack you. It's not necessarily an enemy. But this cute little fella is known as the Glutton. And I feel like this enemy in particular just sort of encompasses everything I love about Silent Hill 3 and its enemy design and the overall aesthetic of these games in general. The fact that you can have something semi-recognizable, it has human-like feet hanging out of the bottom and like a human-like mouth on the circular part. But at the same time, what is that circular face part? The large swollen mouth, the swollen limbs, or whatever they are that's keeping it there. You have this sort of morbid curiosity of, what the hell is this thing? And also, I don't want to go anywhere near it. And I feel like this enemy design pretty much encapsulates that feeling perfectly. Which is why I consider this my favorite enemy design. It's so freaky looking. So I'm going to turn my radio off for a bit, just to remove some of the background noise while I read this fairy tale. Kind of pity it for some reason. That's another thing that Silent Hill does, and this game in particular, where it puts creatures in situations where you do sort of feel sorry for them at times. There is the creature that's referred to as the pathetic thing that's like hanging upside down in a locker in Otherworld Brookhaven. And you have like the nurse, Fukuro, that's being strangled and abused, I guess, by Valtiel through various parts later on. Anyway. Once upon a time, there was a monster living at the gates of a village. It was a very scary and a very bad monster. It would catch people and crunch them up with its big teeth. The villagers were afraid of the monster, and no one would dare approach the gates. Everyone was stuck inside the village. When the king heard about this, he summoned his knights. The knights eagerly rode out to defeat the monster. Ha! Take that! Their swords slashed, and their spears flashed, but the monster wouldn't die. The monster tossed the knights into its mouth, one by one, horses and all. What was the king to do? He fretted and fussed and paced the floor, but could think of no solution. Soon after, the village priestess came to the castle. She was a very kind and good person. The king asked her to defeat the monster guarding the gates. The book's torn. The rest is missing. I remember reading this a long time ago. I think I borrowed it from someone. I don't remember how it ended, though. Didn't I read the story through to the end? So this is our monster at the gates. And the very idea of this fairy tale, this storybook, sort of influencing the nightmare around Heather, I feel like is a very intentional parallel to Silent Hill 1, where Alessa's favorite fairy tales and books would affect the way that things in the nightmare would appear. The appearances of creatures, the types of puzzles that you come across. So again, I feel like that's another good parallel worth pointing out between this and Silent Hill 1. For some reason, the only thing in the fridge is liver. Hope it's not rotten. The fridge is empty, obviously. All that's left is a red blood stain and one god-awful bloody stench. I just want these shotgun shells, buddy. Don't worry about me. Got the matchbook. Again, here's another little short bit of dialogue that kind of gives a little more information into Heather's past and personality. No more cigarettes for me. I quit for good. So, first off, it's odd that there's even a cigarette that's like in the ashtray still smoking. Like, who was here? Who was smoking? But more importantly, Heather's reaction to this. No more cigarettes for me, I quit for good. Heather's only 17, and yet she's already had, at some point in her life, been a smoker and quit. Just to give an idea of kind of her troubled youth. And again, talking about it earlier, that she's no angel. Oh, Slurper. Slurpers! Get off. Oh my god. The Slurpers have the freakiest mouths if you view their model. If you're referring to, like, the snout, that's actually not part of them. At least, it doesn't look like it. If you look at the Slurper models really close, they have, like, a human... They look like men where their limbs have been amputated and then, like, sewn off at, like, the elbow and the knee. And the elongated part of the face, it looks like a mask that's been, like, stitched onto a human head. They're definitely really creepy when you look at them up close. And you never really get too much opportunity to do that in the game. Yeah, so there you go. You can see there's, like, the tone of the flesh of the head, and there's, like, an ear. You can see it's got, like, what looks like a human ear kind of on it. And then the front part of it kind of looks like it was stuck onto the head. Even the lower half of it is, like, wearing pants. And now you can see the teeth at the end of the part on its head. Such a freaky looking creature. Well, the main reason I wanted to clear this out was mostly to look at this. There's a big sheet of glass in the way. There was some other dialogue there, but I missed it trying to kill the enemies and accidentally examine this. But mostly I wanted to point out this because it's a reference to a film called Session 9. Again, just trying to point out as many of the more blatant references and things that are throughout the game that I can. Just like the Bergen Street Jacob's Ladder reference in the subway. And there are a lot more subtle, like, references and influences throughout the game. And throughout the series in general, Team Silent had a lot of respect for the different media that they pulled inspiration from, and they usually like to kind of give a nod towards all of it throughout their games. But some of these are a little more blatant, like the Session 9 reference, the Bergen Street reference, and so on. The picture that was here is gone. Now there's just the caption. Vase here, nothing inside, and nothing interesting otherwise. A vase is broken here on the floor. Looks expensive too. What a waste. So this was the Flame Purifies All painting that was missing. There's a caption under the picture. Flame purifies all. By these remains may a person find the road to paradise. I've seen this picture before. No, wait. I've never seen it. But I do know it, somehow. Of course you know it. Because what we're seeing is the cult's painting of one of their beliefs, a depiction of the burning of Saint Alessa. And again, the idea of this painting is triggering that subconscious memory that Heather has of her fear of fire from being burned as Alessa. All right. So I was talking a little bit about this a moment ago, how Masahiro Ito has commented on the significance of these images that we see recurring throughout the game at this point. There's the mouth seemingly open in laughter, and a series of images of bleeding ears. And Ito describes the meaning of these as being a reference to Alessa's shrieking insanity. The idea that the memory of Alessa and the aspect of Alessa that still remains through Heather, all that's left of Alessa, has gone mad at this point. That Alessa has essentially lost herself. Which makes sense. I mean, she does not physically exist anymore. She exists only as an aspect of Heather now, in this new sort of incarnation. And just as a little bit of additional trivia, yeah, they look like surgical clamps. Not necessarily scissors. But yeah, a little bit more kind of trivia on the mouth itself. That mouth is actually the mouth of Marilyn Monroe. It's been digitally edited. The most notable edit you can see, other than like the blood and stuff smeared on the chin, is the nose. There are no nostrils. but this is taken from a famous headshot or portrait of Marilyn Monroe and digitally altered. Initially, a lot of people thought that this was Lisa Garland's mouth or Sybil Bennett's mouth, similar to an image of Sybil laughing from the blooper reel of Silent Hill 1 and the cover of the soundtrack, which shows Lisa Garland with a similar open-mouth smile. But if you take the images and compare them, they are not exact. Whereas if you compare this image to the photo of Marilyn Monroe that I'm referring to, you can see that they are nearly identical. You can obviously see where it's been altered, but you can tell that that was the original source that they used for the image. What might this be? The rest of that fairy tale I read earlier? The priestess accepted the king's request and went to the village gates. But when she saw the monster, she tried to convince it with words instead of killing it. "Shut up, you. I'm going to eat you up." The monster didn't listen to a word the priestess said. But she kept trying to convince the monster to give up. "It's wrong to eat people, you know." The monster grew very angry at this and attacked her, killing her with a single mighty blow. The end. Oh, the Nightmare Slurper hallway. Oh, what? I had, ran around the side of it. And I thought I avoided it, and then I got knocked down. Tactical beef jerky? Oh god, it's already rushing me. No! I just want to give you jerky. Starting to remember how much I hated the hospital. I love the hospital in this game. We're not at the hospital yet, but there's a lot of interesting stuff in Brookhaven. Got a silver coin. The lamp's shining on some old silver coins I know I've seen before. Got one earlier, so I shouldn't really take any more. I mean, I'm no thief. I might act like one now and then, though. Again, kind of confirming that earlier bit where Heather commented on, if there was a ring still there in the mall, she might have considered taking it. And here she's flat out admitting, I might act like a thief once in a while. I like that they give her that sort of klepto tendency. And again, not a lot of survival horror games do that, where they bother giving you an in-character reason for why your protagonist is going around collecting all these random items. There are your standard coins and bills over here. Of course, it's not like money might not come in handy, and it goes without saying that it would be nice to have, but I think I'll pass on it anyway. There's something written on the wall. Thus one's life turns to riches. What was a bag of silver coins is now the number in a book. Yet fate hath no price. Ah, but people know this. Just a plain old vending machine. This one is selling canned drinks. Come to think of it, I am kind of thirsty. I'd feel weird drinking anything sold in a place like this, though. Despite Heather's suggestion that she might not necessarily want to drink anything here, we're going to buy a drink. Got the life insurance key. Great camera angle. Oh, yeah. All right. Back down to the first floor. We can go through the life insurance hallway now. Slurpers. This room always inherently creeped me out. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's the fact that it's covered in blood. That the walls are hidden behind sheets. The strange arrangement of the desks. The large, massive hole in the floor. This room just always creeped me out, even though not much happens here. The end of that fairy tale. The king and his people shed tears at the death of the kind priestess. God took pity upon them and, granting their wishes, healed the priestess. The priestess opened her eyes just as she had done every morning of her life. She went once more to the monster's lair. So again, all these parallels in the storybook compared to what we're doing in the game. The idea of a priestess that dies and is brought back to life. Same way Alessa could be viewed as a priestess with her psychic abilities, who comes back to life in a sense through reincarnation. Fool, you wish to die again? No, this time it's your turn. The priestess had come to defeat the monster once and for all. As the priestess was very, very kind, she felt sad about this task, but it had to be done. Swords and spears won't work. Arrows and bullets will just bounce off. You can't kill me. The monster laughed, but the priestess used neither sword nor spear. She chanted but a single spell. Tu fui, ego eris. Do you know what happened then? The monster let out a huge cry, and then died and vanished. Tu fui, ego eris is the Latin of the phrase, as you are, I once was. Thus the villagers were able to use their gates once more. Everyone lavished their gratitude upon the priestess, and they all lived happily ever after.
Tu fui, ego eris. Weird writing. What was that?
Hey, Beard of Truth. I'm doing good. So, the priestess, aka Heather, reads the magic words, and just like that, the monster guarding the gates has vanished. I was so excited the first time I played this game, and I finally got to this part, because I was like, oh man, you're finally like outside. You're not running through hallways and rooms. You're on a street You're going to get to explore some town finally. And there's not much here. It's a sign for a cafe. Oh, that's the one I was just in. My apartment is the other way. But what is this thing blocking the path? Am I still having that nightmare? So close to my home. My home. My dad. Is he okay? I'm sure he is. He must be. There's Eddie's van again. But yeah, I was so excited here. I was like, all right, I'm outside. Don't have anything else to do in this building. I have to get home. Favorite part to explore the streets? I mean, I definitely like exploring the streets and the outside. And again, I feel like in this game, because it's so rare, like in Silent Hill 1, you're outside pretty often. In Silent Hill 2, you're outside pretty often going from place to place, and you've got a pretty large chunk of the town to explore in either case. With this one, I mean, you start off, you're in the amusement park in the nightmare. You wake up from the dream sequence, and then you're in the mall, and the nightmare starts taking over, and you manage to go from the mall to the subway, and the subway to the underpass, and like, it's just constant locations where you're indoors, narrow rooms, narrow hallways. Everything felt very claustrophobic. And this is the first moment where they kind of are like, oh, look, you're outside. But not really. It's just blocked off. It's one little chunk of street. But it's just enough to let you get over to the Daisy Villa apartments, where Heather lives. That's not my place. It is now. Don't know whose stuff this is, but I think I'll leave it alone. None of it's real. None of it is real. This is English. None of it is really can help me out right now. Somebody get me Jeremy Blaustein. What was he doing? There's a typo on this dialogue over here. This one is kind of more funny, though, because I just imagine Heather suddenly having an accent. What's this doing here? That really pisses me off. It's like having someone spit on your sacred place. Hey, some people are into that. Looking at that makes me head hurt. What does it mean? Looking at that makes me head hurt. What does it mean? But this is my place. Why should I leave the apartment? The mailbox is empty. What? This doesn't work? There's supposed to be another Silent Hill 2 Easter egg here. The mod that I'm using also activated, basically made it to where you can see the Silent Hill 2 Easter eggs. Because normally you can't, it's like you don't see those in the PC version. In the console version, you just have to have a finished save file from Silent Hill 2 on your PS2 memory card while you're playing through Silent Hill 3. And it makes like that toilet cutscene that we saw earlier work. And then there's one right here with the mailbox. The toilet one worked earlier, but I'm surprised the mailbox one doesn't. There's a little Easter egg here that should happen where you examine the empty mailboxes, and Heather's like, the mailbox is empty. But she goes on to say, there's not even a letter from a dead wife or anything. Not that I have one of those anyway. Maybe it's New Game Plus only? I'll have to mess around with that. This is the stairway. I don't need that. My apartment is number 102 on the ground floor. Welp. Prepare your feels. It's been a long time. It's been 17 years since Harry escaped Silent Hill 1 with that baby in his arms. It's been a long 17 years. He had a lot of shit happen. He's been trying to raise this baby as best as he can into the girl that we see now. We haven't seen Harry this whole game. And it's finally time for our reunion.
Dad, I'm home. Listen, something really crazy's going on. I think we should... Dad? Dad?
No! 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 Did you do this?
You're late.
But why? Why?
Revenge for 17 years ago, for one thing. If not for him, our dream would have come true. And then he took you away from us.
I'll get you for this!
There is another reason. To fill your heart with hatred. It must be this way. One day you'll understand why.
No, I'll never understand!
You must try to remember me, and your true self as well. You will birth a god, and build an eternal paradise. He's the one who killed your father. I merely gave the order. So, what will you do? I'll be waiting where all begins. In the town of Silent Hill.
She said it. Roll the credits. Turbo missionary. Oh. How did you get up that quick? Come here. Bad time to reload. Okay. I'd love a Silent Hill haunted house deal. Yeah, Universal did that when Silent Hill Revelations was coming out, I think. They did a promotional haunted house at Universal Studio. Of course, it was based on the movies, but, you know, it kind of happened.
I don't know what to say.
Then don't say anything.
I'm fine, so just get out of here and leave me alone already!
Calm down. I just...
Calm down? How am I supposed to do that? My father is dead! He's murdered! Get out! This is all your fault! If it weren't for you,
I'm sorry.
then go!
If it'll make you feel better, I will.
But moving a dead body is hard work, so Douglas stayed.
What else can I do? There's no one here to give him a decent burial. I'm sorry, Dad.
What do you do now?
I'm going to Silent Hill.
What's in Silent Hill?
I don't know.
Do you think it's safe?
Of course it isn't. I don't know what kind of hell is waiting for me there, but I've got no other choice. I don't care about God or paradise. If that's what she believes, then fine. But she won't get away with what she did. When I find her, I'll kill her myself.
Revenge doesn't solve anything.
Maybe not, but that's what I'm going to do.
How are you gonna get there?
None of your business.
I'll give you a ride.
I don't need your help.
Yeah, but it's too far to walk. Besides, I'm partly responsible for this. I'll bring the car around back. Come by when you finish saying goodbye.
You know, you might die too.
That's fine. Nobody's gonna cry over my grave.
Sad times. Sad times in the Mason home. Even for Douglas. That's our first little hint at kind of Douglas's tragic backstory as well. We'll talk more about that when we get to that scene later on in Lakeside Amusement Park. Dad's bookshelf. There's nothing unusual about it. Nothing odd about the TV or VCR. Okay. I just noticed the notepad next to the phone, and I wanted to see if it was a recolor of the Silent Hill 1 notepads, but it's like a totally different type of notepad. You know, the important details. I'll find that woman and make her pay. I promise I will. I wonder if my dad would be mad at me for thinking that way. I'll be back, Dad. I promise I'll come home soon. So there's a lot of great little details here in the apartment. This is one of my favorites. It looks like a child's drawing, most likely done by Heather when she was younger, that Harry was proud of and framed and put up on the wall. And if you look at what the picture is actually of, you can see that's Alessa in the center. The young dark-haired girl to her right, representing Cheryl, and the young blonde girl to her left, representing Heather. Alessa and each of her incarnations. It gives us the impression that even as a child, Heather had these subconscious memories from her life as Alessa and Cheryl. There's also an albino otter sitting on the shelf. Shoutouts to UFO Techie. There's no need to go back on the roof. That monster is dead now. Besides, Douglas is waiting outside. Regular TV. There's nothing different about it. Dad, why did you have to die? You told me you were the strongest man in the world. Liar. I don't remember exactly when, but I think I got this doll at a garage sale. I still like it, but there's nothing I can do with it right now. Techie55, that's the old name. Few things here that are, again, parallels to things that Alessa had. Alessa had a pair of dolls, one of whom was named Scarlet. And she comments on that a little bit later, when we actually get to Alessa's room near the end of the game. What's wrong with your face? Seriously. What is this picture of? And why is it above her bed? And why does this person look like they've been stung by 9,000 bees? Morning always comes. It's corny, but it's true. But if your eyes are closed, it always feels like night. That's the hero's line from this movie. I always liked that line, but now it just seems stupid. There's an actual teddy bear. Stun gun. This is my dresser. I don't need to change, so I'll leave it alone. The stun gun is a horrible weapon. But I like the description of it. High voltage to zap the bad guys. It has to touch them, though, so it's very short range. My worrywart dad gave this to me, just in case. I don't usually carry it with me because it's bulky and gets in the way. Is the line, "Why did you have to die," referenced in Shattered Memories, or is it just a coincidence? No, that was an intentional reference to this game. Shattered Memories does that pretty often throughout its dialogue. A lot of the characters have lines and things that are very similar to their original game counterparts. So that line is supposed intentionally kind of reference this. And there's several other lines from a lot of the characters that are, as I said, kind of similar. Sometimes it's like exactly what they said. But that's, again, Shattered Memories. It was made to be reference fodder. Nothing to do in the kitchen. I'm not hungry at all. Who could eat something in a situation like this? I can't reach anybody, not the police or the church. I always thought it was interesting that she mentions reaching a church, I guess to arrange, like, for her father's funeral or something like that. But I always took that to imply that Harry himself is supposed to be like a Christian. While not overly religious, it's, part of his character. And maybe it's something where, he would have raised Heather to be the same way. Although she is, again, no angel. She probably rebelled against it, but it's still interesting to me that she mentions the church even when thinking about people to call at this point. Because, like, me, I'm not a religious person. I haven't been to church since I was probably, like, 5 years old. And if I came home and a family member was dead, church would not be the first thing on my mind of people to call. When is this game supposed to take place anyway? There is no definite timeline for these games. You can kind of try to infer a general timeline. Oh, S. Brown, I gave you a chance. Goodbye, my friend. I don't know. There's really not a set timeline. The closest thing that you can really get to arranging a proper timeline comes from Silent Hill 1. The model of Harry's Jeep is a 1987 YJ Wrangler, meaning that the earliest that Silent Hill 1 could have happened would have been 1987, if we're going by that logic. And again, this is a fictional universe. It doesn't have to actually line up with facts from our reality, which is why all of this is irrelevant. But if you're going to try to force a timeline onto it, Silent Hill 1 would be 1987. Silent Hill 3 would be 17 years after that, putting us in like 2004 or so. And now we actually begin the trek towards Silent Hill.
I just met some guy named Vincent.
Vincent?
He's a friend of yours, right?
I'm not sure.
He said when we get to Silent Hill to look for a guy named Leonard. And he gave me this map. What do you want to do?
We can't trust him, but we've got no other choice.
Here, take this too.
What's this?
Your father was holding it. Started raining. Are you sleeping?
I'm awake.
You cold? What's the deal with Silent Hill anyway? It used to be a nice, quiet little town. But now,
You've been there?
once, on a missing persons case. Never did find him. But I'll tell you, that's one screwed up town. My line of work, you hear a lot of nasty rumors.
I was born and raised there.
Sorry. I didn't mean to offend you.
No offense taken.
Anyway, I thought you grew up in Portland. What's wrong? Feeling sick?
My head's pounding like the worst hangover ever.
Maybe you're car sick.
No. I'm just trying to remember. My childhood. Something terrible happened in Silent Hill 17 years ago. A woman named Dahlia. She tried to summon the ancient god of the town. She offered up her very own daughter.
That's crazy.
Maybe so, but it worked. The girl gave birth to a god. You see, that girl had special powers.
Powers?
Her classmates called her a witch. She could make things happen with her mind. She could kill people just by wishing for it. But in the end, that god was killed by a single person. My father, Harry Mason. I guess it wasn't much of a god if it could be killed by a human being. But I think Claudia's trying to do the same thing again. And I've been chosen as the sacrifice.
You've got some kind of power in you too?
After the god was killed, the girl reappeared. She was holding a baby in her arms. before she died, she gave the baby to my father. He loved me just like I was his very own daughter. Even though he didn't know who or what I was. It was so sudden. I never had a chance to tell you how happy you made me.
I'm gonna head for that Leonard guy's house. You check out the hospital. You got the map, right?
Yeah,
You gonna be okay alone?
I'm not a child, you know. Are you sure it's not you who's afraid to be alone?
You're right. I am afraid. I'm 50-something years old. I never seen nothing like this. I still feel like I'm dreaming.
More like a nightmare, I'd say.
Yeah. I want to wake up and have a smoke already. Meet me back here when you're finished looking around the hospital. Okay?
Roger.
That is by far one of my favorite cutscenes. Just, it's such a good music track. The name of that track, when they're in the car, by the way, is Letters from the Lost Days, or Letter from the Lost Days. And that is such a good, like, setup of a scene. Just everything about it. The rain sound effect, the music sound effect, and it's really, really beautiful. It's also Heather somewhat summing up a little bit of the plot of Silent Hill 1 in kind of a brief manner, at least as much of it as she's aware of at this point. And Enigma, thank you so much for the 399 bits, by the way. Much appreciated. It's got to be a coincidence. Oh, excuse me. But still, that's pretty weird. Who could have done this? All right. We're finally in Silent Hill. This is Jack's Inn, which we passed by briefly. I took a moment to kind of talk about it when I ran past it in Silent Hill 2. Just to kind of mention, this is where Heather and Douglas wind up in this game, and here we are. Before I continue out the door and into Silent Hill proper, I'm going to take another short break, go use the restroom, grab another drink, and I will be back in just a moment. All right. So, as I said, we are here in Silent Hill. The rest of the game, up until this point, has been taking place in Portland. And now we're actually in Silent Hill. This is the same southeastern section of Silent Hill that you're in Silent Hill 2. As said, you do run past this area. It's not like an area you need to really be in Silent Hill 2, but the layout of everything here is pretty much exactly the same. I can understand from a technical standpoint why you're in this part of Silent Hill. I kind of wish, seeing as this is a sequel, direct sequel to Silent Hill 1, I kind of wish it had taken place in old Silent Hill, the same areas that Silent Hill 1 did, but they would have had to completely remake it in the PS2 engine that they use for this, whereas copying over the assets from Silent Hill 2 for this section of the town was obviously, you know, something easier to do. Andy's Pizza. Free delivery. It's a good deal. Easy to remember phone number as well. 0000000. Call it. Get some pizza. Probably could have recycled many SH2 assets and remake only a few things for old Silent Hill. I mean, we get to go to Lakeside. There's no area code, because phone numbers back then didn't use area codes. Is that normal or HD version? This is the PC version. This is the official PC port of Silent Hill 3. I'm currently using a widescreen mod, a higher resolution mod, to make it widescreen and to make it higher res. Oh my god, dogs. Heard they fuck up fog with HD. Well, the thing is, if you're ever like jumping into a stream and you're trying to figure out, is this HD or is it not? With Silent Hill 3, in this area you can tell because the frame rate drops to about 15 FPS. The fog is all fucked up. Hell, sometimes it glitches out and it's blue at this point. Like all the fog. And the voices. The HD collection for Silent Hill 3 does not have the original voices as an option. So if you hear original sound effects and voices, you're not watching HD. So there's not a whole lot of these areas you can get into. Pete's Bolorama is all locked up. Most of the town, actually, you can't even get around to. A lot of it is blocked off. You only get this one little chunk of Silent Hill to go through. But it does let you into Heaven's Night. Was just reading some plot points from Silent Hill 1 through 4. Is it even worth to play after 4? It depends. if you're a huge fan of the series and you don't mind playing some games that are significantly less quality, go ahead and play them for the sake of playing them. If you don't have time for that shit and you just want to focus on playing the ones that are considered worthwhile, you're pretty good sticking with 1 through 4. It's a tourism pamphlet. I had forgotten it, but it's true. Silent Hill was originally a resort town. And this is the exact same Roger Widmark tourism pamphlet that you find in the apartments in Silent Hill 2. Silent Hill, a quiet little lakeside resort town. We're happy to have you. Take some time out of your busy schedules and enjoy a nice, restful vacation here. Row after row of quaint old houses, a gorgeous mountain landscape, and a lake which shows different sides of its beauty with the passing of the day, from sunrise to late afternoons to sunset. Silent Hill will move you and fill you with a feeling of deep peace. I hope your time here will be pleasant and your memories will last forever. Editor, Roger Widmark. Ironically, I would say if you're a huge fan, then no. The problem there is then you don't have any basis of comparison for discussion with other fans. You have to play a game and form your own opinion about it. Like, if you're a big enough fan to play the first 4 Silent Hill games and say, man, I love this series, you have to at least experience the other games, I would say. If you're a casual fan and you don't care about playing every game that's available for the series, then yeah, there's better ones to focus on and ones that are not worth your time, I would say. But you can't tell if it's going to be worth your time or not worth your time until you play it and form your own opinion. Some people really enjoy some of the Western games. I've got a soft spot for Shattered Memories myself. I would say Shattered Memories is worth playing. It's not a masterpiece by any stretch of the imagination. Nowhere near as good as like the first 4 games in my opinion, but is it worth a play? I would say so. It's got some interesting aspects to it. The fact that they removed combat and put a huge focus on detailed environments and exploration and how you explore and look at those environments affects your gameplay. That is a cool aspect. That's admittedly a cool thing. It's a shame that it was put into a game with an awful story, but there are some redeemable things about the game. And as said, if you call yourself a huge fan of something without having experienced the bad and the good that goes along with that series or fandom that you're a part of, I don't know. I don't know if you can really consider yourself a huge fan. Like, I play all the Silent Hill games, not just the ones I like. I analyze and do story playthroughs for all of them. The same way that I play through these and explain exactly why I love these games, why they're meaningful to me, and why I consider these some of my favorite games. It's just as fair that I play through the other games and explain why I don't think they are as good as these. I don't just call them bad and leave it at that. I actually try to give a basis for why I have the opinions that I do. And a lot of people just, they're not going to bother with that, you know? You just avoid the stuff that you don't like and focus on everything else. But to me, that's unfair. To me, that's unfair. For better or worse, those games are part of the series. You missed the Maria poster? I saw it. It's on the stage. I just was a bit distracted there. It's in, like, during these playthroughs, I'm unfortunately don't stop and talk about everything. It depends on the discussion I'm already having and things like that. That's why I do multiple story playthroughs. I don't always cover the exact same things every time I do a story playthrough. Sometimes I skip over certain aspects and cover others. and so on. Just kind of depends. Because I don't like being too repetitive when I do these story playthroughs. I kind of like to point out as many different things as I can. And if I just went over every little detail the exact same way every time I played, I would fucking just go insane. I already play these games so much. Several months back, I was starting to get burned out from how often I was doing it, and I was like, I don't want to get that feeling. I don't want to feel burnt out on some of my favorite games. So I kind of had to change how I go about all this. How often I do these playthroughs and how much I cover. You left one out, Silent Hill Pachinko. Tell you what, you buy me the machine and I will rank it with the others. Until then, shut your ass. Oh, this is bad. Why are you just like immune to stun? What? Oh, did I just get shot from the other nurse? Yeah. You bitch. Get crotch stomped. Yep, this is hard difficulty. Hard action, hard riddle. This isn't where I left my car. There's a lot of things stuck to the wall. A cookie, a toothbrush, a spoon, a Christmas card, a clock. Whoever it was probably used glue, but why do this in the first place? There's a key glued to the wall. I'd love to take it with me, but it's really stuck tight. I can't even pull it off. Yes, the nurses actually have faces instead of big pustule things. The nurses are not just a static, generic Silent Hill monster. The nurses are supposed to be unique in each game, representing different aspects. So, for instance, in Silent Hill 2, the nurses were faceless and overly sexualized to represent James's sexual desire, possibly for some of the attractive nurses when he went to visit Mary in the hospital. But he didn't really pay too much attention to their faces. They were just sexual objects, as far as he was concerned at that point. And so the nurses are manifested as such because that is being pulled from James's subconscious. Whereas the nurses that we see in Silent Hill 1, we're seeing them as these sort of possessed puppet nurses. And that was to reflect the nurses that Alessa disliked while she was being cared for in Alchemilla Hospital. The ones who were being puppeted by Dr. Michael Kaufman. So, I mean, it's not a situation of nurses are just nurses and they're in the Silent Hill games to be a generic monster. Like, they have specific designs that are relative and significant to each individual game. Like, they are specific to certain characters. And that's reflected in their designs. Explain the ones in Homecoming. I saw the nurses from the movie and I clapped. It broke new ground. Oh, here we go. There must have been kids here too then. I played with dolls like this when I was a child too. It really takes me back. Aw, how nice. There's a doll. There must be kids. I remember when I was a kid and played with dolls. What a nice memory, Heather. Now let's read this diary. This day has finally come. That's right. The day when you and I will meet. I was always thinking of you here in this gloomy cell. I never even knew your name or face until today. But now I know. I know you're the one I've been waiting for. And haven't you been waiting for me too? That's why you came to rescue me. Oh, how I love you, Heather. I want to give you my prize doll I made to commemorate our meeting, the start of this everlasting love. I can already see your smiling face. Stanley Coleman. Let's take another look at that doll. Disgusting. I won't touch that with a 10-foot pole. Oh, and once you read that, it's gone. And now there are more Stanley diaries hidden around Brookhaven that we can go find. Who is Stanley Coleman? Apparently he's a patient here at Brookhaven who has an obsession with Heather and knows who she is somehow. Now, keep in mind, there are people who are involved with the cult, like Claudia and some others, who would know about Alessa, her reincarnation, that she exists as someone else, but it's never explicitly talked about who Stanley Coleman is supposed to be in the context of this game. Nice Wikipedia reference, MTX. No. I believe you. What I want to know is, why do you think that there is a relation or a relevance just because they share the name? Do I have any Silent Hill stuff in my home? Posters, figures, that kind of stuff. I actually don't have a whole lot, but I do have a couple things. I have a sign, a Welcome to Silent Hill sign, in the style of like a street sign. And I keep that up on my garage door. I stream and use my garage. My garage is converted into a studio, basically. So I keep that Welcome to Silent Hill thing up on the garage door. And I, at one point, many years back, cosplayed as Pyramid Head at a bunch of conventions and things like that. And a friend of mine made me a solid wood, full-scale replica of the Great Knife from Silent Hill 2. And I don't have anything left of that costume except for the Great Knife. So I've got that Great Knife replica, and I've got the Stein. That's really about it. I don't have figures, I don't have posters. I've got soundtracks and stuff like that, but... Do I have pictures of that? I do! Here, before we do another Stanley note, let me see if I can find a picture real quick. I should have one saved on this computer, because I know I've showed it on stream before. Damn it. At least I thought I did. Sorry, I have a shit ton of photos. Yeah, here we go. So this is me and my girlfriend at the time, Pyramid Head, and a nurse. So there you go. Not really the best shot to show the Great Knife, but you can kind of see it there. And I want to say this is probably from 2006, 2007, somewhere around there. Anyway. So, we got another Stanley Coleman diary here. You may not yet have realized your own true feelings, but you sense them unconsciously. And so you're trying to get closer to me. That's a virtue. The path to paradise. If the door is locked, open it. Use the password for the prison gates. Dr. I've forgotten his name. Anyway, that quack has it posted. He should be here too. I mean, 4 numbers would have been good enough, but he kept on going. Isn't it a shame? I'm not there. Aren't you irritated? I long for you, but you're so cruel. Still, I want you, Heather. Stanley Coleman. There's a typewritten memo posted here. What's this supposed to mean? So this is a clue to open up this locked door to Heather's left. See if you can figure it out just from this. Pure eyes, blue like a glassy bead. You are always looking at me, and I am always looking at you. Ah, but you're too meek, beautiful, unspoiled. Thus I'm so sad, I suffer, and so happy, it hurts. I want to hurt you and destroy myself. What you would think if you knew how I felt. Would you simply smile, not saying a word? Even curses from your mouth would be as beautiful as pearls. I place my left hand on your face, as though we were to kiss. Then I suddenly shove my thumb deep into your eye socket. abruptly, decisively, like drilling a hole. And what would it feel like? Like jelly? Trembling with ecstasy, I obscenely mix it around and around. I must taste the warmth of your blood. How would you scream? Would you shriek? It hurts, as cinnabar red tears stream from your crushed eye. You can't know the maddening hunger I felt in the midst of our kisses, so many of them I've lost count. As though drinking in your cries, I bring my hopes to fruition, biting your tongue, shredding it, biting at your lips, as if tasting your lipstick. Oh, what euphoric heights I would reach, having my desires fulfilled like a greedy, gluttonous cur. I longed, too, for your cherry-tinted cheeks, tasty enough to bewitch my tongue. I would surely be healed, and would cry like a child. And how is your tender ear? It brushes against my cheek. I want it to creep up to my lips so I can sink my teeth into its flesh. Your left ear, always hearing words whispered sweet as pie. I wanted to hear my true feelings. I never lied, no, but I did have my secrets. Ah, but what must you think of me? Do you hate me? Are you afraid? As though inviting you to the agony at the play's end, if you wish, you could destroy me. I wouldn't care. As you wish, you may destroy me. I wouldn't care. Easy, right? It makes perfect sense. It's obviously a numerical code to open up this door. But just for the sake of explanation, let's just go ahead and pull up some notes real quick. Alright, so for this puzzle, this is another somewhat abstract one. So the idea behind this is you're trying to equate the times that the writer of the poem was tasting or biting or eating part of the person he was writing about. And the keypad itself is supposed to be the face of the victim in the poem. So, if you're to look at this as if it were a face and assign a part of the face to each number, you would essentially have the person, like if this was a face facing you, you would have the right eye, the nose bridge, the left eye, the right ear, the nose, and the left ear, the cheek, the mouth, and the left cheek. By the way, is my... Okay, good. My cursor is on there. Sorry. So we start off, the writer places their left hand on the person's face, which would mean it's on the right side of the person he's facing, sticks their thumb into her eye, and that would bleed down. And even though this doesn't necessarily equate the way it would, like, you know how your tears run down the inside, your tear ducts are closest to your nose? I don't know. There's so many different ways you can interpret each part of this poem, and that's what makes it so abstract. Even if you're at the point of this, where you can figure out, okay, this is a face, and it represents each part of the face, like, trying to exactly figure out which parts of the poem are relevant to which number on the pad and what each part of the pad is supposed to represent. That's when you get a Brady Games strategy guide. Again, my first playthrough of this on hard back in 03, I needed a guide. Just like with the Shakespeare puzzle. So we start off crushing the right eye. Even though this is the ear, we're supposed to assume that the tears would stream downward from the eye to the next number, which would give us a 4. After this, the next portion of the poem that is relevant is the line of biting your tongue and shredding it. So that would be the victim's mouth, which would be 8. The next line of the poem, cheeks tasty enough to bewitch my tongue. So we don't know left cheek or right cheek. So the third number would be ambiguous. So for the sake of just trying everything, we would try, say, 7 first. Finally, the mention of the victim's tender ear and sinking my teeth into it. And it's further explained that it is their left ear, which would be the number 6. And as you can see, the door does not open, and it's not a correct code. So starting over from the beginning, we have tears running down from the eye. The 4 would be below the eye. 8 for the mouth. This time the left cheek, 9 instead of the right cheek, 7. And finally, the left ear. And the door unlocks. Again, not only is it such an abstract poem where there's a lot of things that you could take as relevant from that poem that aren't necessarily relevant, trying to figure out that the number pad itself equates to a face, and then working out the connection between the two. Pretty abstract. Oh god. Sorry, I'm trying to fix... My notes were in front of my chat window. No. Wow, you're a tough one. Bad time to reload? Okay, good. Feels like they might have gone just a little overboard for the hard puzzles. You know, I don't even care. Because, honestly, I would take a horror game with puzzles that are so difficult that they take me forever to solve, or I have to look them up. I would absolutely take that over a dumbed-down horror game with match the moon-shaped piece into the moon-shaped hole. Match the star piece into the star hole. Match the red gem under the red light. Like, that's what horror games are now, for the most part. And, I mean, as said, I would much rather have something that forces me to think, even if it's super abstract. I would much rather take that over something dumbed down and just immediately you know the solution. There's a medical record here. Could this be for this dead guy? Background unknown, name and age unknown, not admitted patient. Found in poor mental state on hospital grounds, and temporarily installed in room M4 at Chief's discretion. Died late tonight from blood loss due to severed carotid artery. Was grasping own kitchen knife in right hand. Assumed this was cause of neck wound. Possible suicide, but wound angles suspicious. Sent to second floor treatment room for further investigation. Have received no proof or corroboration of event from patient residing in same room. Have not notified police. However, for future necessity, leave victim's bed and effects intact. Room M4. There's a man's corpse laid out on the stretcher. The hand that's sticking out of the sheet has something written on it. I would say you're not wrong, Three Dog. Like, it's definitely a more of a middle ground. Silent Hill 2 on hard or on extra. I feel like the puzzles are good. They definitely make you think. And there's a lot of twisted logic that you can kind of go on to throw yourself off. Again, going back to like TGA Dave's playthrough, watching him solve the coin puzzle and trying to work out, you know, the proper meanings behind every part of the poem and how it actually applies to the puzzle logistically. So you're not wrong there, but I don't know, even that level of difficulty I feel is missing in a lot of modern horror, and in a lot of other survival horror games in general. Usually things are somewhat more straightforward. There's a tattoo on its foot. Margaret, let's swear our love until death do us part. Aw. Well, you're dead now, so you're free, Margaret. Looks like 8:14. So since we're on hard difficulty, what you have to do with the clock is take the time given, 8:14, convert it into standard or military time, and assume that it is PM. So 8:14 would become 20:14. Whoops. There you are. That's why you have options. If you play Silent Hill on easy combat, easy puzzles, it's very casual. Very true. But, like, even the games now, and a lot of other survival horror games, like, Silent Hill is not unique in having variable puzzles and things that change on differing difficulties or subsequent playthroughs and things like that. And that's still something that, as said, a general difficulty level overall in puzzle solving, in the way that puzzles are implemented in games, seems to be fairly dumbed down. Like, there's not many other survival horror games I can think of where I was really sitting around solving, like, really thinking about puzzles, trying to solve them. Like, I can't think of any puzzle that stumped me that bad in, like, any Resident Evil game. Most of those are find the gear, put the gear in, and then figure out what order the gears go in. And it's usually not very layered in the way, or clever in the way that it's solved. It's just find the thing and figure out how to use it. Got an instant camera. Water puzzle in Resident Evil 3, hands down. I guess somewhat, but compared to Shakespeare, compared to later on, we're about to get later in Brookhaven, we're going to solve the riddle of Cock Robin. Like, I feel that's a whole other level of kind of critical thinking that you have to apply to solve those. Whereas Water Puzzle in RE3, I mean, you can essentially work out most Resident Evil puzzles through trial and error pretty quick. Whereas even trying to get to a point of trial and error with a Silent Hill riddle like Shakespeare, like, so many things have to work out perfectly. Anyway. Another Stanley Coleman. Are you kidding? Alright. That's obviously the same person as before that I banned already. It was the same exact pasta and they were the only one who did it. Last warning, that's ban evasion. I'm going to report you to the Twitch police. And if I've got any moderators in chat, just keep an eye out for dumb shit. Anyway, there was a tattooed guy on that rumpled bed. Not anymore, though. That alarm clock and filthy bag are his. But don't misunderstand. I haven't done a thing. I didn't hate him, though he was a liar. Shall I write something of my own? On my chest, since I can't cut it open to show you my heart? I love Heather. No, something a bit more forceful. I love Heather isn't enough for what I feel. Oh, what tender emotion this image brings. Stanley Coleman. Nope. Oh, wow, that swing. I thought I was going to be far enough. Hey, jury. Oh, I didn't get everything here yet. Shut up. Oh my god, why don't you die? Nope. God dang it. They shoot so fast on hard mode. On easier difficulties, the nurses with the guns will, it takes them a little bit, like, they'll aim, and they'll hold the gun up for a little while, and then shoot. But now they just, like, they pull that trigger right away. Alright, so I got nail polish remover, and I got the perfume. Perfume is kind of a strange item. It gives you the option to use it, but there's nowhere in the game where you can ever actually use it. But it's also equipable. The description says the stuff smells a little strange. Equipping the perfume actually makes enemies notice you more. Like, they are more aggressive towards you. So now that we got the nail polish remover, we can follow Stanley's advice. We can use that junk those nasty wenches are always using. Oh, and he left us another book, another diary. The organization has me shut up in here. They mean to break my will, to make me forget about all that. But I'll stay sane, even if they throw me in here with lunatics. How about if I stick this to the wall? That would be worthless. You can peel it off, can't you? With that junk those nasty wenches won't stop using. If a thing has no meaning, there's no reason for it to exist at all. Just as you exist for me. But why haven't you taken my doll with you? Ah, my gift must have embarrassed you. How cute you are, Heather. Stanley Coleman. And yeah, I need hugs. This is hard action, hard riddle. No, it won't, Gaestra. Maybe something similar or something inspired by, but PT as it is, Silent Hills as it was supposed to be, cannot come to exist. Not unless Kojima gives up his studio that he just established to continue working on it with Konami, which is, yeah, not gonna happen. Or if Konami gives Kojima the rights to both PT and Silent Hill in order to continue the project, which is not gonna happen. It's not just a matter of renaming it. Every asset that was used, the textures, the sounds, that's Kojima's. And he can't use any of it because technically it belonged to Konami, since that's who he was producing it for. So, Kojima can't do anything with it. Konami can't do anything with it. As said, making a game like that and naming it something different is making a new game. It's not Silent Hills. It's not PT. It's not the same. It's a wheelchair. Where's the person that was using it? Do you think Silent Hill has become a dead franchise? Yeah, I do. I think PT was the last real chance that Silent Hill had for a comeback. And with Kojima's falling out from Konami, that was pretty much the nail in the coffin. I can see Konami milking what they can, since obviously they're not selling the rights to Silent Hill. They're not giving it to anybody else. I don't see them making another Silent Hill game. I can see them milking the license, putting Silent Hill characters in other Konami games, like Pyramid Head and Bomberman. I can see them making more pachinko games, maybe mobile games, cell phone games and things like that. Cheap throwaway stuff, but a full-fledged Silent Hill title, I don't think is going to happen. Not likely, not anytime soon. There's a suspicious space between the shelf and the wall. But I can't squeeze into there, and there's no way I can move the shelf either. Five 287. Do you think Downpour or Homecoming would have been considered better games if they hadn't been associated with the Silent Hill brand? Slightly. I don't think they would have been better games. That's not the right way to phrase that. I think they would have been there wouldn't have been as much expectation from them. So fans wouldn't have jumped on all of the inconsistencies, because once you put the Silent Hill name on something, you're comparing it to every other Silent Hill thing that exists. So because of that comparison, people are going to have expectations, and the games did not meet those expectations. Now, if you were to remove them, all the elements of Silent Hill, and release them as they were on their own as standalone games that had nothing to do with Silent Hill, they are still mechanically not very good, not written very well, full of plot holes. I don't think that makes a bad game better just because it's not being compared against other better games. If that makes sense. Oh, wait. Third floor. I've got the thing. $52.87.
Hello?
Claudia.
No, I'm not.
Don't lie to me, Claudia. You're always trying to run from your responsibilities. Have you come to apologize? Or maybe you still don't realize how foolish you've been. The salvation of all mankind. What a ridiculous dream.
Wait, just listen to me for a second.
I've heard enough from you already. How did you turn out this way? Where did I go wrong?
Listen to me already. I'm not Claudia.
You're not Claudia.
My name is Heather.
Heather.
Who are you?
Leonard Wolf. I'm sorry. I thought you were my daughter.
Claudia is your daughter?
Oh, so you know Are you one of her followers?
No, never. When I find her, I'm.
I can feel the hatred
What?
behind your words. The anger. You plan to kill her, don't you?
I'm sorry, but she killed my father.
She's a fool. But she's still my daughter. I was going to forgive her if she changed her ways. But I see it's too late. Heather, will you help me?
Help you?
I'm locked up in here, and I must stop Claudia.
Where are you now?
I'm not sure myself, but the door is at the end of the hall on the second floor. I think I can be of help to you. I have a seal. Please.
A seal? The end of the hall on the second floor.
Well, you would assume he's human? At some point, yes, because he fathered Claudia Wolf, and he speaks. We don't really come across a whole lot of other manifestations or monsters or anything that have the capability of speech. But we never see Leonard in any kind of a human form. We never have any kind of inclination as to if he died and now he's like this, or if we perceive him like this because of the effects of the god inside of Heather. Like, there are so many unanswered questions about Leonard. No, I don't know what he is exactly. He is quite mysterious. There's a lot of details about him that we just simply don't know. In the movie, he was human. I hate to break it to you, but stuff in the movies has no bearing on the games. Such a shame, too. I love Malcolm McDowell as an actor. I would have loved to see Malcolm McDowell as, like, a proper representation of Leonard. I would have liked to have seen just a good film adaptation of Silent Hill. We didn't really get that in either movie. The first one was at least a little bit closer to the mark than Revelations. Revelations was utter garbage. Where do I purchase it from? The PC version of Silent Hill 3, you mean? You can find it on, like, Amazon or eBay. It only ever got physical releases. It's not anywhere digitally, so you can't get it on Steam or Good Old Games. It's the same for Silent Hill 2, Silent Hill 3, and Silent Hill 4 PC. They only had physical releases. So some of them are actually pretty rare now. If you go to track them down, they can get kind of pricey. Just as a heads up. Sure, you can get it digitally illegally. But if you're looking to legitimately buy the game, you've got to get a physical copy from a collector. What movies? Yeah. Malcolm McDowell is Leonard in Silent Hill Revelations. or on PlayStation Network. Not even on PlayStation Network. On North American PlayStation Network, the only Silent Hill games you can get are Silent Hill 1, and I think maybe Homecoming? I don't even know if there's a digital version of that on PSN. On Japanese PlayStation Network, there's Silent Hill 4. But no, these are not, like 2 and 3. They're not available on PSN. Unless you're talking about the HD collection, and then shut up. Get out. That version doesn't count. This picture, this one doesn't make my head hurt when I look at it. But I know this one. It must be. This is our first viewing of the Seal of the Metatron in this game. The HD versions are garbage. Swift. There you go. There's some info. Still has an unusually high fever. Eyes don't open. Getting a pulse. But just barely breathing. Why? What is keeping that child alive? Again, sadly, Thessaly Lerner, the original voice actress for Lisa Garland. Again, that voice clip is removed from the PC version here. What the hell? Was I daydreaming? No, it was more like watching a video in a dark room. I love that she expresses it that way, because that's exactly how you see that scene in Silent Hill 1. You're watching a video in a dark room. But that nurse, I know her. Lisa, who was so heavenly toward me in that hellish hospital room. She did get a little weird, though. You can see some writing in blood there on the wall. Again, we have the open mouth, Alessa's shrieking insanity reference, and some writing there that says, "What a wonderful world." And yes, Bloomlight, this is Valtiel. The cult's wet nurse. I guess not really a wet nurse, but he's somewhat of an attendant to the reincarnation of Alessa, trying to ensure the birth of the god. And the tortured nurse, Fukuro. We get another shot of Valtiel with that nurse right out here. It's kind of hard to get a good view of it there, but that was Valtiel grabbing the nurse and pulling her into that hole. And we'll see Valtiel sort of torturing this poor nurse, Fukuro, in a few situations here in Brookhaven. Never saw that before. Oh god, don't fall. Well, I'm always happy to show off some stuff that people don't know about in Silent Hill games. Especially the fact that I can show like new stuff to people like yourself, Three Dog, and other really huge fans who know a lot about these games as well. That's what I love about these games. As said, the discussion and watching other fans do playthroughs, you can always learn and discover new things, I feel like. boy. It's time for me to pull out some notes. So that we can learn the tale of Cock Robin. So this is another puzzle that my first time playing this on hard difficulty, I absolutely could not solve. And actually, I'm going to come back to this. There's something I forgot to do. I want to do something else first. Because one of those particular gurneys is significant. Number 7. But we need a certain person to tell us why it's significant. I'm also going to take a moment and look at this weird shit. There's Valtiel seemingly torturing this nurse Fukuro again. In whatever this is supposed to be. It looks like something's on the other side of the glass. It kind of looks like a person. But the smoky stuff makes it hard to tell for sure. What even is this? Sorry, but who is torturing who? 6Z Valtiel, I just explained a moment ago, is a deity that the cult is part of the cult's religion. Valtiel is the... Well, we'll see him later in a much more clear, visible place where I can point him out. And Fukuro is the name of that nurse. But yeah. Something strange is cooped up in the locker. I think I'm safe, but I shouldn't get too close. Actually, the more I look at it, the more pitiful it seems. Like a child locked up in there with no chance of escape. When was the last time I streamed the first Silent Hill? Like 3 or 4 days ago. Check my past broadcasts. I did an in-depth playthrough of Silent Hill 1 on Sunday? No, that is not Valtiel in the locker. And then I did a Silent Hill 2 in-depth playthrough last night. What's up, Christopher Falcon? How's it going? The only one you haven't seen is Homecoming. Will I do that or just the main 4? I've already done 1 and 2. I'm doing 3 tonight. Tomorrow night I'm going to be doing 4. And then Friday I'm not going to be streaming. Saturday night will probably be Origins. Sunday should be Homecoming. Monday should be Shattered Memories. And then Tuesday should be Downpour. I got a plastic bag. Okay. So like I said, one of those gurneys down there in the basement where we were is significant. We've been reading these notes about Stanley. And it's time to find out a little more of Stanley's fate.
birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear. Oh, I forgot your name.
Who are you?
Oh, okay, thanks. Happy birthday, dear. Who are you? Happy birthday to you. Happy 31st birthday.
Is this Leonard?
That's the murderer's name, not my name. I'm not your beloved Stanley either. He's underground now. His new name is Number 7. But don't worry about that now. It's time to celebrate your birthday.
You've got me mistaken for someone else. Today's not my...
I'm not mistaken. Today is your 24th birthday. And I have a present for you. Which do you prefer? To give pain or to receive it? You can have the one you hate the most. Happy birthday to you!
But you're wrong. It's not my birthday.
So he gave us some info on Stanley there. He says, I'm not your beloved Stanley, and that he's underground now, and his new name is Number 7. So down there in B3, where all the gurneys were, where they're numbered, one of them was numbered 7, and that is Stanley. So now we can head back down there and examine things in there a little bit closer. 31st or 24th, both. So the difference in ages that the person on the phone, by the way, the person on the phone is never explained who that is or why they know what they know. A lot of things in these games are simply left to be mysterious and ambiguous, with no definitive answers, but there is a lot of the main plot that does have definitive answers that people tend to look over because it's usually requires pretty close analysis to pick up on a lot of the details and piece things together. But like the happy birthday phone caller, we don't know who that is. But we do know the significance of those numbers. Those numbers are relevant to Alessa's age if you were to add each of her lifetimes together. So the original Alessa, as we know from the first Silent Hill game, by the time she was 7 years old, the ritual was performed on her, and then she was in Alchemilla, in a coma, suffering a nightmare for another 7 years, putting Alessa at the age of 14 when you first arrive in Silent Hill 1. During that time, when she was 7, Alessa split her soul into two, and the soul split was a separate life, a separate entity known as Cheryl. The first daughter that Harry raised. So you're looking at 7 for Alessa, 7 for Cheryl, and Heather's current age, which is Alessa's most recent incarnation. And Heather is currently 17. So the numbers that you're adding up there are basically just the sum of each of Alessa's lifetimes. So now, let's return to B3. And I'm going to mute my mic. This is very, very quiet. So you might need to listen for it. But I'm going to mute my mic so that there's no like background noise or interference. And I'm going to approach bed number 7 over there. Did you hear him? This is our boy. This is Stanley. He's underground now. And his new name is number 7. Even in death, he is so obsessed with Heather that he strains to try to speak to her. And all you can hear is sort of a strained, choking noise. But now, we also have to solve this puzzle. Let me pull my notes back up. So, we've got a lock. Have the same mic sound really good today? Nope, I got new microphones, new mixer, totally new audio setup. So we need a 4-digit combo to get this. We've got an overall poem, and then we have lots of little individual poems on each one of these beds that we have to read. Burn the one who knows no death, pure, adored by those above. No prayers within, just simple love. And now the pining hunter, the flames longing for his rebirth. Oh, excuse me. A distant breath within the earth. Burn up that heavy body of his, make it wind dancing in the sky. That bottomless gut, now a cloud, now a sigh. Fancy, I noticed right away, I know my nubs. You also have those very nice headphones that I bet you're listening on. Probably makes a difference. The sweet blood on his laughing lips now calls him to the gates of hell. There burns evermore that soulless shell. 4 bodies return to ashes. Thus the door is opened. Thus the door is opened. So there are 4 bodies that need to be burned that are referenced in this main poem. And to learn which ones the poem is referencing, we have to read every poem on every corpse, or every bed. Who killed Cock Robin? The sparrow, they said. He wants them all dead. To him, honey sweet is their sobbin'. So that's number 1. Bed number 3. The grass the thrush so loved to eat gave him sweet happiness. He sank ever deeper and finally fell to destruction and fatal distress. Stanley, number 7. He seeks out her soul by his own black ambition, frightening her out of her wits, whispering love songs into her ear. What cruel Lynette wants, he gets. Number 4. Cock Robin, who hid the key away, is ash in the oven, all right. The place he held is empty now, and the doors remain shut tight. The black rook is the praying sort who hears the gods in the skies. His whispered petitions go on without end, and glassy and dim are his eyes. Don't get your Sennheiser 6 till December. But yeah, the 598s are still fucking amazingly good headphones. Good enough that you would be able to listen to me on each of my different, like, my old audio setup and my new audio setup. You would definitely be able to tell the difference on that. But yeah, I've got a little bit better stuff now. More importantly, I've got a decent mixer and matching mics and stuff, because now I can set up for multiplayer stuff easier. As multiplayer as in having my friends here with me, like Hirimi and Jubes, and being able to have a more consistent setup for that. But just to, better the audio quality in general. Alright, so that was that. This is 5. The lark's child lost all his words and walled himself up all away. Heart and mouth both locked up tight in a cage where none want to stay. Number 9. Number 9. The wren, with pure heart as yet unrefined, makes us laugh with his feeble lip smacking. But still we all know he shall never grow old, and he knows not how much he is lacking. Number 2. The owl who forgot the sky, resigned to his poor earthbound state. Hungry or full didn't matter at all. He ate, and he ate, and he ate. Uh, 6. The dove's hope died. He chose his path. His flapping wings fell still. Drenched in scarlet, here they lay, his cheeks pale white and chill. And lastly, 0. The kite, hot, crazy, and panting mad, sweet shackles that tease and excite. Death itself would drive him wild, red blood that turns milky white. So the hardest part about solving this puzzle is trying to remember each of these damn poems, just because there's so many of them, and the way that they are related to this main poem, to figure out which 4 are the ones we need for the code. Sometimes it's literally just this and the poem that it lines up with share like a single word or a word or two. So, first, burn the one who knows no death, pure adored by those above, no prayers within, just simple love. So, this is a reference to the Song of the Wren. And I'm, again, just like with the Shakespeare puzzle, I'm just going to do these one at a time. This should be the Song of the Wren here. The wren with pure heart, as yet unrefined. But still we all know he shall never grow old. So the line from the main poem, knows no death, is a parallel to this line about never growing old, and it mentions the word pure. Pure, adored by those above. So 9, the Song of the Wren, would be the first number. The second verse, and now the pining hunter, the flames longing for his rebirth, a distant breath within the earth. So, out of all of the birds, which ones would be considered hunters, and which poem has a reference to Earth? And that should be number 2 over here, the owl. The owl is a predatory bird and resigned to his poor earth-bound state. There's our reference to Earth and our hunter bird. So that gives 2 as our second part, our second digit. Whoops. The third verse. Burn up that heavy body of his, make it wind, dancing in the sky, that bottomless gut, now a cloud, now a sigh. So this one could easily be construed as the most abstract. However, if you pull enough information from other places, there's a few things in particular. Knowing that number 7 is Stanley, and when you approach him, you can hear a sort of strained sigh, a choking sigh, and the idea that you would burn him up, make him wind, dancing in the sky. There is one of the diaries that I have not gotten to yet. It's up on near the roof, where Stanley talks about he likes going up to the roof because he feels like he could fly. So this is a reference to Stanley, who is number 7. Yo, Voidomatic. Void, thank you for the 6 months of continued support. Really appreciate that, dude. Thank you so very, very much for the support. Half a year? I know, it's kind of weird. It doesn't feel like it's been that long since I've been partnered. Where have the months gone? Okay, so, final number. The sweet blood on his laughing lips now calls him to the gates of hell. There burns evermore that soulish shell. So a bird with blood on his laughing lips, called to the gates of hell and burning evermore. So which of the birds sounds like a crazy murderer? The sparrow. The one who killed Cock Robin. He wants them all dead. To him, honey sweet is their sobbing. So that would be our last bird and our last number, number 1. Boom. That gives us the cremated key. Found this in some sort of crematorium underground. It's burned black, but still usable. Thanks for whooping me in Ultra Street Fighter 4 and giving me the stream link. Yeah, that was seriously like 2 years ago. That was a long time ago. Good times. Maybe one of these days I'll do like some fighting games, more fighting game streams and stuff. I've just been so out of fighting games for such a long time now. Mostly I just got real disinterested with the fighting games that are available right now. Like I was pretty disappointed with Street Fighter 5. Couldn't really get into KOF 14. I've never been much of like a 3D fighter, so like Tekken and stuff like that. Yeah. There's just not enough that grabs my interest. And you have to sink so much time into fighting games to really get good, but it's a bit of a commitment, and nothing has appealed to me enough to want to sink that much commitment into it. Still managed to get me. Marvel could be good, but probably won't be day one. You talking about Infinite? Yeah, maybe. Honestly, right now, Guilty Gear isn't terrible if you don't mind anime fighters. I don't mind anime fighters, and I actually played the older Guilty Gear games quite a bit. I just never got around to really sinking any time into Zerd or Revelation. Right now, I would say out of all the fighting games that are going to be coming up, the one that I'm most interested in is Dragon Ball FighterZ. Like, the new Dragon Ball fighting game, Dragon Ball Z fighting game and stuff that's supposed to be coming out, looks so fucking fun. It looks really good. There's a dead body hanging from the ceiling. The blood dripping from it has totally filled the bucket set out below. Who would do this, and for what? It looks like a full-out bloodletting. Well, let's very neatly scoop up some blood into this bag without getting it all over Heather's or everything. I mean, very, very carefully, I guess. Without any kind of funnel or anything. You ever try to pour, like, liquid into a Ziploc bag and not spill it everywhere? I'm, like, totally blocked right now. This is not good. Yeah, I mean, it's been asked all night, Stellar. No worries, though. This is the official PC version of Silent Hill 3. I'm playing it with a widescreen mod and a higher resolution mod. Oh, good. They cleared an opening. Could sign up for the DBZ free beta. It's next month. As big as your channel is. That's a good idea, Denny. I didn't know that there was a beta I could sign up for. I'm totally gonna do that. Don't block me, don't block me. Ah, you fuck. Ugh. Why is your hitbox so wide? Fuck you. Oh my god, I got stuck on the stupid bucket there. And gave the nurse time to shoot me. Oh boy. Yeah, and I missed the text. I was trying very carefully not to move or do anything else when I examined that, and I still managed to fucking skip it. Whatever. That's one thing that is kind of frustrating about doing story playthroughs in this game, is when you examine something in the environment, every button will advance the text. So if you're still like barely holding like a movement key or anything like that, it'll just completely skip text. And there's a lot of text in this game that you can only examine it once. And then if you re-examine it, it'll give you different text or no text at all. So there's a lot of dialogue and text in this game where you pretty much have one shot, and if you accidentally skip it, which is super easy to do, that's it. Yeah, movement keys, anything will get rid of the text and not bring it back. So, whoops. So we got a book here, and what looks like a makeshift altar. Title is Lost Memories. One characteristic mentioned only in rare documents and dying out in the modern age is that of the ritual sacrifice. Offering prayers, pierce a man's chest with a copper stake. Excuse me. Drench the altar in the blood which spouts red from the heart, to praise and to show loyalty unto God. In another sacrificial rite mentioned in the same book, the victim is burned alive. This was a more dignified ceremony in which prisoners and sinners were not allowed to participate. Only the clergy could be sacrificed. Similar to burning at the stake, no comparable rite can be found in religions practiced nearby. It may have some connection with the main deity being a sun god. Even though this religion extols redemption, it brings to mind a dark and cultish history. So a little bit of lore on the cult. Some of the details of the god they worship being a representation of the sun. The types of people who were able to be used for their sacrifices. Not just anybody could be used for any old sacrifice. And then we have another ritual, or an altar here, set up for a ritual. There's a stretcher here. Not just your usual stretcher, this is more like an altar of some sort. Lit candles, a knife, and... is that blood I smell? It's enough to make a man sick. Did they worship that picture? Or something in the picture? Luckily, I've got some blood with me. So the blood is added to the altar, and just as though a ritual has been performed, we get a drastic change. And I love the way that this room, like, the hole just opens up, the ladder is there, and you have this streak of blood leading directly to it. Very ominous. Is that Chris's blood? Oh boy. Let's see. Let's do an experiment, shall we? I've never tried this. Leonard, follow my logic here. Leonard is in the water. Water conducts electricity. The stun gun is high voltage to zap the bad guys. Obviously, this is the best weapon to fight him with. Wish me luck. I've literally never used this weapon on this boss.
Heather?
Yeah? Leonard, where are you?
Thank you. Now I can finally leave here. Now Claudia's ridiculous dream is over. Well, I guess it's time to dispose of her. The salvation of all mankind. Ha! Why must we reward even the unbelievers?
What are you talking about?
About our plans, of course. It's true that God is merciful, but first, one must be chosen. Only we, who hearken to the voice of God, will be given the keys to paradise. Don't you think so, Heather?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead and think whatever you want.
What do you mean by that?
I mean that I don't think the way you guys do. I don't want any part of that kind of paradise.
You're an unbeliever. You deceived me.
I didn't deceive you. We were both just wrong about each other. I thought you were a normal person.
So you tried to trick me so you can run off with my seal, eh? Heretic! You plan to destroy God!
I told you I wasn't trying to trick anyone. What is this seal thing anyway?
Don't play innocent. You can't fool me anymore. The seal is mine! I was appointed by God to be its guardian! The only thing you'll get from me is a gruesome death.
Leonard? Is that you?
Death to all who turn their backs on God!
Is every person here a mental case? Well, I guess you're not a person anyway.
Come on, Leonard. Let me get you them zaps. Let me get that zap. I mean, it does like his stun animation, but he doesn't get stunned in the water. Like, once he gets in the water, he's able to swim. Oh, Hyper Leonard. Oh, I can get a kick in. How did I kick when he was swimming away? That was awesome. Kick. I still got a decent amount of those batteries. I'm gonna use them all. Because I never use the stun gun for anything. So why not, Leonard? Kick. Nice soundtrack. I agree, Bloomlight. Out of all the tracks in this game, I feel like this one is the one track out of this game that most closely resembles like a Silent Hill 1 track, where it's that really heavy, more industrial kind of sound. If you equip a healing item in the game, it functions like in Metal Gear Solid. No. If you mean like it auto-uses, that's not how it works. You can assign... so whenever you equip anything here in your supply slot, you have a button that you can press. On the PS2 version, I believe it's the right stick. You click in the right stick to use what's equipped on your supplies. So if you have ammo equipped and you press the button, you reload. If you have health equipped and you press the button, you use the health item, etc. Right in the butt. Get kicked. Get kicked. I don't know why Heather stopped kicking. Last four. Last four batteries. One more good shock. Take it. Okay, well, that was that. Katana. Oh, wow. I even blocked it. I am running low on health. Those are Dark Souls skills. The block in this kind of reminds me of parrying in Dark Souls. It's not quite as precise timing, but like there is a timing to it. You can't just, oh, you jerk. I'm tempted to do this fight again and not spend so much healing items. Okay. Alright. If I die, I die. If I live, I'll use one ampule and continue on. Oh, cool. He was, like, that close to death.
Leonard's not here anymore. I guess I should head back to the motel now. I hope Douglas is okay. Huh? What's this?
The seal of the Metatron. Oof. That definitely took me way more health items than I wanted. But oh well. Here's hoping the cheese strategy on the last boss works. I've never tried it with all these mods, and it's like a very specific frame rate specific trick. So we'll see if it works. So she just wakes up there. Essentially, yeah, like if you were paying attention to where we went and where we were when we used the blood, we were essentially just in that room where we just left from, just in the distorted otherworld version of it. And once Leonard gets defeated, the nightmare subsides, and we're back in the non-distorted world in the same room. So, I mean, It's not like, I mean, I guess kind of she teleported. Not really. I don't know. Did she actually climb down that thing and fight Monster Leonard, or... It's such a mystery.
Why did you send her to my father?
Was that wrong?
It's your fault that he...
Oh, but surely it's a good thing. It means he was one of God's beloved, no?
Those who mock God will never receive salvation. You'll go to hell, Vincent. You'll never feel the joy of God's everlasting paradise.
And you think God is going to save you? Ha!
What do you know anyway?
I know about the pleasures of this world. And I want to find my happiness while I'm still here. You hated your father, didn't you? I saw the way he hit you, and kicked you, and made you cry. The memory of his cruelty is forever burned into my mind.
Yes, and that's why we need God.
What you call faith is nothing more than a child crying out for love. That's why you're all alone.
You don't understand. None of you do.
So we get a little sequence there, and if you look at the background, you can see that Vincent is talking to Dahlia, talking to Claudia in Heather's hotel room. And we get a little bit of insight into Claudia's past there. You can see that she was abused as a child by her father, Leonard. We also see a little bit more about Vincent's relationship. Vincent's not just not like he's not just an opportunist who joined the cult to make money. He's been a part of it long enough to know Claudia's history and her relationship with Leonard. Serpentine. Get out of my room, Vincent.
Where's Douglas?
He went out. But he left a message for you.
Was there someone else here just now?
No, just me. Don't you want to know what the message is?
Yeah, what did he say?
The church is on the other side of the lake.
Church? Wonder what he meant by that.
You don't understand? That's where Claudia is. Across the lake, on the north side. If you're going, you better go through the amusement park. It's probably the only way in now. Go northwest on Nathan Avenue. It's a bit far, but closer than heaven.
Is that it for the message?
Uh-huh.
Thanks. Douglas really said that?
What's wrong? You don't trust me?
What? You don't trust me? The character who just blatantly lied to your face when you asked if someone else was here? Oh, but sure. Let's all collectively believe him when he makes one offhand comment about monsters. They look like monsters to you? That always surprised me how many fans took that line at face value. From Vincent. Come on, Silent Hill fan base. Come on. Vincent is basically Kappa before Kappa. You can't take anything he says at face value.
Oh, hell.
I guess it's the way the line is presented, and the fact that Vincent says it's a joke that makes people question it. I mean, it's definitely set up to make you question it, but the fact that, I don't know, maybe it's just me, but I feel like there is so much evidence to the contrary, and there's so many situations throughout this game where Vincent is not what I would consider trustworthy. And again, so many people just they don't look into anything deeper beyond the surface level. And on the surface, they're like, yeah, sure, whatever. You've been going around killing people. Yo, Turbo Dog. Thank you for the 100 bits. In search of something that isn't ambiguous in Silent Hill, growing strong and healthy, Minmo. You damn right. Thank you so much, Turbo. So we've made it to Lakeside Amusement Park for real. It's not a dream this time. Are the director versions of Silent Hill worth playing? The only game that got a director's cut was Silent Hill 2. And I mean, it's kind of a complicated answer. Depending on the region where you live, the game had alternative titles. But the general rule of thumb for Silent Hill 2 is this. The original Black Label PlayStation 2 very first release of Silent Hill 2 does not have the Born from a Wish sub-scenario, and it does not have, I believe it's either the dog ending, and the Rebirth ending, and I think it still has UFO, or it's UFO and Rebirth, but either way, it doesn't have some of the New Game Plus endings, and it doesn't have the Born from a Wish sub-scenario where you play as Maria. Every other version of Silent Hill 2 that was released after that original PS2 Black Label are all the same, regardless of what they're called, whether that's Director's Cut or whatever. It's got a couple different titles depending on the region where you bought the game and what platform you got the game for. All the other versions, every other game in the series, they don't have director's versions or director's cuts or re-releases, anything like that. So hopefully that clears that up for you. Got a roller coaster key. Nothing left in the cookie tin. I thought it was a cookie tin, but there was never anything in it but a key. The sweet seemed to have fallen from the shelf and gotten crushed. This wasn't part of my dream. Pretty sure that's all the supplies it gives me in here. Which, 2 first aid kits and an ampule, I will gladly take. Back to the mountain coaster. Just like in the nightmare. Except this time, we can turn it off. Looks like a roller coaster control panel. It's been left on. Anyone knows timeline sequence of Silent Hill? Yeah, okie dokie. It is just like, as far as a continual story, the only ones you have to play in a particular order are 1 and 3. 3 takes place 17 years after the good or good plus ending of Silent Hill 1. But otherwise, 2 is a standalone story. 4 is a standalone story. There's little references to the other games and things like that in 2 and 4, but they're not linked in their overall plot. And then everything after 4, it's not canon, so who cares? Origins, if you want to count. No, I don't count Origins because Origins is not canon. Origins will make things more confusing because Origins got the story of Silent Hill 1 wrong.
I hired you to find the girl, and you performed serviceably.
What is it now?
You lied to me about Heather, lady. I don't like being used.
Lie? What lie?
That Heather was kidnapped from you.
But it's true. She was originally one of us. That man, Harry Mason, stole her away and kept her hidden from us.
Yeah, but she says she was happy.
She was brainwashed by him, deceived, because her true self had not yet awoken. She carries God within her. But when Alessa, Mother of God, truly awakens,
Yeah? What's gonna happen?
she will usher in the eternal paradise.
What kind of place is that?
A place with no pain, no hunger, no sickness, no old age. There will be no greed or war, and all will live by God's grace alone.
No this, no that, no nothing. A paradise? For castrated sheep, maybe. Sounds pretty boring.
I pity you. You still don't understand. You're going to kill me? Is it really so easy for you?
I've done it before.
Then I truly do pity you.
So little by little here, we're getting more info on Douglas's history. Earlier, during the Harry's death sequence, where Heather says, warns him if he comes along to Silent Hill, he might die too. And Douglas comments, that's okay, nobody's around to cry for him anyway. And now we have Douglas confronting Claudia. And we learn that he has shot and killed somebody before. And we'll get a little more info on that in a bit before I expand on it. Nothing written on it. Probably supposed to have the ride's wait time or something.
Welcome to the Borley Haunted Mansion. We're so glad you came. Please come inside and look around. When you feel you're ready, then go through the door.
Nope, I'm not ready. I'm scared. I changed my mind. No. No. Okay.
Help! Help! Do you hear those voices? A family of 4 was sliced into bloody pieces in this room. Ah, the cries of the children. The murderer was caught. Do you know why he said he killed his family? Because I felt I had to! Anyway, I'm lying. It's all just a joke. I wanted to scare you, that's all. The truth is, only one person died. By suicide. That's Danny. He was so eager to meet you. His hometown is New Orleans, but he came here after first losing his way. Oh, maybe you might know. Where is the path to heaven? This mansion is quite old, so please watch your step. Sometimes the floor suddenly gives way, and beneath the
Twerk
floor,
Team Mason.
there's nothing.
Can you die to the falling ceiling? I've never seen the death of that. Sure, it's underwhelming, but yeah. So since I'm playing on hard difficulty, if you don't walk through this part in a specific way, these spikes fall down and kill you, like so. Yeah, as said. Nothing too special. Just for you, Gaestra.
Welcome to the Borley Haunted Mansion. Help! Help! That's Danny. A quiet young man, but
Twerk
quite
Team Mason.
friendly as this mansion is quite old, so please watch
So
your
yeah,
step.
for this, all you have to
Sometimes
do,
the floor suddenly gives way, and beneath the floor, there's
ready your
nothing.
weapon, and then walk.
I'm so sorry. This place is just falling apart. The mechanism is broken, you see. It wasn't supposed to stop there, I assure you. That was supposed to be the exit, but it seems that no one wants you to leave. Everyone really
It's
likes
a
you.
complicated answer,
They want
okie
to
dokie.
stay with them forever. I have to agree with them.
It changes from game to game,
Dying.
and the games do not deal with reality and how it is affected in the same way from game to game. Silent Hill 2 is a much more psychological look at the subconscious of the characters. So in SH2, James, Eddie, Angela, Laura, they're real. Maria, the monsters, Pyramid Head, they're not. In Silent Hill 3, Claudia Wolf, Vincent, Douglas, they're all real, you know. But as said, it's a complex answer that changes from game to game, scenario to scenario, character to character. Oh, I should unequip this for this part. Yeah, Harry was real. He's still real. He's real dead. But he's real. The wall bump. The wall bump. Okay, it's fine. So really quickly, I want to point something out. There are 4 mascots total for Lakeside Amusement Park. But the only one that anybody ever really pays any attention to is Robbie. I guess just the image of the bloodied Robbie mascots became a favorite among fans, which is why the Robbie became a recurring reference throughout the series. But despite Robbie getting all the attention and focus, there's 3 other mascots that never get any love. There's Huey the horse, Kathy the kitty, and Dawn the duck. But you never see anything for them. You never see a bloody duck mascot, anything like that. A theory say that the monster in Silent Hill 3 are people, and that's God inside Heather that make her see them as a monster. That is a bad theory. It is absolutely not true. The creatures and monsters you see are manifestations that are being created by the God that is inside of Heather and growing. They are not human beings. Got a red shoe. Would you have liked the idea if there was a Silent Hill game telling the story of Douglas going to Silent Hill? Absolutely. Absolutely. I would have loved anything to expand upon some of these side characters you don't get to learn a whole lot about. I would have loved to know more about Douglas. I would have loved to know more about, in Silent Hill 2, more about Angela and Eddie, Laura. Column here, wouldn't that work? The door doesn't seem locked, but I can't open it. Could it be rusted? I'm not strong enough to budge it no matter how much I pull. There's gotta be a way. What bugged me about Harry's death is that he survived Silent Hill but died to a single missionary. Well, I mean, in Silent Hill 1, Harry was first of all 17 years younger. He was also going around an abandoned town fairly armed and ready, expecting things, ready to fight. When we see his body, he's just sitting in the chair. It doesn't look like he put up a fight. It looks like he was killed in stealth. Oh. Alright, this half is fine. Better do something with the other half, though. Let's put that here. And start the ride. If you're talking about Henry, okie dokie, the only reason that he's involved in the story is because he moved into that apartment after the previous tenant, Joseph Schreiber, died. If you're interested, this evening, starting around 11 p.m. Central Daylight Time, I'll be going through and doing a story playthrough of Silent Hill 4. If you want to come by for that, or if you can make it for that, and want to understand more about it.
Douglas,
You're late.
are you hurt?
I can't move my right leg. I think it's broken.
I'll call an ambulance.
Hold it. I don't think one will come. Don't worry. I'm used to it.
You... yourself hurt like that?
Sorry.
Why did you have to do that for me? What'll I do if you die?
What'll we do if this god thing gets born?
Come on. How powerful could a god from a dump like this be? I'm sure it'll be no big deal.
But anyway, something's gonna happen.
Who knows? Maybe we'd all be better off if it did.
But if this is how a god of mercy acts, I don't want to see any more of him. That's a pretty good reason to risk my life, don't you think? Plus, I'm just an old fool, right?
You think you're Superman or something?
You know, I always wanted to be him. Besides,
Yeah.
I want to help you out.
You don't have to feel responsible. I know it's not your fault.
You remind me of my son.
You said nobody was going to cry for you.
Dead people don't cry. Stupid kid got himself shot robbing a bank.
But why?
Maybe because his pop was a penniless good-for-nothing. Who knows? Anyway, now I guess I'll never find out. Sorry. I shouldn't have said you reminded me of a guy like that.
Well, maybe if you had compared me to your daughter. Listen, I'll take care of the rest. You stay here and I'll be back when it's over.
You'll be okay by yourself.
Hey, no problem. Besides, my dad's not around anymore, so only I can do this. What are you doing?
Maybe killing you here is the only way to end this nightmare.
Yeah, you might be right.
No, okie dokie, the movies are absolutely not canon. Nothing is considered canonical in the overall story of the Silent Hill universe outside of the first 4 games. Silent Hill 1, 2, 3, and 4. Everything else beyond that is glorified fanfic. The movies, the comics, Origins, and all the games after that. The cell phone games. So, we get some info here. Kind of the last little bit of info for Douglas's kind of tragic past. So he's mentioned he doesn't have anybody around to cry for him if he dies. He mentions he shot somebody and killed somebody before when confronting Claudia. And he says that his son, stupid kid, got himself shot robbing a bank. The idea and the way that Douglas seems to be telling the story and how emotional he gets while talking about it seems to insinuate the idea that Douglas was maybe a cop at that point and was called to the bank robbery and was shooting to stop one of the bank robbers, and it turned out to be his son. Now, again, this is not anything that is explained in any more detail than what we've just seen in those progression of scenes. But given, again, the way Douglas reacts, the way he tells that story, the way his emotions kind of change as he's talking about it, it definitely seems to be the strongest implication that the game is setting us up for. And there's also that matter of him pointing the gun at Heather and wondering if killing her is the only way to end this. And I cannot help but agree. It might not be a permanent solution, considering Alessa or Heather could continue reincarnating, but it would at least delay the current birth of the god significantly if Heather were to die here. So I kind of understand his train of thought. You can get a little more scene with Douglas here if you interact with him again. How did Claudia overpower him? With magic. We don't know. We don't see the scene. It's never mentioned. It's not talked about. Speculate all you want. Vincent says later on, "I don't have powers like you two," referring to Heather and Claudia. So Claudia must have some type of psychic ability, the same way Heather does. So it's very possible that Claudia used some form of that psychic ability to overpower him. We've also seen that she can command monsters, such as the missionary. It's possible she could have summoned or used a creature to fight Douglas and put him in this state. But as said, speculate all you like. Why Silent Hill Origins is not canon? Because it was made by an entirely different team of people, and the story of it does not match up with the story that was established in Silent Hill 1. There are a lot of plot holes, more than I'm going to go over right now, but come back Saturday night around 11 p.m. Central Daylight Time, and I'll be doing the in-depth playthrough of Origins. If you want to know exactly why it's not canon, I'll be going over it in great detail, discussing all of the plot holes. As said, these first 4 games, Silent Hill 1 through 4, I love playing through these and talking about them because they connect to each other in a lot of interesting ways. There's a lot of room for open discussion, but they have a cohesive, canonical, continuous storyline that's well written and good to discuss. And these are some of my favorite games. But Origins and onward, when I do those playthroughs, I'll be explaining the story and going into great depth. But because those games are not as well written, because they are full of plot holes, it's usually a bit more of me tearing them down rather than... It's a different kind of analysis, basically. I go through... Basically, I try to be fair as I can to explain why I feel about these games the way I do, what I consider canon and not canon, everything like that. And I try to back up why I think these games are good and why I think the ones like the Western games are bad. And I try to be as thorough as I can for explaining my reasoning. So, hook up the PSP or use emulator. I can't hook up the PSP, my capture card's broken. So I'm going to have to emulate it. And the PSP emulation is awful, so I'm going to have to emulate the PS2 version and hope that that's not as awful. So, here's hoping. think Silent Hill Origins is a terrible origin story, but a best story with Trevor and his family. His name is Travis. And if you can't remember the main character's name, I have serious doubts as to if you can remember how good or bad the plot of the game may be. No offense. Hope they make a new Team Silent someday. It'd be cool if they came back together and made anything. I would love for Team Silent to reunite and make any kind of a game. Even if it's not a Silent Hill game, I would love to see... They're just all such creative minds. I would love to see them collaborate on something again. Got a doll head. This symbol usually looks unnatural and weird, but here it sort of seems to fit. Still makes me feel creepy though, like someone peeking into my brain. You find the story of Travis good? What's your favorite part? What's your favorite thing about Travis and his story? In the meantime, I'm going to pick this up. But I'm not going to read this right here because for some reason it leaves a few pages out that you only read when you read it from your inventory. So I've got Dad's notebook, Harry Mason's notebook, that we got when we left Portland before going to Silent Hill with Douglas. I save reading this until this point because I just like to read Douglas's notebook and Dad's notebook kind of all at once right here to sum up what these are all about. So first let's check out Douglas's notebook. Client, Claudia Wolf. Request, searching for then-infant Alessa Gillespie, kidnapped by a man named Harry Mason. No word from police. Kidnap location unknown. Old Silent Hill newspaper article. Alessa Gillespie, 7, dead in fire. Links to current case. To be investigated. Priority, low. Using alias Heather. Neighbors do not know real name. What is she hiding? According to records, 24 years old. Client says, look 17. Plausible? Again, we had the phone call in Brookhaven where it gave several different ages, and we explained that was Alessa's age as Alessa plus Cheryl plus Heather's age. And they're adding Alessa's age to Heather's age to get this 24. Lived in Portland till 12 years ago. Got wrapped up in a murder case. Harry shot suspect. So the whole time during the beginning of the game where I'm like, you know, we're not in Silent Hill, we're in Portland. This is how you know. Douglas also mentions it on the drive to Silent Hill. He says to Heather, didn't you grow up in Portland? Justifiable self-defense, so no punishment. Moved away immediately after. Started to use alias. So we had somebody from the cult at some point showing up to try and take Heather. And Harry shot the suspect. It was justifiable self-defense. They moved away. Started to use an alias, or at least Heather did. Previously, she was going by Cheryl. Although she was not the same Cheryl, obviously. Well, she was, and she wasn't. She was Cheryl number 2. Same soul, different body. Apparently no connection with the criminal, just some occult freak slightly off from way back. Originally from Silent Hill. Silent Hill 2 does not have a canonical ending, okie dokie. It also doesn't have a good ending plus. Silent Hill 1 has bad plus, good, and good plus. Silent Hill 2 has named endings because it's up to you to determine whether they're necessarily bad or good. But none of the endings from 2 are canon. For 1, it's either the good or the good plus ending. So now we've got Dad's notebook. Dad wrote about my past in here. As always, this should be novelized. So this was what Harry Mason left behind before his death for Heather to read. A little bit of history, how he felt and what he went through. And I'll do this reading as Harry Mason. I hope this will never come to any use. Maybe it's better if you never know. More than anything else, I fear the possibility of your going away far from me. But sometimes we have to tell the truth. That's why I'm writing this, before I'm lost in death and oblivion. What happened back then? That has something to do with who you are. It all started 24 years ago. Coming back from a vacation, my wife and I found a baby on the side of the highway. Since we were childless, we thanked God for letting us meet this child, this girl. We took her home. 3 years later, my wife died, and another 4 years later, 17 years ago, I came to Silent Hill. I heard the girl's pleas and took her with me, not knowing why she wanted us to go there. And it was there that the girl went away. Not that she actually went anywhere, nor did she die. Returned to her original self. That's what Dahlia Gillespie said. Original self. That was the young woman burned by her mother as a sacrifice to God. Alessa Gillespie. Half her soul escaped in those flames and went on to live in a baby, in that girl of mine, of ours. 7 years passed before that half-a-girl returned to Silent Hill and made Alessa whole again. Newly strengthened, she vowed to kill God. God, a fetus nestled into this sacrificial girl's womb, was summoned with the usual rites. This was Alessa's wish, no matter what the outcome, even if her own existence were at stake. But that wish was not granted. My interruption meant she prayed instead for the girl's return. I alone couldn't bring her back. Dahlia did it. I only helped at the birthing ceremony, to bring God out of Alessa. Actually, that was Michael Kaufman, but, who's keeping track? The newly born God wailed once and was dead. All from that girl's, and probably Alessa's, conscious resistance. That's not the end. After God had vanished in a glow of light, Alessa reappeared and gave me a baby. She looked a lot like that girl so long ago. And then Alessa was gone, dead. There was nothing I could have done to help. I simply clutched the baby to my chest and ran off. The whole thing felt like a dream, but I had proof that it wasn't. The girl was nowhere to be found, and in my arms, the baby. Now 17 years have passed. It feels like only yesterday, and again, it feels like a million years ago. I confess, I had reservations at first about raising that baby. Could I love her? Her existence was thoroughly unexplainable. I thought she could be that young woman who snatched away my beloved daughter. That led to sadness, anger. There were times when I put my hands around her tiny little throat. Several times I even considered abandoning her. That's what a terrible person I am. But I decided to raise her after all. I just couldn't seem to let her go. When you look at me, you laugh, so even now I can't forget about that girl. But I love you. I have no doubts about that. That's all I ask you to believe. To my precious daughter, Harry Mason. Konami, I'm willing to work for scale if you want to make a remake. I'll do it. I'll do it. I'm cheap. I'll do the work. His daughter is Harry Mason. Yep. Harry Mason Jr. But she decided to go by Heather. This is the dragon that guards the treasure chests. It's just a prop and not scary at all. Short for Harriet. Harriet Mason. Oh, I need to kill these. I need to kill everything here. So that I can read another note. Oh my god, there's so much shit on hard. Please stop. Oh. Pendulum. Stop reloading, Heather. Good God, look at this fuck fest. Ah, damn it. Gonna drain all my fucking health supplies again. Shut up. How is the shotgun not knocking you down? Got you that time. Okay. Yes? We're all dead? Everything? Wonderful. Great. God. I forgot how annoying this part is. That's why normally when I do story playthroughs, I don't play on hard. But, whatever. It's fine. We're here. And we've got a note. Harry Mason. Another note from Harry Mason. Dahlia is the one who said it. said that girl was a demon, that she took my daughter for a sacrifice. But it's not totally believable. I mean, appearances can be deceiving. When I saw that photo in the hospital basement, I thought, that girl looks like Cheryl. Is that why I feel this way? Something's not normal anyway. Nothing good will come of this, but I just can't think of her as a demon. Is it my imagination? Or do I actually feel sorry for her? Why do I feel like she's looking for someone to help? Cheryl's what's important to me. Everything else can wait until I've gotten her back. There's a date and a signature at the end. It's dated some 17 years earlier and signed by Harry. Dad? Notice, this is the notepad on the red clipboard. These are the save points from Silent Hill 1. This part of Lakeside Amusement Park, despite the rest of it up until this point kind of having its own unique look, now we're actually in a familiar part of Lakeside Amusement Park from Silent Hill 1. This is the Magic Ice Cream House. This is where one of the save points is in Silent Hill 1 in the amusement park, just before the merry-go-round, which is what we're about to go to next. So, keep in mind, in Silent Hill 1, whenever you make a save, Harry explains in the very first save point that you examine that he's just writing down his experiences and thoughts as he goes along and finds these notepads, just in case anybody could ever find them and learn what he did and what he went through. So, in this case, like, you never get to read what Harry is writing down in Silent Hill 1, because when you interact with it, it just takes you to the save screen. Now in Silent Hill 3, when we start revisiting these areas that Harry was in and finding these notepads, we can actually read what Harry was writing down at these points. I love that connection. How to control camera view in Silent Hill 3 PC. You're going to want to go to your options. You're going to want to look at your button configs. And you see how these configurations right here are move, forward, backwards, right, and left. And then there's up, down, left, and right. These top four are what you're going to configure for movement. The bottom four are what you're going to configure for the camera. And then you're also going to need to configure a button for search view. So you can see I've got mine set to S. And I've got the actual directions set up on my number pad. So you hold S to go into search view. And then you use what you configured for up, down, left, and right to move it around. You can also configure a zoom, which is in the button configuration as well. Hope that helps. Popcorn wagon. Nothing interesting about it. Oh, I missed some more text. Movement. Can you use a pad? Absolutely. You can set up a controller and use it. You'll probably need to use something like Xpadder or Xinput to be able to configure most modern USB controllers. Otherwise, it limits some of the buttons you can use. But yeah, you can absolutely set it up with a controller. Would you read the sign, Heather? Happy carousel, enter. Don't they mean unhappy carousel? Good one. Thanks, you play with DualShock 3. Nope, I play on keyboard and mouse. But if you want to use DualShock 3, you absolutely can. You'll probably need to download DS3 Tool, but you can totally do it. There's a memo pinned to the horse's side with a huge nail. When 13 turns count 4, you will die from their curse. If you wish to escape, there is but one way out. To kill before you are killed. You will be saved by the 12th death. So as said, these are familiar parts of Lakeside Amusement Park. This is the same merry-go-round that you fight Sybil on in Silent Hill 1. And there is a secret death here that not a lot of people know of. Notice the note gives you a bit of a warning. When 13 turns, count 4. So literally 13 times 4. That's how many times this whole thing has to go around. This takes a considerable amount of time. Like, it's like maybe 8 to 10 minutes to go that entire cycle. And if you don't, most people figure out, oh, you just have to kill the horses, and they have plenty of time to do it, and they never even realize that there's a death sequence that happens here if you don't do anything. So since a lot of people don't normally see that, and since I can just reload a save and come back and do all this, I don't show this too often, just because of how long it takes. But we're going to run around and enjoy the music, enjoy the merry-go-round, and wait for the sweet embrace of horse death. Or death by horses. Or death by horse breath. Whatever. What's up, Nosember? Welcome back. It's not fire. It's like orange acid breath? I don't know. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Ba na 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 na. Ba na 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 na. Isn't this song like really close to the merry-go-round music from Super Mario 64? I mean, like, it's pretty close, right? It's not just me. What's going on here? We're dancing on a merry-go-round. Real, I mean? Oh, that's as real as it gets. I'm a 29-year-old grown-ass man, and this is what I'm doing with my free time. This is real as it gets, my friend. Was gonna ask if they're real horses or not real. This horse is alive. Well, alive may not be the word for it. It's no ordinary carousel horse. It's not made of wood or plastic. I don't know, but it's just kind of strange, that's all. This horse is the only one not moving. Is it because it was stabbed in the head? There you go. I hope that clarifies. I wasn't joking when I said this takes a bit. I hope somebody... I should have started a timer, because I've never actually timed this. I'm gonna have to go back and watch the VOD and time this all out, because I'm never sure of like exactly how long this takes. But it takes a good bit. Oh, horse breath. Can imagine you'll barely have enough time if you were to use, oh, say, the knife. You have plenty of time to stab each and every one of these horses to death with the knife. Like, there is like, I don't think there's an accidental way to die here. I've never, in all of my time watching blind playthroughs of this, and even in my own first playthrough, like, it's pretty easy to figure out you're supposed to kill the horses. And I've never ever seen anyone not figure it out in the time it takes to trigger this death sequence. I'm sure DSP died here. Well, nobody told him you kill the horses. How was he supposed to know? Let's switch it up. Knife dance. There it is! It finally happened! The merry-go-round filled up with orange horse breath, and Heather died. Secondhand smoke is bad. Don't do horse breath, kids. Now let's kill these fucking horses. Oh, bad place to reload. You're gonna get horse breath. I'm surprised I didn't. Shoot 'em all right in the butthole. Come on. There's no escape. Hey, Alessa. That's a nice knife. That's not a knife. This is a knife. So, a little detail here. I'm going to try to talk about while I'm doing this fight. Notice the merry-go-round is now an elevator. It's still spinning, but we're descending downwards. And this confrontation here, by the way, is more symbolic than literal. You're not actually fighting Alessa. This boss is known as the Memory of Alessa. So this entire time that the game has been going, Heather's... Oh, look. She's trying to twerk. Yeah. Oh, come on. She was doing it. Anyway, the entire time throughout this game, Heather has been essentially slowly remembering, regaining her memories from her life as Alessa, her life as Cheryl. And this moment here is essentially to symbolize the breaking point where Heather's memories of her past lives essentially come back to her by defeating the now insane remnant of Alessa within her. The memory of Alessa. These suppressed memories. Ace! Ace, thank you for the 6 months in a row. Appreciate the continued support. I don't know what that hashtag is all about. But thank you. Can't shoot me. I'm behind a horse. It's the rules. Oh, I tried to block. Don't! Why would you shoot at that range? Mistime my block. Fuck. Never catch your stream anymore. It's been like 2 weeks since the 6 month. 6 months was like 6 days ago. But it's all good, Ace. As I said, I appreciate the support. And I know, like, I don't expect people to regularly catch my streams because I don't have a regular stream schedule. That's kind of the downside to that. I mean, on the upside, it makes the rest of scheduling around streaming for me more convenient. But yeah, it makes it difficult to consistently catch streams. I know how that goes. But it's not for lack of trying. I've been streaming. I've been streaming. She did. Finally. Man, I wasted so much of this. Someone tell me who is the final boss of Silent Hill 3. God. I mean, maybe not the god, but a god. Oh my god. So, the memory of Alessa has been overcome, and with that, Heather has regained all of her repressed memories. She can remember everything now. Her life as Alessa, her life as Cheryl. None of that is repressed or exclusive to her subconscious now. She is aware of her past and her previous lives. And this is a final message from herself as Alessa to her current self as Heather. It would be better for myself to die. After all, it's nothing to be afraid of. Alessa's not afraid of death. Death is nothing. You just reincarnate. DJ Rebirth, thank you for the host, by the way. That child, that demon. When I think of the endless pain it will bring when it is birthed, referring to the god that's in Heather right now. I decided that, instead of the suffering and cruelty I endured in that sick room, that I would like to bestow a more gentle and peaceful death on myself. Why do I resist? I never thought of myself as such a fool. So, this was essentially the last remaining part of Alessa, last-ditch attempt in her insanity to try and kill Heather as a way of stopping the birth of the god, which again is why I think when Douglas kind of brings up the same point, I don't think he's wrong. Alessa, I guess it's kind of strange for me to call you that, since you are me. But you know what? You and I don't think alike after all. And it's not that I don't remember that sick room either. So now she remembers. She remembers the sick room. She remembers everything from that previous life. Hold on a second. Who's texting me at 7:30 in the morning? Oh. Oh. Those were just Johnny's nudes, which just makes my reaction funnier. Oh. Oh. Stuart, thank you for the host. All right, so we get a little bit of insight into the beliefs of the cult, the current beliefs of the cult. They've got several of their scriptures written along the walls here as we proceed to the chapel, the final area of the game, by the way. Stained by the evils of this world, we hold our sorrows within us. Only you can heal us these wounds. Each morning, afternoon, evening, and night, we call out your name and pray for the day of the miraculous descent. I give to you unreservedly my body and my eternal soul. Whatever darkness may befall me, I will endure with you beside me. As proof of your miraculous power, guide our obedient and willing souls to the road of paradise, O Lord. We will not give in to the power of temptation as long as we have you in our hearts. O Lord, save us with your compassion. O Lord, shower us with your blessings. O Lord, favor us with your abundance. O Lord, explain to me why this gate is here, and what the relevance is, and why I can see this door through this gate, because this is an area of the game that you can never, ever, ever access. What is this? Why is this here? Why can I see it? Why does it taunt me so? This door is the gate which leads to the road of paradise. Embrace the bosom of the Holy Mother. Admit your sins and be forgiven. Eternal tranquility can be yours.
How did you get here? It was Vincent, wasn't it? He led you here. When will he cease his meddling? But it's just as well. Luring you here also serves my purposes.
Checkmate.
Not yet. The time is not yet at hand. The time when all will be forgiven their sins. When the paradise we have long dreamed for will arrive. After the judgment and atonement, an eternity of bliss. Oh, Alessa, the world you wanted is nearly here.
That's not what I want.
Not you. Alessa, your true self.
But I am Alessa. My little Claudia, my dear sweet sister.
Alessa, is it you? Oh, how I've missed you.
I don't need another world. It's fine the way it is.
But you said it yourself. The world must first be cleansed with fire.
But that's not what I want now.
Alessa, don't you want happiness? Have you become blind to all the hopeless suffering in the world? We all need God's salvation.
Listen, suffering is a fact of life. Either you learn how to deal with that or you go under. You can stay in your own little dream world, but you can't keep hurting other people. Besides, I'll never forgive you for hurting my father.
I wish only for the salvation of mankind. But for that to happen, the world must first be remade. And for that, we need God.
You self-righteous witch! No one asked you to help!
What is growing within you? You despise me, don't you?
You're damned right I do!
That's good.
So yeah, Johnny. To kind of expand a little bit on Alessa and Claudia's relationship, and we learn a bit more about that from some of the other dialogue and stuff that we find here. Keep in mind something that we learn about the cult, and it gets expanded upon greatly in Silent Hill 4. Many members of the cult are orphans who are brainwashed and recruited into the cult, essentially through adoption into cult families. So a lot of the people who are involved in the cult either grew up in orphanages together or were adopted into similar families within the same cult. So a lot of them refer to each other as brother and sister. It's also done in that sort of religious tone, the way that nuns refer to each other as sisters, priests are referred to as fathers. It's that same type of family through belief. And sure enough, we find a note later, a birthday card from Alessa to Claudia, where it says, "Here's to you, I love you as if you were my real sister." Got an Eye of Night tarot card. Found this in the chapel. Is this a real tarot card, though? Tarot doesn't go to 22. But there's even an explanation for that in a book later on. Somehow, I remember this stained glass. It shows God and the man and woman who birthed her. I used to come to this chapel all the time when I was a little girl. I came to worship God and to ask for my prayers to be answered. But it wasn't exactly me. It was actually Alessa when she was a little girl. But anyway, none of my prayers were ever answered. Hey, Bid Wars. Gonna fall asleep? Alright, have a good night, Pablo. Take it easy. Nothing I can do with the organ. Don't know how to play anyway. More insight. She doesn't know how to play organ or piano. So here we've got some more information about the cult. This is the cult's creation myth. This is where the origin of their belief comes from. One, origin. In the beginning, people had nothing. Their bodies ached, and their hearts held nothing but hatred. They fought endlessly, but death never came. They despaired, stuck in the eternal quagmire. 2. Birth. A man offered a serpent to the sun and prayed for salvation. A woman offered a reed to the sun and asked for joy. Feeling pity for the sadness that had overrun the earth, God was born from those two people. Three. Salvation. God made time and divided it into day and night. God outlined the road to salvation and gave people joy. And God took endless time away from the people. Four. Creation. God created beings to lead people in obedience to her. Somebody asked earlier, who is the red god, who is the yellow god? And they mentioned Valtiel. Valtiel is not that high tier of a god. He's more like a attendant to the more major gods. But here is the explanation of who the red god is, who the yellow god is. God created beings to lead people in obedience to her. The red god, Zuchalbara, the yellow god, Lobsel-Vith, many gods and angels. Finally, God set out to create paradise, where people would be happy just by being there. Demigod would be a pretty good way. 5. Promise. But there God's strength ran out, and she collapsed. All the world's people grieved this unfortunate event, yet God breathed her last. She returned to the dust, promising to come again. Six. Faith. So God hasn't been lost. We must offer our prayers and not forget our faith. We wait in hope for the day when the path to paradise will be opened. Here is my favorite map in the whole series. The chapel. So, aside from the actual map portion of this, the little squares to show the rooms and hallways, those were done by, like, an actual artist. The rest of this art, the house, the bunny, everything else, the writing where it says chapel, all of this was done by a child of one of the friends of Team Silent. So this is a legitimate, real, authentic child's drawing. The fingerprints and smudges, the creases in the paper are authentic. And I love that it's something that they put that amount of detail into, of just having an authentic child's drawing, because, for example, later on in Silent Hill Homecoming, there's a lot of child's drawings that you go around and collect, supposedly drawings that Josh did, and they're very obviously a professional artist drawing badly on purpose. Whereas with this, I mean, it has so much charm just in the way that it's drawn, and again, because it has that level of authenticity to it. I love it. Favorite map in the whole fucking series. Got the church map. I should print that out and stick it on my fridge.
Dear God, please forgive me. I know I'll be put to death for the sins I've committed. and I'll go to my death gladly and with a peaceful heart. But please, grant me just a small piece of your everlasting mercy. Let me see my child once within your golden gates. Deliver me not to hell, but to purgatory. Allow me to atone for my sins there. I'll stand within the very flames of redemption, no matter how they burn me. Forgive me for my wicked act of revenge. And deliver the soul of my poor murdered daughter. Please, also care for the soul of the girl whose life I have taken. God, I am a child, trembling with fear as I stare at death. Soothe my tortured soul with your infinite mercy. Please, forgive me.
Dark Healer, thank you for the 15 bits. That sound was new? Yeah, Johnny. So I've got custom profiles, alert profiles, for each of the games now. Or at the very least for a lot of the games that I play. So, all the alerts for right now while I'm playing Silent Hill 3 are all sound effects from Silent Hill 3. Whenever I do Silent Hill 2, it's all from Silent Hill 2. Whenever I do 4, it's going to be all stuff from 4. I've done profiles so far for Silent Hill 1, Silent Hill 2, Silent Hill 3, Silent Hill 4, Metal Gear Solid, Jet Set Radio. I think that's all. Don't forgive her? Got it. Let's go. Is there a GGGG sound set up for Play Novel? Not yet. But I'm gonna go back and make one when I make those alerts. I'm gonna use the clip of Trina doing that noise from last Christmas's Play Novel playthrough. That would be amazing. Shelves are covered with file folders and boring books. There's no useful information here as far as I can tell. Can I pick up this? Thank you. Got the cassette tape. We'll go listen to that a little later. There are a bunch of papers in this file. So this is where we finally learn the meaning behind the Halo of the Sun, the save point, and the symbol that we've been seeing all throughout the game. I get the feeling it's a handwritten copy of some book. Represents the deity known as the Halo of the Sun. In heraldry, symbolizes a religious group. The two outer circles are charity and resurrection. The three inner circles are present, past, and future. Usually drawn in red, occasionally drawn in black or other colors, but blue reverses the meaning into a curse on God and is therefore forbidden. Excuse me, I'm going to sell out just a little bit right here. If you take a look at some of my custom bit badges in chat, such as Johnny's, you can see it's a green Halo of the Sun. For the low, low price of 5,000 bits, you can have your very own blue Halo of the Sun, a curse on God, custom bit badge. Or for 10,000 bits, you could have that nice red one, like Fenn's got. Anyway. Sell out. Look, I'm just trying to tell you the things that I made that I'm proud of. You don't have to buy them. There's a wheelchair here. Just a plain old wheelchair. It's just being Silent Hill. Okay, this is cool. So, the same way that Silent Hill 1 had progressive information, like in order to read certain notes and newspapers and things like that, you had to read other notes and articles and things like that first in order to make future notes readable. Otherwise, you would just ignore them and, that would be that. This game does the same thing, where if you don't go and read that book about the meaning of the halo of the sun, and you come into this room with the large halo of the sun and examine it, Heather doesn't say anything, and it just functions like a normal save point. Thur999, thank you for the bit. Don't eat stuff you find on the floor, Claudia. It's a bad habit. We'll see if she can break it. Thank you for the bit. But yeah, because we read that book first and then came here, Heather gives some more insight into this. This circle means reincarnation. That's what it said on that paper back there. So death isn't the end. Pretty good deal if you ask me. Thanks to reincarnation, I died as Alessa, but I'm still living as myself. Rodrigo, thank you for the 100 Kappa bits. Appreciate the support. Much appreciated. Thank you. Is the Silent Hill Wiki info about right about the halo of the sun, different symbols, and the meanings of them? It's been a while since I've read what the wiki even says about these symbols. I would assume that that information is correct because it is literally in a document in these games explaining each of the symbols. So I would hope that somebody was thorough enough to read that information and post it on the wiki as it is explained within the games. But then again, it's the Silent Hill wiki where any crazy admin or editor can upload whatever crazy theory they have and post it as fact. So there's a lot of misinformation on the wiki as well. Anyway, thanks to reincarnation, I died as Alessa, but I'm still living as myself. But just the thought of it is starting to turn my stomach. So we've got some significant figures to the church. Saint Nicholas, miraculous hands, a doctor of God. Good old Saint Nick. Saint Jennifer, unwavering faith under death's blade. But most importantly, a very familiar person. This is Alessa, essentially as she appeared at the end of Silent Hill 1, holding the baby that she gave to Harry, the baby that grew up into Heather. Saint Alessa, Mother of God, Daughter of God. This picture, that's me. I'm holding the baby, And I'm the baby being held. The me that wanted death and disappeared with God 17 years ago, and the me here and now that sought life. Jennifer is the saint statue you find in 2, right? Yes. Good catch, Panda. That's a reference to Jennifer Carroll. And we see that monument in Rosewater Park in Silent Hill 2. Johnny Thunder with the 55 bits. Pocket change. Shisha! Thank you for the pocket change. Much appreciated, Johnny. Trying to buy love? Johnny's a regular. Johnny don't gotta buy shit. Can't buy me love, as the Beatles said. In all seriousness, thank you. Everybody who has been here, who's been giving bits, donations, everyone who's subbed and resubbed, and everyone who's just, here, hanging out, enjoying the stream, nothing else attached. If there was no bits, nothing like that. I'm just happy to find such an amazing community. You know, when I started streaming, I didn't do this thinking it would become what it has become now after all this time. I started streaming regularly January of 2015. I never thought that I would ever see a single penny from doing this. I just wanted to play Silent Hill and share it with people online. And this community and you guys who've been around and just hanging out and supporting the channel just by being here, seriously, you've made us all absolutely amazing and absolutely worthwhile every single step of the way. So thank you, everybody who is here, whether you're a regular, whether you've been around since the beginning, or if you just found the channel today and you've been hanging out and enjoying. It's awesome. Thank you all so much. There's a picture here of an angel flying into the heavens. Nothing special. I get the feeling there's something behind this picture, though. That girl's cries and footsteps disappeared beyond it after all. Will you move the picture? Yeah. It's a door. So we see some bloody footprints move towards the door first, and we can hear a girl's cries. Again, supposed to be representative of Alessa in her youth. I need to learn how to produce less salt. Please teach me. I mean, I've always been a fairly patient person. And I mean, I still get salty over stuff. These are the most enjoyable streams because I'm just sitting, I'm relaxing, I'm not in a hurry to finish the game. I can take it at my own pace, stop, talk, discuss things. This is by far the most chill thing that I can really do. On the channel, and it's just impossible to really get salty over this. Even fake salt is with people asking dumb questions or saying Downpour is #1. It's yeah, whatever. You should watch me speedrun stuff and get really mad. But even then, I don't know. Get older. I feel like the older I get, the less I care, and the less salt is produced. Oh, you bitch basket. No! Oh, he knocked me off! Yeah. Yes. I moved too close to the edge and the missionary just pushed me right off. Oh, that was perfect. All right. How about this? How about next time I shoot your bitch ass, missionary? Oh, also I'm gonna quick save. Here's the speed strat. Quick save in front of the door, quick load, and then you don't have to wait for the footsteps and the cries. Only works on PC version, obviously. Shut up. Shut up. Asshole. All right, some books to read. Let's read the book about gods first. Then I'll read the tarot book. Silent Hill's Ancient Gods, a study of their etymology and evolution. What a mouthful. Hey, look at that. Saint Alessa, depicted in the bottom left. And Samael. Or Baphomet. Or Satan. Or whatever name you want to give him. Up there in the top right. The last boss from Silent Hill 1. The Incubus is the actual given name in Silent Hill 1. There's no religion that has remained unchanged from the moment it was founded. This one is no exception. When this religion fell into the hands of immigrants, it was deeply influenced by their own original Christian beliefs. For example, the traditional representatives of these primal gods may be given the names and descriptions of Christian angels. Thus, shared characteristics begin to appear. My cats are fighting right outside my garage. I don't know if that's picking up on the mic, but my cats are play fighting and like meowing at each other loudly. There's also one rare example of the chief deity, creator of paradise, or lords of serpents and reeds, being dubbed with a demon's name. Of course, this was not done by believers, but by their opponents. And a book on tarot. Tarot was based on the 22 Hebrew consonants and is said to represent the entire world. Each card, numbered 0 through 21, has a particular meaning. By reading these cards, fortune tellers predict the future. For example, the first card, the Magician, signifies creation, wisdom, beginnings, or destruction and fraud. The second card, the High Priestess, denotes intuition, harmony, faith, or dogmatism and arrogance. According to some texts, the Gardner deck had more than 22 cards. The Gardner deck does not exist today. It is mentioned only in the literature. It is said that these extra cards were based on lost Hebrew vowels and denoted an otherworldly, transcendental existence, i.e. God. So there were extra cards beyond 21 that denoted essentially a god. And so we have card number 22 right here, the Eye of Night. And another card here, as well as a great cutscene between Heather and Vincent. This is where the infamous "they look like monsters" line comes from, that so many fans are confused by. But again, let me reiterate, Vincent is Kappa before Kappa. He is the ultimate troll. He has his own personal needs first, and he loves pushing people's buttons. He doesn't care who they are. Claudia Wolf, you hated the way your father, treated you, kicked you, hit you, made you cry. That smile on his face. He takes pleasure in tormenting others and messing with them. He lies directly to Heather. Was there somebody else here in this hotel room? No, just me. He's very obviously not telling the truth, and you can see that same smile on his face when Heather reacts, and he's like, haha, gotcha. But yes, the monsters are monsters. Sorry, all of you wannabe serial murderers. We got the Moon Tarot card.
Hiya, Heather.
You show up everywhere, don't you?
You make me sound like some kind of unwanted pest.
Well, who are you anyway?
Haven't you realized that yet?
Yeah, you're on Claudia's side.
I told you not to put me in the same category as that mad woman.
Well, you're pretty loony yourself.
It's true. We believe in the same God. But I'm quite sane.
So why did you help me out then? Was that also part of trying to resurrect God?
It's not uncommon for people to worship the same God and still disagree.
God? Are you sure you don't mean devil?
Whichever you like. The point is that now I really am on your side. I don't want God to be born. Wouldn't be convenient. Much too unpredictable.
So you've been using me to stop Claudia, is that it? Do your own dirty work.
My dirty work? I think we both had our own interests in mind. You hate her too, don't you? You're the only one who can get it done. I don't have powers like you two. Besides, I always hated getting all hot, sweaty.
Oh, really?
I'm just looking out for myself. Everyone does it. Don't stand there looking so smug. You're the worst person in this room. You come here and enjoy spilling their blood. And listening to them cry out. You feel excited when you step on them and snuff out their lives.
Are you talking about the monsters?
Monsters? They look like monsters to you?
Oh no.
Don't worry. It's just a joke. By the way, I forgot to ask you. Did you get the Seal of Metatron?
What's that?
You don't have it? Leonard was carrying it.
You mean this thing?
Yes, that's it. As long as we have that, we're fine. Here, take this.
Love Vincent. Me too, Crimson. Me too. He's just such a sleazeball. Like, it's hard to not really like his character. Bit Wars! Bit Wars, thank you for the 200 bits. Happy birthday, dear. Who are you? Thank you, Bit Wars, for the 200 bits. Much appreciated. Alright, so we got a book, Otherworld Laws. A big old book I got from Vincent. She opens it up, it's just a nude. Just a big full spread Vincent nude. Ah, what a dick. This magic square with strong protective and dispelling properties is called the Viren 7 Crest, or the Seal of Metatron. Excuse me, the Seal of Metraton. So now we're getting some explanation into the Seal of Metatron, the symbol from Silent Hill 1. PB Combat gets it. It will bring results regardless of whether the target is good or evil. Its strength, therefore, places a very high burden on the caster. As it is also difficult to control, it is not usually used. This is why it bears the name Metraton, after the angel Metatron, or Metraton, also known as the Agent of God. Great. And something to keep in mind with the Seal of Metatron and the way that it works. As a symbol on its own, it does nothing. Absolutely nothing. Its power is entirely dependent on the faith of the person using it. So in Silent Hill 1, Alessa was able to use it early with some success, but as time goes on, her faith wavers. She's more actively trying to stop the cult. Her beliefs change, and the nightmare becomes stronger, so the seal slowly loses its power over the course of Silent Hill 1. And at this point, Heather doesn't believe in this shit at all. She has no faith behind it. So, it's nothing. Hey Nub, I was curious if you might know, those in-game cutscenes, are the music and the voices mixed to one track regarding possible sampling? Yes. Unfortunately, the voices and the music from the actual game is mixed into a single track, which makes pulling dialogue by itself really, really difficult. You can get the soundtrack versions of the songs if that's what you're curious about sampling, and I would recommend going that route, or go to SilentHillMedia.com. It's a site, a website that is hosted by Fungo. A lot of you Silent Hill fans are probably familiar with Fungo. He does a lot of Silent Hill related stuff on his YouTube channel. Does streams. Was formerly part of the Real Silent Hill Experience with Twin Perfect. And he's got a website, Silent Hill Media, and he ripped a lot of the audio from the games and separated out a lot of the audio tracks himself, since he is an audio engineer and musician as well. So he's got a lot of really good audio stuff on that site. It's definitely worth checking out. Is Fungo even still active on YouTube these days? Yeah, he is. He mostly has been doing, like... I know he was doing a lot of Dark Souls and Bloodborne lore stuff. He's not nearly as active as he used to be, but he is still active. Shut up. Shut up. Kick dudes in the dick. Kick dudes in the dick. There's a musty diary on the bed. Harry Mason's diary. Time for my last Harry Mason impression. Ugh, let me drink some water. One sec. Turns out 9 hours of talking. It's not good on the throat. All right. This writing, is this Dad's diary? Why would it be here? I sometimes have the sense, even now, that that girl is a reincarnation of Alessa. I don't worry about it much now. That's all forgiven. You were unloved, Cheryl. Or was that Alessa? Now, Cheryl is Alessa again. No matter whose reincarnation she may have been, that girl was my most beloved treasure. But that name was a mistake. At the time, I thought of her only as a replacement for my lost Cheryl. When she knows the truth, will she feel bad? That's what worries me. Thanks, Dad. So I was Alessa after all. But I do have just a trace of one more memory left. I haven't forgotten my sweet and gentle mother. So, I'm pretty convinced now in the context of this that when she says her sweet and gentle mother, I think she's being serious and not sarcastic. Not sarcastic. The idea that I used to have, I was kind of torn between, is she being serious and referring to her adoptive mother when she was Cheryl, which would have been Jodie Mason, Harry's wife, or was she being sarcastic and referring to Dahlia Gillespie? But I feel like in the context of everything else here, it really seems to me like she's being serious and referring to Jodie. She could be serious and talking about Dahlia before she went crazy. I never honestly considered that. We don't get a whole lot of idea of what Alessa and Dahlia's relationship was before the events of Silent Hill 1. The earliest we see them together is when Dahlia decides to perform the ritual. And I mean, Alessa does act like she's close to her mother. She's like, you know, she doesn't want to do the ritual, but she just wants to live a quiet life with her mommy. That's a good point, Three Dog. I never even considered that angle of it. Has Heather even seen Jodie herself? No, but Heather has Cheryl's and Alessa's memories. Her memories of those lifetimes are no longer repressed. That was what happened after the defeat of the memory of Alessa on the merry-go-round. It was essentially a symbolic fight showing Heather kind of becoming aware and remembering everything that she lived through and experienced as Alessa and as Cheryl. So she would have those memories. She would remember Jody. Any explanation on what happened to Harry's corpse in the bedroom? We're not actually in the bedroom. This whole area, you'll notice, is completely nonsensical. We rode down a very long merry-go-round to get here. We entered into a chapel that would have been miles underground. And that chapel opened up into random hallways that feature areas that we've been to before. Fragments of Heather and Alessa and Cheryl's memories. So we see Harry's bedroom, we see Alessa's bedroom, we see Midwich elementary classroom. This is essentially like the end of Silent Hill 1 when you're in nowhere. We're not like we're not in a logical, physical place anymore. There's Valtiel and Fukuro again. He's just getting those lifts in, getting those reps. It's arm day. No, nobody said anything about hell, MTX. We're in nowhere. A place where reality and unreality intersect. Except right now it's more unreality than reality. We're not in hell. We're not in another dimension. We're just in a far more distorted reality than we have been in thus far. So much so to the point that it is, again, kind of nonsensical from a logical standpoint. I mean, here we are. We're in Alessa's bedroom from Silent Hill 1. There's her butterfly collection. There's her dolls. Really feel like that interpretation feels a lot more tragic. But I like the idea of Heather remembering a time where Cheryl was actually loved by Dahlia, or Alessa was actually loved by Dahlia. That is an interesting concept. Because, I mean, she probably didn't always hate her mother. When she was younger, she went right along with the cult. She prayed at the altar. She was part of it, and it was all that she knew. So there wouldn't really be any reason for her to not care for her mother. We don't have any inclination that Dahlia was particularly abusive or anything either, up until using her daughter for the ritual, but before that, I don't know. It's never gone into with any sort of detail. Honestly, I speculated for a long time that Dahlia adopted Alessa, that Alessa wasn't necessarily biologically related to Dahlia. Again, considering what we learned in Silent Hill 4, and even in an article in Silent Hill 3 as well, Hope House or Wish House exists, and they are recruiting children, brainwashing them, and inducting them into the cult. Many of them adopted into families and parents that are cult members. So it's possible that Alessa could have been one of these children. She could have gone through the same process and been adopted by Dahlia. We really don't know. Would have been nice if they would have included some information about that in, like, a legitimate origin story. Like, those are the kinds of things that I'm sad Origins doesn't really touch on. Because the idea of doing an origin story for Silent Hill, there are so many different things you could do with that and have it fit established storyline, but also have a lot of room for creativity. And I feel like Origins tossed all that out the window for referential material and nonsense, essentially. But it really is a shame that we didn't get kind of more insight into that aspect. No, it wasn't me. Alessa wrote this a long time ago. That chapel altar. It wasn't that one beautiful chapel. It was some other altar somewhere else. Have we been to the library yet? Yes. We've already had the cutscene with Vincent. Oh yeah, this was intended to be a little bit of a reference. So there are some very minor changes to Alessa's room, the way we see it now and the way we see it in Silent Hill 1. The butterfly cases in Silent Hill 1 were all intact. In this one of the cases is broken, and it's where we pick up that key, almost as if a specimen is missing from that spot. And some people speculate that this is a reference to the origins of the Float Stinger boss that you fight in Silent Hill 1. Although, I feel like that might be a bit of a stretch personally. It's an interesting connection to make, but keep in mind that the Float Stinger also introduces itself in Silent Hill 1 as the Twin Feeler. It starts as the caterpillar and then becomes the butterfly. And she doesn't have caterpillars here, just butterflies. So, I don't know. But either way, it's an interesting little observation. My clothes from when I was 7. They don't fit me now. Good thing, too. I don't know. I don't know if that's a good thing, Heather. Personally, I would have absolutely loved a New Game Plus alternate outfit that was Alessa, where you basically play through as Alessa. Give Heather the black hair, have her wear the dress, and go through the game like that. I think that would have been a great New Game Plus costume. The shelves are jammed with books. The top shelf has books on religious teachings and textbooks. Serious stuff. So this is all stuff that is relevant to Alessa. The religious teachings and textbooks that she was studying. But also, the other two shelves are full of fairy tale books, like Oz and Alice. So again, these storybooks and fairy tales that Alessa was so fond of are where the fairy tale and storybook elements came from when Alessa's subconscious, the nightmare, started affecting reality in Silent Hill 1. We see puzzles and keys with references to these fairy tales and storybooks. Even some of the creatures taking on the appearance of things that she recalls from certain books. Here's Mother Goose, Cinderella. Used to love these. So again, we get these cool little insights kind of into Heather's mindset All these things that Harry didn't comment on very much in Silent Hill 1 because he didn't know the significance of them. But now, as Heather, with all of her memories intact, she can talk about all of this in pretty great detail. This is a closet. It's meaningless to me. I don't have time to wax nostalgic over these old clothes. I want to look at the drawing. There we go. The scribbling on the floor here is Alessa's. For some reason, she always drew monsters like this when she was alone. She used to draw with Claudia, too. A nice daddy and mommy, and a fun school. So again, things from Alessa's imagination, the monsters she was drawing. A happy world where everyone smiled and laughed all day long. In short, everything we never had. Are all of Alessa's reincarnations alike? What do you mean by that? Like, they look similar to each other, but they're not exact copies of each other. And obviously Heather has her own personality, her own feelings towards things. She's already outwardly said that she disagrees with some of the feelings that Alessa, would have had. So, I mean, the incarnations are all similar, but they are also their own individual selves, too. We got the playing cards. There we go. Playing cards on the floor. Used to play a lot. I remember little Claudia always had a hard time winning. That made her cry. So, Alessa liked to play cards. She played cards with Claudia a lot. Claudia would lose often and cry. Now think back to Silent Hill 1. Midwich Elementary. You find playing cards scattered on a table. Harry doesn't comment on them because they're not significant to him, but now that we know this, it gives significance to them being there in that aspect of Silent Hill 1. I love this. I love all the detail they went through to tie in all these little elements. Used to take these dolls with me when I went to bed. Scarlet and... damn, I forgot the other one's name. In fact, I don't even know which one is Scarlet. Scarlet, huh? Wonder if they'll make that into the coolest boss in Homecoming. Yeah, Sato didn't do Silent Hill 3's characters. It was a name I should know, and I'm not remembering. Oh, that's gonna bug me. There were multiple character designers for Silent Hill 3. It was a female character designer for Heather, who also did some of the other characters, but I think there was 2 primary character designers when it came to Silent Hill 3. I don't remember. These are names and stuff that I should know. Just realized the music sounds like a rapid heartbeat. Yeah. Who's the designer for Minmo? I wish I knew. So there's our boy Valtiel. He's working on that valve. Keeping things going. And we've got 2 pairs of legs hanging, sort of swaying there. It's really creepy because they look like they're kicking their feet. And these 2 sets of legs are, again, representative of the aspects of Alessa that are no more. Alessa and Cheryl. Hey, look at that. One pair is longer than the other. Alessa was older than Cheryl. Alessa was 14 when she died, or reincarnated. Cheryl was 7 when she reunited with Alessa. There's something stuck in this book. The Fool Tarot card. This book, I feel like I have to read it, but at the same time, I don't want to. Gonna read it anyway. Aglaophatus, or Aglaopahotus. Red liquid or crystals resembling blood. According to the Kabbalah, the name is taken from an herb with the power to dispel evil spirits. It is said to grow in Arabian deserts. It may be vaporized or applied as a poultice to guard against demons. It is powerful, but as it is rare, it is extremely difficult to obtain. So, as I mentioned earlier, we've been carrying this pendant from the very beginning. Harry gave this to Heather on her birthday. It's one of her treasured belongings, and inside of it, a small red tablet. We've had some Aglaophatus all along. It's a picture of me when I was 7. I look bored and sad. Well, of course I do. I was always like that back then. It's that same picture of Alessa from Silent Hill 1. Please give me these ampules. Picture here, but it's not my style at all. Harry just kept the Aglaophatus from Silent Hill 1. Yeah, that's what we were talking about earlier, Three Dog. That's what a lot of people tend to theorize, and honestly, I'm leaning a lot towards it just because so many things line up. Developers have commented on Sybil being dead as far as the continuation of Silent Hill 1. It gives an excuse for Harry being able to escape with both Heather and a sample of Aglaophatus. Like, good ending honestly does fit the best for a canon ending. It doesn't 100% discredit Good Plus. Harry could have gotten some more. He could have found some more Aglaophatus. He could have gone back and got some later. We don't know. We don't know what happened. But, again, that's making an assumption of something that may or may not have happened, and it gives into speculation, whereas regular good ending, things line up, just based on information within the game. 24 years ago, Dahlia used me to summon God. God was in my womb, but I couldn't deliver her. Then I was shut up here in this hospital room. I stayed here until Dad helped me out when I was 14. God ate away at me from within, driving me mad with suffering. There I was, wishing I could just die and be done with it. But I went on living that nightmare for 7 years. Looking at this bed just reminds me of those awful days. And I don't want to remember them, because I'm not Alessa anymore. But Alessa is still me. I'm really not trying to deny it or anything. Oh, did you find the actual tweet? Masahiro Ito, February 5th, 2012. Yes, I remember Sybil is dead. Hey. I'm willing to go along with it if Ito says. And as said, it gives an explanation as to why Harry has a Glophatus. I just don't want to remember. Get me out of here. How? What, like how is Sybil dead? Harry killed her. If you're going by the good ending, Sybil gets possessed, and Harry kills her on the merry-go-round. In self-defense, but he still does it. What's up, Cash? So Sybil's death is true ending? It's the most plausible. By a fairly large margin, I would say, at this point. Oh, this could be bad. Alright, see you later. Is that why she's laying on the ground in the good ending? Sybil is not at the, final boss in the good ending. She dies in the amusement park. You never see her after that. In the good plus ending, Sybil gets knocked to the ground by a psychic barrier. But then she gets up after the fight and escapes with Harry. Go home, drop dead, thief. This used to be Alessa's. I mean, this was my desk once upon a time. Actually, I forgot to do the mirror room. The mirror room was way back at Brookhaven, Nomad. We're, at the very end of the game. There's a ratty old notebook on the podium. Oops, and there's a letter stuck in here, too. Let's see. There's a girl named Alessa in my class. If your memory's any good, you may remember her. She's the one I said they called a witch. Most likely, her mother is abusing her. So the teacher suspects that Dahlia is abusing Alessa. I've never seen her come in without some sort of scrape or bruise. How are we feeling about that Alessa and Dahlia living happily before the ritual theory? Yeah, my cats are fighting again. Her expression is pitifully dark for a 6-year-old. 6-year-old, so this was 1 year before the events of Silent Hill 1. Or excuse me, 1 year before Alessa's involvement in the ritual. Something like this may not be so uncommon. Rather than coming up with pointless ideas, it's best just to watch and wait. But isn't there something I can do to help? I'm considering consulting a lawyer, but I do have my reservations. That's why I thought I'd ask you, my friend, for your opinion first. Kim Gordon, lead singer of the Sonic Youth, turned school teacher for Midwich Elementary. Gotta admit, that's a wolf. It's a good wolf drawing. High Priestess card. Did I forget a card? Oh, yeah. I know where it is. Come back to that. The name Claudia Wolf is written very small on the cover. Looks like this is her diary. So we've got a diary from a young Claudia Wolf. November 10th. She didn't die then. She was born. I knew that for a fact, in reference to Alessa and her reincarnation. But then why haven't I found her yet? They were supposed to need her power to build paradise for the happiness of the people. She was supposed to be reborn for that. I'd really like to see her. November 14th. Read the Book of Praise. I want to thank Father for lending me such an invaluable book. Capitalized Father, so does she mean Father in the sense of one of the priests of the cult, such as Father Vincent? Or does she mean her actual father? I feel like you wouldn't capitalize Father in that scenario. I doubt she got the book from Leonard. I found what I'd been searching for in there, How to Awaken God, but it's much too cruel. Will I be able to pull it off when I see her? November 16th. I was free all day, so I read A Modern History of Refugees and Young Slaves' Child Exploitation. Some real feel-good reading material there. I don't want to be a mere bystander in this world. I can't do anything now, though, and that's what's hard. At the very least, I like this diary entry just because it shows Claudia's humanity. She's not just looking to end the world or anything like that. She legitimately believes in her religion, in this cult, and in the faith of it, and wants to end all of the suffering of the world. And according to her beliefs, the best way to go about that is to birth a god who will bring around paradise, purge the world in fire, and everyone gets that eternal life. No sickness, no age, all that good stuff. Castrated sheep and all that. Sybil was with Harry looking at a baby in a cemetery. I should be there. That's the good plus ending. That is basically what we're saying didn't happen. There's an old birthday card on the desk. So she was still hanging on to this. To little Claudia, happy 6th birthday. I love you as if you were my real sister. Here's to you. So again, that real sister thing, kind of information as to how they were either raised together through the cult and through cult activity as part of this community, or if it's in the sense of like almost an adoption type of thing. But then again, like as said, I feel like this is meant to be the kind of religious definition when they talk about sister and brother and father and all that. They're just referring to people who were in the cult with them. Perfect. Get some more health. What are these? Letters? No, maybe a bunch of suggestions. People are starting to voice their dissatisfaction about Father Vincent using the organization's money for his own personal benefit. I've also heard rumors that Father Vincent has been extorting donations from some followers. Oh, excuse me. Is he really the right person for such a position? I'm in no place to deny all he's done to make the organization grow. Hey, JC. Even though we believe in God, if there were some sort of gathering, shouldn't we be valued not for our limited talents or our talkativeness, but for the depth of our faith? And here's the tape deck, perfectly usable. So we can listen to the cassette tape. There's no label, but the tab's been removed. Might be worth checking.
Do you know about what happened here 17 years ago? You've been here a long time. You must have heard some details.
A group of pagans, blinded by earthly desires, spit in the very face of God. They tried to use the seal of Metatron to prevent God's awakening. But God drove the unbelievers away and threw them into the abyss. But due to their wickedness, God was unable to be born properly. And so, she has slumbered ever since in the womb of the Holy Mother until the time of the awakening. That's all that I know.
That's it, huh? Well, thanks.
Father Vincent, I heard that the Holy Mother has been found. Is it true?
Alessa has been found? Did Claudia say that?
Yes.
Then it must be true. Her sight rarely fails her.
Bless the Lord.
Maybe it's because of her great faith. But I could never be like her. I wouldn't want to.
Nor I. The truth is, Sister Claudia frightens me a little.
Well, now, let's both show our faith by forgetting about this little talk, okay?
Yes, but does that mean this land will finally be the home of eternal paradise?
If God wills it, my sister. If God wills it.
So there we get some insight into the cult and what they were led to believe were the events of Silent Hill 1. Obviously, the cult put their own spin on it to try to save face. But the group of pagans that she's referring to would be, in this case, Harry, and I guess everybody who kind of helped. So Sybil, Kaufman, etc. And how they stopped God the first time. But they tried to play it and spin it kind of as all part of the plan. Faith will always prevail. And it seems like other members of the cult, we don't know exactly who that cult member it is that Vincent is speaking to, but we definitely get the impression that even among the other cultists, Claudia is sort of feared. And to a point of reverence, I guess. Apparently the monsters are symbolic. Yes, they are. You've got a lot to catch up on, JC. Many things are symbolic in this series. Most prominent of which are usually the monsters. Man, I love these burning, moving textures. Again, the visual, like, all of the visual aspects of these game, this game in particular, are just so good. They still hold up really well today, even. Like, aside from the fact that I'm playing, you know, a modded PC version that's like higher res and everything, even just on the original PS2, all of this stuff looks so good. Hey Samanosuke, HD version is crap. I rarely play it on my channel. This is the PC version with a widescreen and high resolution mod. Oh, the synchronized missionary attacks that both missed. Light just blew in your room and nearly gave you a heart attack. Somebody else, like, at the beginning of the stream was talking about one of their light bulbs, like, popping right next to them and freaking them out. Here we go. The morgue. The door's open. Inside there's someone wrapped in a bag. Maybe, no, they're definitely dead. A corpse wrapped in some vinyl-type bag. This crazy, mixed-up world has got me used to the strangest things. Easy for me to say, they're still totally disgusting. I feel like I'm gonna go crazy myself sooner or later. I might even already be crazy. Who knows? It looks pretty nice. What? You mean the PC version that I'm playing? Or the HD collection? Because with the HD collection looking nice, I beg to differ. This PC version, going through with all the mods and stuff, yeah, looks great. I really have been impressed with how good this looks with the mod and everything. I disabled certain things like the noise filter because just my streaming bitrate, whenever there's constant noise filter on the screen, it messes with the bitrate and makes things a lot cloudier than they're supposed to be. And it just kind of garbles the image a little too much when it's over the stream. It looks good in person, like on my monitor and everything, but it doesn't carry over to the stream very well just because of the bitrate. Oops. Really wanted to play it, but didn't dare to do it without music? The sounds are the most scary part of Silent Hill. What do you mean? Like you had to have music playing while you play Silent Hill so that the sounds freak you out less? I've honestly never heard of anyone doing that, if that's what you mean. All right, save point. We've got our 5 cards that we need for this final puzzle. We've got the locked door, and notice it's the same. Again, all these parallels that I've been pointing out between Silent Hill 1 and Silent Hill 3 as we go along. Here we are again. At the very end of Silent Hill 1, the last thing you see in Nowhere, you're in Alessa's room. You have a door that is locked where you have to place 5 objects into the door for the door to open so that you can proceed to the final battle and take down a god. And here we are at the end of Silent Hill 3 in a messed up Nowhere area, just like Silent Hill 1, in Alessa's room again, our final save point in front of a door where we've got 5 cards that we need to place into the door to open it up so that we can go and have the final battle with a god. Like, it's beautiful. It's like poetry. It rhymes. And the drawing block with my favorite picture of Harry Mason ever. Have you had a happy birthday phone call yet? We did that way back in Brookhaven, yep. I do that for like every story playthrough because it's relevant to a lot of the other characters' stories. You learn especially about Stanley Coleman. I did quote George Lucas on purpose. This is my sketchbook from 17 years ago. On the front cover here is a picture of Dad. Really awful work. What's this doing here? I had a dream. In my dream, I opened a door. But was that really me? I had a different name.
Be careful. The crack in the door is another dimension. The only me is me. Are you sure the only you is you?
So, we have 9 groups of 6 letters. Five are true, 4 are lies, and there are some fibs mixed in with the truth. That's 'cause it's scary to write only the truth. But dreams are like lies after all. Silent Hill 4 after this? God, no. I'm going to bed after this, and then I'll be back tonight around 11 p.m. Central Daylight Time, and then I'll start Silent Hill 4. But I'm not going into it after 9 hours of this. I gotta sleep. Does anyone think Death Stranding is another Silent Hill game? Nope. Nobody ever thinks that. No, a lot of people do, but I am 99% sure that it is nothing to do with Silent Hill. It is nothing to do with PT. It would be the greatest, like, prank pulled on a fan base ever. ever if this was all an elaborate setup and then, oh, hey, look, it actually was Silent Hill or whatever. Like, Konami setting up the entire thing, pulling PT, Kojima leaving, starting his studio. Most elaborate and expensive prank ever. But I really don't think that's the case. Kojima has moved on. We need to do the same. I know everyone wants Silent Hill to not be dead, but we gotta get past it. You're clinging on to false hope, people. Alright. So we've got our 9 groups of 6 letters. We've got our 5 tarot cards. So let's examine each of these cards. There's a High Priestess. Didn't this card mean something like genuine belief? Yeah, sure. So the High Priestess. And we can see this is Roman numeral 2. The Hanged Man. This was in the Mortgage Place. Such a pitiful card. Roman numeral 12. XII. Metal Gear Solid 5 has PT Easter eggs. Metal Gear Solid 2 has fucking Easter eggs for, like, Snatcher and Police Knots. So what if there's PT Easter eggs in Metal Gear Solid 5? It does not necessarily mean that there's a connection. It means Kojima loves putting references to his work in his other work. What he's been doing since the 80s. Nobody should be surprised by that, and nobody should think that it means anything more than that. There's no reason to. I mean, feel free to speculate, but I feel it's a waste of time. So what? Moon Tarot card. Found this in the archives. I don't think it's an especially good card. XVIII. Roman numeral for 18. Fool card. It's just a 0. And Eye of Night. This was the first one we found. Roman numeral 22. Yep, SH3 church paintings in, isn't it in Big Mama's house? Or, I can't remember where they are. It's been a little while since I've gone through and, or excuse me, not Big Mama's house. I'm thinking Metal Gear Solid 4. It's in the, what, the lab? In MGS3? Yeah, Grannon's lab. Yes, I am familiar with them. It's been a long time since I've gone through MGS3, but yeah, I remember those. Again, interesting references and things, but I don't know. Sorry, I'm getting tired. I gotta pay attention here. Roman numeral 2, Roman numeral 12, Roman numeral 18, 0, and 22. So now if we examine this, and we look at our 9 groups of 6 letters each, there were 9 spots arranged the same way on the door we need to get through that's locked. So if we look at each of these groups, we'll start at the top left, INGOEI. If you remove all of the letters that are not relevant Roman numerals, which would be N, G, O, and E, we're left with II, Roman numeral 2. which is a card we've got. That should be the High Priestess. So that will be in the top left. Am I doing any of the post Silent Hill 4 games? Yes. I've already done 1 and 2. I'm about to finish 3. Tonight at 11 Central Daylight Time, I'll be starting 4. 11 p.m. Central Daylight Time, I'll be starting Silent Hill 4. Friday... Wait a minute. Today's Thursday, right? Yeah. Friday, I'm not going to be streaming. Saturday night, I'll be doing Origins. Sunday is going to be Homecoming. Monday is going to be Shattered Memories. And Tuesday is going to be Downpour. All should be starting around 11 p.m. Central Daylight. So I'm going through the main series. None of the side games. No Book of Memories. No play novel. No arcade. None of that stuff. Just the main console releases. Alright. Next. WXXIFI leaves us with remove W, remove F. You'd have XXII for 22. That's the Eye of Night. NXAVII, that would be N and A removed for XVII for 17. I don't think that's one of the ones we've got. 12, 18, and 0 is what we need. Next group, MOXXON. You'd remove M, O, O, and N. You'd be left with X and X for 20. Got nothing there. Middle group, NOTHNG. Again, no Roman numerals there. However, we also have the Fool, which is 0. And if you notice, NOTHNG, if you were to add an I in there, it would spell nothing. So this is a reference to that center being 0, which would be the Fool. XVHIII. H would be removed. That would leave us with XVIII for 18. We have that. It's the moon. Never accepted 4 as a Silent Hill game. Any reason why? A lot of members of Team Silent still worked on it. For the most part, it works pretty well in the overall canon and story. The only time it starts really not working with the canon is a bunch of information that was left out of the game and was essentially promotional extra material that was on the Konami website. But if you leave that out, it leaves things much more simple, and they fit in the context of the rest of the game. XAAJII, remove AA and J for XI and I. That'd be 12. Crap, what did we have left? 12, the Hanged Man. And it's unlocked. So, I'm going to show the bad ending. It's technically a game over, but I'm going to call this the bad ending. Oh my god, my cat is like going fucking nuts right now. Shut up, Harry. I'm going to skip this. We're going to watch it on the next pass through. Somebody earlier was like, why don't you just shoot Claudia? Well, the god that's growing inside of Heather feeds off of negative emotions and energy. Essentially meaning if Heather gives in to her anger and her revenge against Claudia, it's enough for the god to grow and be born. So, this is what happens if you just shoot her. So that's why we don't do that. Claudia stopped it with her psychic powers.
What do I want? Well, for the two of you to die, that would be nice. Then I could relax.
When did you stop believing in God? God lives. Just look around you.
But I do believe in her. In my own way. I fear her, and I adore her. But I haven't lost my mind like you. You think that this is the work of God? Isn't this all nothing more than your own personal nightmare? Just like Alessa 17 years ago? If this really is the work of God, then I'd say she has lousy taste.
You mock God? Traitor. You will go to hell.
Not that again! Who do you think you are, claiming to know God's will?
Go home, Vincent.
Home? This church is my home. I built it with my power. The power of money that you view with such scorn. Although I admit that this atrocious scenery is all yours.
If you continue to get in my way,
then you'll kill me. Well, the guest of honor has arrived. Let's get this party started. Heather, go ahead and kill this crazy bitch. This demon who claims to speak for God. The time has come. You can kill her now.
you'll go to hell!
What did you do?
Nothing important.
You're not going to run? I guess this is the end.
No, the beginning. As Vincent said, the time has come. Alessa, I'm saddened that you didn't agree to this on your own. But I thank you for nurturing God with all the hate in your heart. It's time for mankind to be released from the shackles of sin which bind them.
But a God born from hatred can never create a perfect paradise.
Happy people can be so cruel. Is it so hard to believe that sympathy could be born out of pain and suffering? Why do you reject God's mercy? Why do you cling to this corrupt world? You know that only God can save us.
And save you too? Happy ending? I'd rather go to hell.
No, I don't expect to be saved. And that's fine. Alessa, my dearest. For the pain that I've caused you, I deserve no mercy. Even if it was to save mankind. It was too deep a sin. It was hubris for me to try to hasten the day of her arrival. Sacrifices were made. And those are my sins.
If you feel so guilty about it, why don't you go to hell? Heather, use the seal.
Vincent? The seal of Metatron?
Now your stupid dream is over.
Oh, that's just a piece of junk. What do you think you can do with that? Do you really think it can kill God? I'm sorry to see you fell for my father's foolishness.
What?
You're pathetic. But God loves even you. Now, Alessa, there's nowhere else to run. Just accept it, Alessa. The pain will disappear. I've been waiting so long for this. Even as a child, I knew I would see the coming of this day. I knew I would be a witness to it. Judgment Day. Alessa?
Shut your stinking mouth, bitch!
Heather, language. Harry would not approve. Well, I'm getting kind of hungry, so I'm going to go ahead and eat my candy necklace. Thank you, Harry, for giving me this delicious candy-filled Aglophitous necklace for just this moment.
doing?
Dad.
She is nearly here. Alessa, what have you done? What did you swallow? What is this?
Looks like God didn't make it.
Stop! God is...
Claudia!
Alessa, you cannot kill God. I will burn God. If you can't do it, Alessa, I will.
Claudia! Claudia!
Well, all right. Swallowed the candy necklace, vomited up a god fetus. Claudia swallowed the god fetus. And Valtiel was basically like, good enough. Takes Claudia. Let's finish this ritual. Let's get this god born.
Can't be dead. I was gonna kill you. This is God?
This is God, or at least this is the messed up version of God that gets born after being aborted, swallowed, and then born from the wrong person. let's see if I can do the cheese strat. Oh, fuck. I need to take the vest off. I'm too slow with it. Come down here, swipe, run up here to the safe spot. I don't know if this will be a safe spot. This trick is like super specific, frame rate specific. Like, this is a very particular trick that's kind of difficult to do. So let's see if it works. Because I'm using a bunch of mods and stuff that change the ratio and the frame rate and kind of the hitboxes of things, so it might not work. There, we're good. Can I get 4? Boom. Get it. Not enough time. Get 4. Ah! Too greedy. 1, 2. Okay. Get down here, swipe. Gonna go for 3s. Old granny on the organ killing it. Oh my god. I imagine it's like the old lady from The Simpsons when she plays Iron Butterfly. And that's Silent Hill 3, everybody. The god's been dead. We have avenged our father. Rest in peace, Harry Mason. Enjoy the ending. I'm going to be back after the credits. That's it for me tonight, though. I'll be back just to say goodnight and everything. Thanks, everybody, for watching. Enjoy the ending. I'll be back.
Is that the end? I guess it's time to roll the credits.
Dad! dog.
You've got terrible
I'm
taste.
sorry.
Heather, did
You
you...
don't have to call me that. I'm not hiding anymore.
Want me to use your real name? What was it again?
Cheryl. The name my father gave me.
You gonna let your hair color go back too?
I don't know. Don't you think blondes have more fun?
Spoke of tortured souls, so outrageous the toll. You can lose all you have. He refused to give in to the town that takes all. Survive. You must have the will. This movie doesn't end the way we want all the time. Then he shouts at the moon, she's gone, and fear has overcome. He was walking the mile. He was walking alone. So outrageous the toll. You can lose all you have. He refused to give in to the town that takes all. Survive. You must have the will. This movie doesn't end the way we want all the time. When he shouts at the moon, she's gone, and fear has overcome. He was walking the mile. He was walking alone. 4 and 20 dead birds, they bleed upon the nest. There was no time for reasons. They had no sign of a threat. Now it's too late for me. This town will eventually take me. Too late for me. This town will win. Through this fog they came along. Dark pictures seemed a terrible song. The rest of the bar laughed at him. Only I felt my own creep in. They found him dead the very next day. No more stories from him, I heard him say. We blamed bad luck for his fate. Only I felt terror so great. She and he will know that someday
And that is Silent Hill 3, everybody. As said, I'm going to bed. Nothing after this. I've been streaming for over 10 hours. I gotta get some sleep. But thanks everybody so much for being here, for watching, hanging out, keeping me company, giving me some good conversation. A lot of good discussions, a lot of support tonight. Everybody who subbed, resubbed, donated, gave bits, followed, hosted, and just generally hung out and had a good time. Seriously, thank you all so very, very much. It's what makes doing these playthroughs super worth it. Really appreciate all the support and all the love. It means a lot to me, you guys. So, I will be back. It is currently 9:37 a.m. Central Daylight Time right now. I will be back tonight at 11 p.m. Central Daylight Time and doing a story playthrough of Silent Hill 4. So thank you all so very, very much. And I will hopefully see you next time. Hope everybody has a great one. Take it easy, everybody. And I will see you when I see you. Peace.